Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Pam, you sent something to my email? Hold on, let me check. Um, Pam, when did you send it? Hey Crime Crazy. Mar, how are you? And why is it going to be a rough few days? Hey Vapor. Hey Yorkie Mama. Hey Steffa. Who said Kate, how are you? Hey Janie, how are you? Okay. Emery, how are you? Pam, when did you send me an email? Hey Werewolf Queen. Hey Emerald Queen. The Suspect Way, how are you? What else did you figure out? Yes, more. I did. Thank you. I went and checked it out. Hey, Sway. Yeah, I see y'all talking about the Scream audio. I have a theory on that. Oh, Janie, you're from Liverpool. That is cool. I don't think we've had anybody from Liverpool in here before. Okay, so maybe 5 minutes ago. Let me go back and check. I still haven't gotten it, Pam, but it may take it a few minutes to come in. So um, I'll go back and check it in a few minutes. And Janie, it's nice to meet you as well, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Hey, Karen. Peace in a pod. How are you? I'm just gonna be honest. I don't trust the person who I've heard that's came out with the whole screen video. Just because I know of another video that he came out with, and if y'all have followed on YouTube since Gabby's case, y'all will know what I'm talking about. The whole uh, fake Brian Laundrie in the boat video. Hey, Princess Megan. Let me check my email real quick, Pam, before. Okay, I still haven't gotten it. I'll keep going back and checking it. All right, so where's shoot? I'm gonna screenshot where you have her name and where she's from, and then that way I can go back and look it up. Hey Tammy, how are you? Chronic Collies, and she's in my area. And Pam, you may have to resend it, the email, because sometimes, like if my husband tries to send something to me, uh, it won't go through, and if he has to send it again, then it'll finally come through the second time. Yes, I do have Twitter, and I have Facebook, but it's only for our members. But you can follow me on Twitter though. Okay, and Nightbot just dropped the Twitter link. Anyone see? Yes, Mar. I watched it earlier. Good news. She did a lot about Collie Rodney. Yeah, Princess Megan. I seen that she did one earlier, but I haven't got a chance to watch it yet. I watched the video earlier. I actually have a copy of it, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to play it until they release it for the public. You think more? I don't. I'm still not 100% on Tow Truck Nick. Um, the video was a little bit more convincing, but yeah, people in Truckee, especially law enforcement, they're uh, they're probably shitting in their pants tonight. And thank you, Princess Megan. I now believe do you more? Not more Sway. And Sway, I missed my comment today. I don't know if you put one up or if I missed it. And Stiffa, you're at work, so don't be getting in trouble. Brings us so many more what the fucks and what ifs. Yeah. He's a little bit more convincing. I just wish that the video that came from his vehicle would have been played. Hey, Cece, how are you? I went into another lab playing the full video and threatened. Really, peas in a pod? Siffa, I'm just warning you, just don't get in trouble. Wow, that's crazy. I remember I told you a while back he was going to end up. Uh, I figured he was going to end up releasing the full video. Oh wait, Sway, you put one up. I missed it. Shit. Because it's behind a paywall till Sunday. Yeah, I have the copy of it. But like I said, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna wait until it's released to the public. It's the manager who likes me today, so getting in trouble. It had to be Jared because all other guys quit. Right? Yeah, Mara. All the rest of them, uh, they all quit. So wow, that's crazy though that he was in another chat doing that. All right, let me check my email one more time for Pam's. I don't know if Jeremiah's in here, but Jeremiah, if you are, I did get your email. All right. Okay. And I have a couple of different things. And then I'm also going to go a little bit more over this creepy neighbor or the wanderer or whatever it is that we're calling the creepy neighbor that lived next to where the murders happened. Let me get all my stuff pulled up here. And then I also have something from which I need to get that pulled up also. I didn't see the screen video. All it is, Mar, is somebody standing outside somewhere and you can hear a female screaming, stop it, and then she says, leave me alone. And Janie, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Um, that's basically all it is. It doesn't show anybody. You can hear the person who is doing the recording. You can hear them like taking deep breaths. Honestly, I think that Kaylee's dad needs to listen to the uh, the video and see if he recognizes or can confirm if it's Kaylee's voice or if it's Maddie's or one of those. Because people were saying that whenever they got home that night from after the food truck and all that, and they came home, that she took her dog out for a walk so he could use the bathroom and all this and that. So that's why I'm thinking that maybe Kaylee's dad needs to listen to it and see if he can tell if it's her voice or not. The person who put it out, like I said, I don't trust. He came out during Gabby's case and made a whole fake video of Brian Laundrie in a boat, and it was like, I don't know, a few seconds long, the video in the boat or whatever, and he comes out with it and he tries to say that Brian Laundrie put it out on social media and then ended up deleting it, but he was able to clip it first, and then later on, hey D Stewart, there was another video that came out by this person who put the screen video out of him laughing and admitting that he made the video, that it was fake. So I don't trust anything that that creator puts out. And it's kind of funny, if it was a legit video, why isn't the news people, why aren't they picking it up? Why aren't they playing it? Why hasn't the police came out and talked about it and all that? So until they come out and say that yes, it's authentic, then I'm not going to believe it. And the creepy neighbor dude, he claims that there was no screams in the beginning, and then he comes out and says that there were screams that he heard at about 4 o'clock, but he just shrugged it off as being a party sound, and then afterwards he realized that it wasn't. Pickle Me Elmo, thank you so much for becoming a member for 2 months. Yeah, Cricket Moon, I just don't. Like I said, if you've been around at least since Gabby's case, then you'll know what I'm talking about whenever I'm talking about the fake Brian Laundrie boat video. And plus, the way the girl or the female was screaming, like, leave me alone, how she drags it out and all that, it just didn't seem, it doesn't seem authentic. And more than likely, that creator's just out for clicks and views, and that's it. All right, 1 second. Oh, shit. Annette, how are you? I didn't see anything weeks ago about the video. Annette, because probably the video isn't real. And I don't know who they're trying to push it off as being whatever neighbor that, hey Jason, um, whatever neighbor it was that recorded it, because I think that this creator just saw where the neighbor claims that there was no screams, and then all of a sudden he comes out and said there is a scream, and the creator is trying to say that that is the neighbor, which is the creepy wanderer guy, that he's the one that recorded it. All right. Sounds like my angry teenager when they has to do chores. All right, let me go to the Moscow police website real quick, because they did put out um, a thing today, and I gotta find where it's at on their website. They ended up changing stuff up around on their website. Now they have a bunch of links on there. And this is basically just a press release. Most of it we've heard already. Why is this not going? Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and show this. Hey, how are you? And you haven't missed anything. I'm just now getting started. Lady Moonlight, how are you? See, a creator showing the video has made fake stuff about previous cases before, so people would click on videos. Exactly. So Lady Moonlight knows exactly what I'm talking about. So I just don't, until police come out and police confirm that it is legit and authentic, I'm not, that's why I'm not even playing it. Oh, wait. Let's see. By the way, I got an email saying the documents have been located and collected for Trinity and will be sent out soon. Okay, good, Sifa. All right, now I gotta see if I can zoom this in so y'all can see it. Well, Cricket Moon, we appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. All right, I don't know if y'all can see that very good. And I'm not going to read, I don't know how many pages it is, 5 pages. The bottom part of it, like page 2 and on, we've already read yesterday and the day before that and day before that. You're just kind of like adding to it, to the same stuff, and just adding more to it. Hey Lisa, how are you? Annette, yeah, I just, like I said, until police come out and say that it's legit, I'm not gonna, either they can come out and say it's legit, or Kaylee's dad comes out and says, yes, that is Kaylee screaming. Or one of the girls in the house, if he recognizes any of them's voice. I believe that that's the only 2 ways that I would believe that video, based off of the creator that put it out. All right, so this is for immediate release from December the 9th. Moscow Police Department Communications Team, so it's just the phone numbers. Moscow Homicide Update. The Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred November the 13th in Moscow, Idaho. Investigators have been monitoring online activity related to the ongoing and active case and are aware of the large amount of rumors and misinformation being shared, as well as harassing and threatening behavior towards potentially involved parties. Anyone engaging in threats or harassment, whether in person, online, or otherwise, needs to understand that they could be subjecting themselves to criminal charges. Moscow Police Department cautions the public not to rely on rumors and remains committed to keeping the public informed. We urge reliance on official channels for accurate information. All right, so basically, I'm telling everybody in my chat, hey, James, how are you? The people that we talk about on here, like Hoodie Guy and the creepy uh, neighbor, who we also call the Wanderer, um, the two surviving roommates, any of those people that we talk about, don't go get in contact with them. Um, don't harass them. Don't threaten them. Don't do anything like that, because then you're running the risk of getting in trouble. And I don't want anybody in here to get in trouble or anything like that. Hey, baby boob, how are you? And you're very welcome, honey. There's a scream on the body cam, just a high pitch. Not one of people in the footage flinched. Yeah, allegedly, the suspect way this person, like I said, it was recorded outside and it was dark. So we don't even know if it was even in Idaho when it was recorded. It could have been recorded over in China for all we know. Okay, and then it just goes on below that, just saying update on the white car. Investigators would like to thank the community and the public for the recent information provided about the vehicle and the spike in tips. The FBI is prioritizing and vetting those tips for use in the investigation. The public is asked to continue to use the tip line to report any information about the vehicle. Please be aware that the new call process takes patience on behalf of the caller and that there are some prompts to follow. The National FBI tip line, and it is important to get all the way through the prompts to reach the right agent to report information. And remember, your tip may be the key to solving the case. So that's pretty much it. It's just talking about the car. We went over that yesterday. And yes, like Crime Crazy said, I don't condone interference in any of the cases that we discuss on the channel. If I feel the need to get in touch with someone, it's whether they're related to the family member or not, I'll do that on my own. Instead of, someone reaching out to them and taking a chance on getting in trouble. D22, how are you? Let's see, it could have been recorded on a security system. But the thing is, though, D22, in the recording, you can hear the person that's holding the phone, like you can hear them breathing, like very deeply. So what the chief said today, to be cleared, is to be verified. And see, that's another thing, Lisa. I'm going to read another article that was put out. They're saying that anybody that they've cleared could be brought back in and re-interviewed. Discussion. You would be surprised. Exactly, Sway. You would be surprised. So it's just, like I said, if you do that, you take a chance on getting in trouble. I don't want anybody in here getting in trouble. So if I feel the need that I need to speak with someone regarding any of the cases, I'll do it on my own. Okay, around 20 in the body cam footage, a female voice is heard saying stop, but there's no way it came from the house. Okay, so I'll have to go back and watch the body cam footage because I didn't hear that on there. Well, this time, what are your thoughts on Maddie's boyfriend and his speech? Cricket Moon, I haven't had a chance to go through and watch the whole vigil. I need to do that. I just haven't had time to do anything hardly. I didn't even get a chance to call Nevada County Sheriff's Office today because I've been gone for most of the day. You're welcome, D22. Yeah, if you, and I don't even want to bring up the creator who came out with it to begin with. Um, but yeah, you can hear the person. You can hear them breathing. They're like taking, like they're almost like they're breathing harder. I don't know if they're scared or if they ran in to get their phone because they're claiming that the screams woke them up. Maybe they ran and grabbed their phone and ran outside to do the recording. I don't know. We don't even know for a fact where the recording even happened or when it happened. Lark, how are you? Okay, so I got two other things. I just gotta find the one that I'm looking for. And I expect people to follow rules when the rules are written. If you do need to get in touch with anyone, I suggest trying the Oreo cookie technique. All right, give me just 1 second. I have two different articles. I just gotta find the one that I'm looking for. I think this is it. Oh shit, which one? Okay. Hey Tonka. Hey Sarah, how are you? Ken, how are you? One heard the scream and another recorded. Okay, so Lisa, allegedly the creepy neighbor that I was talking about last night, um, that I was reading about like close to the end of my life, he claims to begin with there was no screams. Then he comes out and says that about 4 o'clock that morning he heard screams, but took it as being party sounds or something like that. And then whenever he realized what happened, then he changed his mind and thought, well, maybe it wasn't party sounds. And he claims that he went and talked to police about it and told them what he had heard and what time it was and all this and that. Um, Now there is another creator that has came out and has a video of a female screaming, "Stop it!" And then, like a few seconds later, she says, "Leave me alone." And you can hear the person who's recording it is breathing real hard. I don't know if he's trying to say, like, if this creator is trying to say that the neighbor, the creepy neighbor that we were talking about, is the one that recorded it, or if this was someone else in the neighborhood close to the house that recorded it, or what. Um, so I have no idea who recorded the video. But based on the person that released it, I don't believe it because that creator has came out um, with another video during Brian Laundrie's thing whenever they were searching for Brian Laundrie, and this creator made a fake video showing or trying to claim that Brian Laundrie was in a boat in some water, and it was like, I don't know, a few seconds long, and claimed that Brian Laundrie uploaded it to social media and then hurry up and deleted it. And come to find out, the same creator afterwards admitted to making the video himself and then lied about it. And he laughed about it. He thought that it was funny that he made a fake video and how everybody flocked to it and all that. So, Got Me Stumped knows who I'm talking about too, apparently. Like I said, if you've been around since Gabby's case, you'll know who I'm talking about. So, until police come out and say that it's authentic and it came from someone in the neighborhood, or Kaylee's dad or one of the parents come out and say, yes, that's my child who was murdered, or my daughter who was murdered in the house from in that house, that's her on that video, I'm not going to believe it. Hey, Vinny D, how are you? Firefly, how are you? Yeah, so I don't trust the guy. Okay, let me get into this. Oh, yeah, Princess Megan. That was very disrespectful. He did it basically for clicks and views and then laughed about it because everybody ran to watch the video. All right, so this says Idaho police address rumors about hoodie guy seen near Kaylee and Madison hours before the murders. Police have said the man seen on a Twitch live stream near the victims hours before they were killed is not considered a suspect. And this came out 2 days ago, but I just now found it. Police investigating the murders of the four University of Idaho students have acknowledged rampant rumors around a man who was seen near two of the victims at a food truck hours before they were killed. The man dubbed the Hoodie Guy in an online sleuth communities, who police previously said is not considered connected to the November the 13th killings, became the target of a renewed speculation this week after the father of slain student Kaylee Goncalves mentioned rumors around him in an interview with the New York Post on Monday. And I believe that's the one where they were claiming that he left town and or left the country and didn't do DNA and all that. All right, so a Twitch live stream from the Grub truck in Moscow, Idaho, captured the man standing nearby Goncalves and Madison Mogan on the night of the 12th, hours before the women were stabbed to death alongside their roommate Xana and her boyfriend Ethan at an off-campus home. While the man was cleared by Moscow police shortly after the video emerged, Goncalves' father, Steve Goncalves, suggested that police may have ruled him out too quickly in his interview with the Post, claiming that he had heard that the man had since left the country and declined a DNA test. On Wednesday, Idaho State Police spokesman Aaron Snell told The Independent that investigators are aware of the rumors but did not confirm or deny them. So, if he did or he didn't leave the country, why can't they just come out and say, yes, he left the country or no, he did? So the person in question continues cooperating with the investigation, Mr. Snell added. Okay, and that's just a picture of Hoodie Guy back here behind Kaylee and Maddie. So Mr. Snell's statement to The Independent came after Moscow Police Chief James Fry that individuals who have already been publicly cleared as suspects may be re-interviewed by law enforcement as the investigation rumbles on for a fourth week and the killer remains at large. Mr. Fry told Fox News on Tuesday that cleared individuals can still be called back in to speak with police if the evidence leads law enforcement back to them. Now, I don't understand how they were able to clear the two surviving roommates, the people who were at the house when police got there that morning, Hoodie Guy, or anybody else as quick as they did, because there was no way to get any type of phone records on any of these people or from any of the victims. Like, I'm sure they would have to get warrants in order to get the phone records, which could take days, and then you got to wait for the phone records to come in, which could take days. Your DNA is not going to come back in just a few hours either. And the stuff that they have sent off for DNA and forensics and all that is literally just now coming back in. So I'm kind of with Kaylee's dad on that. I mean, they were cleared too quickly. They need to confirm yes or no if Hoodie Guy did in fact leave the country. Like, they need to clear the rumors up on some of these things. All right. Now I gotta remember. All right, so we always have the option of re-interviewing, he said. We've actually re-interviewed people 2 or 3 times because we'll get tips or we'll get information that we need to verify again, and sometimes we need to ask the questions just a little bit different to ensure that we're getting the proper information to continue on with the investigation. So that happens regularly in the investigation. So, does anybody know for a fact if they talk to the Hoodie Guy on the phone or actually in person? because we all know the rumors are that Hoodie Guy came out, was in the video, in the Twitch video with the girls. The girls leave, they jump in the car and they leave. Hoodie Guy takes off walking. Then, hey, Brown Bear, then it was said that he drives, what was it, 4 or 5 hours to his family's cabin, and now allegedly he's out of the country. So if he left, then how would they have been able to talk to him in person? If they didn't talk to him in person, and it was only over the phone or something like that, then how do they know that Hoodie Guy does not have some type of injuries from that night, scratches that are visible, anything like that? I mean, he could have very well got scratched by one of the girls. He could have got hit by Ethan. He could have gotten cut by the knife. Anything could have went on. And another thing, I wonder if because of who his parents are connected to, and I even went over that a couple of nights ago, his parents are very good friends with the guy who is the lead deputy attorney general. And that guy's wife is the vice president of the waste management. Her dad worked for the Supreme Court, and her dad is friends with someone who works for the Supreme Court now. So his parents are very well connected to high up people. So I'm wondering if maybe that's how he was able to get his name cleared so quickly. How was Ethan? Because he looks very tall and strong. And see, that's another thing. They have, allegedly, they don't know what this guy looks like. They don't know how tall he is. They don't know how big in the body he is. They don't know anything about him. They don't know if he has military background, if he was in the ROTC program at the college, if he's an avid hunter. They know nothing about this person who did this allegedly. And if they were able to clear him as quick as they did, then why don't they release the alibi? If they're not releasing the alibi, then apparently the alibi is not as good as they claim. It's not as solid or as good as they think that it could be. Yeah, out of time, I agree. I don't think that they want it to be Jackass just based on who his family's connected to. His family, his parents are both doctors. His dad is an orthopedic surgeon. Hey, Casey. His mama is a pediatrician. They donate a lot of money to different campaigns. The mayor of, I believe it was Meridian, they made donations to that campaign. They were making donations to one of the council members' campaign. So they fork out a lot of money. But they also do have ties in Africa. Like they go over there. I guess you could call it like missionary work, where they go over there and provide medical treatment to adults and children over there. So they do have ties over there as well. Plus, Africa, if that is where he's at, doesn't have an extradition treaty with the U.S. So he can go over there and he can stay, and there ain't nothing that can be done about it. Exactly, out of time. He could very well, lawyered up or got legal advice from his mother's best friend's dad, who was an attorney, or they could have lawyered up. And they're like, you need to get out of the area. If you're going to finish school, do it online. Don't get on social media. Don't talk to nobody. Basically, like Nathan Helmbrecht in Kylie's case. Scorpio Joe, how are you? That's basically what it could have been, what it could possibly be like for Jackass. Because his family is very well connected. Sean, I'm not going to say that the girl screaming isn't real. I'm not going to say that the video isn't real. I'm just going to say that the creator who came out with the video, I do not trust. He's saying that this is a video from that night, or well, that morning, and it came from the neighborhood where the house is at. But We don't know that. This could have been from anywhere in the world. It could have been any person screaming about something and had absolutely nothing to do with this murder. And just like I said before, the creator he is known for coming out with fake videos like this. He's admitted it in the past during Gabby's um, case, during the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie case. I believe they give money to the university also. They may have, Tammy. I mean, you know, they're paying a lot of money to different people in the state of Idaho. Garrett, apparently they were gifted all these years. Okay. Debbie, how are you? Or they have property and family in Africa, but that's alleged to me. I don't know if they have property over there. They very well could have property over there, just based on what they go over there and they do. I don't know about family. They could have family over there as well. I don't know that. Let's see. Anyone else look at how closely Showalter's apartment and the crime scenes are? King and Queen roads are tiny and are connected together like a circle, all of a football field with a track around it. And that was another thing. And I'm going to ask that in a minute. Let me write my question down because I need to get through this so I can get it off my screen. Hold on, let me write my question down so I don't forget it. Because it's about Hoodie Guy and the creepy neighbor. All right, let me go ahead and get through this real quick. I gotta find where I left off. All right, so it says among the other individuals cleared out by police are two surviving roommates or housemates who were in the home at the time of the killings, and the other friends who were in the home when the 911 calls were made are not considered suspects. Now, I don't know how they're going to clear them as well. Like, yeah, they were in the house when police got there, but how are you going to clear them that quick? Like, you would need their DNA, you would need phone records for the night before, earlier that morning. There's no way in hell you can get them that quick. So the private party, who then gave the pair a ride home from the truck, and Goncalves' former long-term boyfriend, with whom she shared a dog, were also ruled out as suspects. Once again, how do you prove, like, person who even gave them a ride home or the boyfriend? Like, how do you? I don't understand their method of clearing people that quickly. Okay, the Moscow Police Department has reportedly urged people not to engage with unbridled speculation online and to only trust updates and information released by authorities. We firmly believe speculation and unvetted information is a disservice to the victims, their families, and our community. But yet they won't put out to the community what they have on this person who did this so the community can know who to be on the look for when they're out in the community. The Moscow Police Department is committed to providing information whenever possible, but not at the expense of compromising the investigation and prosecution, the department said in a statement earlier this week. All right, give me just 1 second, y'all. Okay. All right, so in another statement on Monday, the department confirmed investigators are aware of an isolated incident involving Goncalves and two men back in October. And they even cleared these two men. Lawnmower Man, I'm going to get to him in a few minutes. He's the creepy neighbor. He's completely suspicious. All right, so the two men who allegedly followed Goncalves into a business and as she returned to her car are not believed to be involved in the murder. Tensions between investigators and the victims' families have continued to mount over the past week as official updates become more and more sparse. Speaking to the Fox News on Tuesday, Mr. Goncalves revealed that he is now considering hiring an attorney to try to force police to release information about the case. Let me check my email real quick. Yeah, wait, what up, baby? I know. Thank you. That was too funny. Okay. Sama, too, how are you? All right, so the grieving father said that he has consulted with several attorneys about what legal avenues could be used to challenge what he feels is lack of transparency from police, as he accused officials of messing up a million times during the ongoing probe. And honestly, you can't blame him. He is wanting to know what happened to his child, and they're not wanting to tell him anything. All right, give me a second. I need to look at something real quick. Do we know if the two jugglers knew each other? No. But I want to say when we were looking into him last night after the live ended, I don't think that there was a connection found. But I'll have to get confirmation on that from Crime Crazy. All right. So he says, Mr. Goncalves says that there are things that we can request and things that we can do to get the truth faster. You have to fill out forms and get this evidence released to you, and I don't know how to do that. He added that they've messed up a million times, but I don't get to say that because what experience does Steve have? He doesn't know. He's just a dad who woke up one day and his life was turned upside down. Okay, so Crime Crazy is saying that as of right now, we're still digging into it. There's no link between the two jugglers. Or, wait, one's a juggler. And what was the creepy dude? What was he called? Crime Crazy? Something with fire sticks. I forgot what you said. Hey, Concrete Angel, how are you? All right, so in his own interview with the network on Tuesday, Chief Fry broke down in tears as he vowed to get that the case is not going cold and continued to insist that no stone will go unturned until the killer is caught. And I hope he sticks to that word, y'all. I really do, for the sake of the families and the victims. He is a drop kick. Oh yeah, you mean fire stick dancer? Yeah, the fire stick dancer. I couldn't remember what you had called it last night. Okay, this case is not going cold. We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence. We're still looking at all the aspects of this, he said. Now, they're claiming that when the kids went home, because some of them went home like the week before Thanksgiving because they were scared. They didn't want to be on the campus or near the campus because they didn't know who did this and all this and that. So the school allowed them to go home early. And if they wanted to do the online courses, they could. So they said that if anybody who was not at the school or on campus or close to the campus, that agents would fly out to wherever they were at. So I'm wondering, since there's no type of extradition treaty with the U.S. and Africa, if Hoodie Guy did go to Africa and they need to talk to him, would they be allowed to legally go over there and speak to him in person? Or would they need him to come back here? All right. So Chief Ross said early on that no stone will go unturned, and I mean that. We are going to continue, and this case is not going cold. Choking up with emotion, he added, "I'm a dad with daughters, and it's tough. We're human. We don't get we don't go to these and just turn it off. It affects us, but we have a job to do, and we're going to continue to do that job. Going to continue to push forward." I really truly hope he means that. Um, because I mean, the victims need justice, and the family needs answers. Because the families, more than likely, they haven't even started the grieving process. You know what I'm saying? Like they're, and I think it was Kaylee's dad that said that, he hasn't even got a chance to grieve his daughter's murder because of all the stuff that's going on. Let's see. I miss what's going on with Brown Bear. I couldn't pay attention to all the chat. If he's in Africa and he did it, Elias shit out of luck. Nothing they can do. Yeah, I know they can't go over there and get him. Um, but I wonder if they can legally go over there and question him. I mean, they should have told all of these people, especially like, even if they went home, especially people like Hoodie Guy, because I'm sure they knew that he had ties to Africa and his family goes out of the country a good bit and all this and that. Um, don't leave the country. Stay where we can get in touch with you. That's what they should have told them all. Okay, if he's in Africa, he will screw up again eventually. I wonder how bad African prison is. If he's over there, more than likely he's probably with his parents. They could have just used it as um, a trip to go over there and do more medical aid for the people over there. Then again, they were saying that if he did go out of the country, was this trip planned before the murders happened? And yeah, they can easily say, well, this trip was planned. You know, that's not the reason why he went out of the country, is because he did it and then fled and all this and that. But it can be easily be said or questioned, okay, well, yeah, the trip was already planned, but maybe he knew he was going out of the country. And let's just use Kaylee as an example, because a lot of people are thinking that Kaylee was a target. Hey, the CNY family, how are you? Can't stay, but did you hear the Kylie news? I watched the video. Is that what you're talking about? Um, Nick's video? If he's in Kenya, they have extradition agreements with the U.S. Yeah, see, I don't know what part of Africa he's in, but what I was saying is, if the trip was planned, hey Phil, um, and like I said, let's use Kaylee because they're saying that she was a target. He knew she was going to be leaving. I mean, that's out there. She was leaving, moving to Texas to start her new job in January. He knew he was going to be out of the country. He probably would never see her again, wouldn't know where she was at in Texas. This was the only chance he had. He does what he does, and boom, he's out of the country. And he can say, well, the trip has been planned. It was a planned trip for however long. That's the reason why I left the country. Okay, it hurts to cry every night for these poor kids. It's killing me in my heart. I know, it's very sad. Crickets in the room. And it breaks my heart for the families because, I understand that the the whole process of everything takes time. like getting all the forensics and sending those off and getting those back. All that takes time. Questioning people takes time. Like the investigation as a whole takes time. But at the same time, they should still be keeping in touch with the parents and telling them stuff and just be like, hey, we're going to tell you this. We're trying to be transparent with you, but please don't put it out to anyone. And as long as they're being transparent, then the family, more than likely would do that. They wouldn't put anything out. But that's the only reason why Kaylee's dad was putting anything out. Is because he feels like that the police department's not doing anything. The only thing is that AWP released Nick, the AAA guy. They released his whole video. They released it today behind a paywall, and then I believe Sunday is when they're going to release it to the public. So I'm not going to be playing it until it's released to the public. Yeah, they did. Okay, let me grab this other. This one came out today. Maybe news ain't moving forward. Yeah, Susie, we'll get to watch it. I have the copy of it. The person that sent it to me, I can't remember if they're a member. I'm sure they would have to be in order to get it, but I'm not going to play it um, until they release it out to everybody. I don't know, to see my family's still in here. They said they couldn't stay. All right, let me stop this here. I've seen no channel make a map of how close Showalter lived to murder sites. 1112 King Road. Showalter was very close on Queen Road. I can pull up the map here in just a second. D22, after I get done with this article here, then I can pull it up. All right. Let me make sure this is the one. Yeah, this is it. So this is the only other article I have. Miss Puddin', how are you? And D22, you're very welcome. All right, let me pull this up real quick. We'll get through this and then I'll pull the map up. Because the map, I can even show where the creepy dude lives at. Okay, give me just 1 second. All right, so I'm going to go over this and I'll pull up the maps and then I'm going to go over the creepy neighbor thing because on the maps I can show how close he was as well. All right, and this one here will take just a second. This is just neighbors of the U of I homicides tell a party culture around the home, unusually quiet night. So several residents on the block. Let me see. Is this the one that I wanted? Oh no, wait. This is the one I read last night. Yeah, so this is not the one that I wanted. Yeah, this is the one. But it does have about the creepy dude in this one. And the other salty neighbor. So I'm not going to read this one. I read over it last night. Which guy's case? Hold on, let me grab the maps real quick. Let's see. 22. All right. There's no subscribers. Okay. All right. Okay, can everybody see this? I'll try to zoom in here. Wait, what needs to be a note for Nightbot? Wait, little baby. Can we make it? Oh, about the subscribers? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, let me see if it'll let me copy and paste that so that way I can just. All right. Okay, yeah, I can do that in just 1 second. That way, so y'all don't have to worry about. I keep typing it out. I've got it copied, and then I'll run and paste it real quick in a second into the Nightbot. Okay, so where the red pen is, that's where the murders happened. Okay, no problem. Right, and Crime Crazy, I can email. What you can email what to us? I'm so behind in chat. Okay, so the red pen is where the house is that the murders took place. And I'll zoom it in. Let me grab my little street view dude here and just show y'all real quick. They do have it blurred out. But as y'all can tell, it is the house. This over here, these two apartment buildings, I believe Jack S. lives in one of these, and the creepy neighbor lives in one of them as well. Creepy neighbor, I believe, is. Well, I'm not going to say which one is his, but I do have his address. But this is how close they were. Literally just across Queen Road, because this road that goes up beside of them or between the apartments and the house where the murder took place is just there's like this little bitty road that goes in between them. So you can see where, and I still don't understand why they have the house listed as King Road. Hey Gregory, how are you? Watching from Texas, visiting my grandchildren. Oh, well, Gregory, you have fun with that. Hold on, let me make sure. There's other channel, other us. Oh, okay, I got it. Thank you, Crime Crazy. I'll put them in just a second. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Casey, I don't know why they did the blur on the house. I guess probably because it's an active crime scene still. I don't know. It wasn't like that to begin with. And then when I was on there looking at something on maps one day, then it popped up and it was all blurred out. All right, so y'all remember when the creepy dude had said in the article that I read last night that on the Sunday morning he got up and it wasn't the typical 15 to 20 uh, people out in the backyard at the fire pit? Well, he lives in this apartment complex. There's trees through here. I'm still trying to figure out because whenever you do the street view, and I'll grab the little dude right here, you cannot do a street view up Queen Road through here. You can't do. Let me move it around. Oh shit, I'm going too fast with him. You can't do a street view anywhere around the apartment complex. It literally. Oh shit, I'm not trying to make y'all sick doing this. You can only go to right here to the corner. So if he's sitting here and he's watching these kids and how many people or whoever the typical people are that are always in the backyard the next morning after a party, he's got to be somewhere out in here where he's like ground level watching. I don't know if he's out there with his fire sticks or what the hell he's doing out there. And I'm wondering when he's claiming that he stumbled. Hey, don't go crazy. How are you? Um, when he claimed that he stumbled into his neighbor's house party over the summer, and he says that he talked to Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee. If that house where the murders happened at, if that's where, if that's the neighbors that he's referring to, that he stumbled into their house party. The dude is very suspicious. He does have robbery charges on him. He's got drug charges on him. He's got 2 different trespassing charges on him. He's got some driving issues also. Um, oh yeah, wandered. That's what it was. He said he wandered into his neighbor's uh, house party. And while he was there, Sway, have a good night, honey. And while he was there, he talked to Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee. Now, he didn't mention Maddie, but he mentioned those 3. And now, just a few months later, those 3 plus another one have all been murdered. Hold on. Wait, hold on 1 second, y'all. I just need to mute for a second. Okay. So the dude is very suspicious. Alright. But like I said, that's how close they are. It's just a little bitty, almost like a side road, or we call them back roads where I'm from because, like, you have to get down one of these roads to get to my house. Like, they're just small blacktop uh, back roads, I guess you would say. And then also, I wanted to point out, if I know there might have been some people who wasn't in here last night, but y'all remember when it was sent to me about, and I'll drag little dude back down here so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Sinful Butterfly, some of the comments that were made have been turned over. Um, there was something else that he had put out that had been turned over. His Facebook is very disgusting. All right, so remember last night whenever I showed y'all the camera on Linda Avenue? There's the camera up there. Um, all right, so I wanted to show y'all this, like how close these apartments are to. It's just very easy for someone. I'm just trying to get it spun around here. Very easy for someone to have left their house and got onto some of these other streets. I mean, they could have had a car parked down here and it was very easy to get to. But there's Taylor Avenue down there. We were talking about these apartments with that camera on it. Well, all you got to do, and I can't go through here with Street View because it won't allow me to go through there. But all they had to do, they could have very easily left the house, came out the back door, which we see right here. They could have came through here, and they could have, I mean, parked anywhere over here. But there's a lot of houses down through this. But if you're going to park in an apartment complex, who's really going to pay attention to the car? You could park there, and other people in the complex can see a new car and be like, oh, well, they're just maybe visiting someone else in one of the buildings. But they could have very easily come through here, just walked casually through the parking lot, went right over here. I mean, it's all open through here. Simple Butterfly, if you follow my Twitter account, there is some of the pictures from his Facebook on the Twitter account. Or was it Crime Crazy? The picture that you sent to us last night, was that from his Twitter or I mean his IG account or his Facebook? But I know the pictures are on Twitter. He's he's got that creepy vibe to him. Okay, so it was Facebook. All right. So Miss Puddin, I was just showing on Linda Lane there is a camera. I don't know if police knew that to begin with, but that also has been turned over to them. There's a camera on this building right here that is pointing straight down Linda Lane all the way to Taylor Avenue. Um, if anybody drove from the house, if they were parked here at the house, they would have had to have went out King Road, down Taylor Avenue. They would have passed right by Linda Avenue going out, and that camera would have picked it up because it's pointing straight down to Taylor Avenue. And I was just showing that also all this is open. You can drive a car through here, get over into this parking lot behind the apartment complex, and the house is right here. So if the person drove there, but they were trying to hide their car or anything like that, they could have parked it anywhere around here. If you park a car in an apartment complex, people may notice it as being a new car, or maybe they've seen it there before, but they're not really going to think a whole lot about it because you can be visiting somebody else in the complex. Versus if you park it in front of the house or you park it over here on the road somewhere, this is all houses. People are going to notice it and it's going to seem suspect. All right, so let me get this down. But yeah, that's how close they are. Literally just a small blacktop road in between the house where the murders happened and that apartment complex. Okay, let me grab my screenshots now. And once I get done with all this and showing everything that I have, if anybody wants to come up on panel, y'all can just let me know and I'll drop a link. As a matter of fact, let me do the Nightbot thing real quick. They could have parked. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Miss Puddin'. Like, they could have just parked down on Linda Lane as some of those apartment complexes and just walked through there. A lot of students walk because they're right across the road from the campus. So they'll walk through there. If somebody, whoever did this, if they live right there close and they're just somebody sees them through there walking, who's going to think anything about it? You could have been walking to the campus or walking back from the campus or anything like that. You would have basically blended in with your surroundings because you're from the area. Nobody would think anything about it. Yes, D Stewart, I do. I don't remember if I downloaded these or not. I think I did. Let me do Nightbot real quick so um, the mods don't have to keep typing in those long messages. Okay, anyone from those apartments would have walked around back. Yeah, I mean, and it makes the creepy neighbor more suspect because of some of the stuff he said. And then when he's doing the interview with the people, they put in the article that he was sitting there, how he was staring at the now empty house. Still learning, stranger. As of now, Ellie hasn't released enough information to me think otherwise. So that's the problem. They haven't released nothing, and that's honestly putting the community in danger. All right, it's gonna take me just 1 second, y'all. I just need to do these for the Nightbot, so like I said, they don't have to keep uh, typing these long messages. All right, I don't even remember all of my commands. Write this down, and then I'm gonna bring up the screenshots. So it's gonna take me just a second. All right, so one of them is going to be note. Wait. So, did I already put one? I must have already put one in for we don't condone subscribers contacting the family. I must have already put that in because it's on here. All right. So, can one of the mods do the don't and note? So, did you put it in, Crime Crazy? Into Nightbot? Okay, so note is working. Try don't and see if it works. Okay, I don't know, I must have put it in there. But that's the two new ones, note and then DONT for don't. Let's see if it works. Okay. Alright, so they both work. Wonder why everybody wasn't asked for DNA. That's what I'm talking about, Mrs. Puddin'. Like, they should have asked everybody. I'd have been like, everybody in the neighborhood, I need your DNA. Else, I need a list. I deleted all my emails. Okay, Mark, can I send it to you after I'm done? Because actually, I need to write them all down too. I done forgot. I just know email. Can't believe the police let everyone go home for the holidays right after killing. I think Lawnmower Man, the reason why they did that is because a lot of the kids were scared. Um, they didn't really know anything about this guy or the person who did it. I keep saying guy, but they don't really know anything about the person who did it. And I think that's why they allowed the kids to go home. I know one of the professors there said that he was going to cancel classes because he didn't feel comfortable with the kids, coming into class and they don't know, anything about the person. Okay, I'm not getting. Seems like someone who's been watching or knows them very well as the house. I'm pretty sure, and see, that's another thing. If this creepy guy, creepy neighbor, if it was their house that he wandered into, therefore he knew the layout of the house. Maybe he had been watching these kids, specifically the girls, and he saw they were having a party, and he just went right on over there, went up in the house, partied with some college kids, drink with them, got the layout of the house. You know what I'm saying? All right. We're just gonna listen for a while. Night all. D Stewart, you have a good night, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Yeah, Lawnmower Man. That's what he said in an article that I had read last night. He after the killings or after the murders. I hate saying the word killings, but after the murders, he had did an interview, and he said that one night over in the summer, he wandered into one of his neighbor's house parties. Now, I don't know how the fuck you just wander on up in a house full of college kids. Yes, wait, what a baby he is. Um, but he said that he wandered into one of his neighbor's house parties and talked to Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee. Like I said, he didn't mention Maddie, but here it is November, and three people that he mentioned are now deceased. Give me a second, y'all. All right. Okay, most of the evening watching them from a distance. Yes, and we must remember this dude is a chef. And there was a picture. Where did I see the picture? Maybe it was emailed to me about him claiming that his re-up, which was talking about his food, wasn't like it was 10 years ago. And if I'm not mistaken, in the picture there was a knife in it. Wait, just a question of five guys. I guess they are FBI that recently went into the house. Why they didn't want anyone to really see their faces. They might have been undercover, Lark. Um, they might have been in town and just didn't want people to see their faces. So if they were out and about in town, or um, possibly following someone, they wouldn't have wanted people to know they were undercover. All right, so on this one, I got just a few different screenshots, and I'm gonna pull up the article that I read about this guy last night in a few minutes too, on some of the creepy shit that he said. So why not or ask her something? I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna go over his criminal record in a few minutes too, Lawnmower Man. I have his criminal record. Um, and somebody had mentioned something last night on Twitter. I forgot who it was. It might have been G's. And about did he have a J name? And at the time I said no because it was just this Einen Harsh name. And then once I got to looking into his background record, he has aliases, and he goes by James or Jim as his aliases. So yeah, we do have another J name. All right, so this is what he says November the 1st. How do you deal with a note on your door from neighbors asking you not to play music during quiet hours? Plot twist, there's no quiet hours in my rental agreement, and I live in the middle of three frat houses on Greek Road. That was left on my door during a weekend I wasn't even home. Trying not to judge, but I think it's from the family of five who somehow thought that it was wise to raise a family of middle schoolers on Greek Road while spending their expandable income on a brand new Lexus SUV. If y'all remember, he did say in the article as well, when he did the interview, that the night of the murders, when he came home on the 12th, well, early on the 13th, he said he came home about 1 o'clock. So if he came home at 1 o'clock and Dylan and Bethany came home at 1 o'clock, they should have all been in the little area of the house around the same time. And he claims that there was what did he say, a Lexus? I want to say he said a black Lexus SUV parked in front of the house. Because this dude is just creepy, white little baby. He seems very salty, like Anna, the next door neighbor, sounded. All right. Then he says, anyone trying to sell a car. This is October the 3rd. Anyone trying to sell a car, looking for a wagon uh, or roomy back. I like to sleep in my cars with high miles per hour, under 100,000 miles, under 10,000 cash. Looking for good life expectancy too. So a Honda, Toyota, Jetta for the most part. He's just, this dude is, y'all see, once I keep reading some of the shit he said, um, it's just creepy. All right, I'll go back to this one in a second. Okay, let me find, I gotta go to this one first. All right, so this is where he says November the 15th. So 2 days after the murders. He says 4 killed and stabbing across street, no screams, no evidence, no trace. So like professional killers, like he's asking a question. But why on 3 sorority girls? Shit doesn't make sense. Well, these 3 girls were not sorority girls. All right, and then someone says, well, I heard it may have been a targeted killing. And he says, okay, that was on the 15th. So he posted this on the 14th. I thought living in Tweakerville was crazy. Now I'm in Greek Row. 4 people found dead in my neighbor's house. All right, so he says up here, no screams, no evidence, no trace. Sleeps in cars, or is it? Yeah, that's I'm telling y'all, this dude is weird. Especially when he was talking about like what he does whenever he gets home during his wind down time, where he feeds his cat, drinks his tea while playing his PS4, and then practices juggling. All right, so then, all right, so he posts that on November the 15th about no screams and all that. All right, so then this article comes out, and it says a man who lives near the home where 4 University of Idaho students were killed last month has come forward about hearing a scream early on the morning of the attacks in the area of the crime scene, according to a local report. Concrete Angel, his Facebook is pretty disgusting. So if you do go over there and look at it, and you go through his pictures, make sure that there's no kids around. All right, so Einan Harsh, a local chef, told the Idaho Statement he got home around 1:30 a.m. on November the 13th after working late. The home at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, was usually bustling even at that time. He told the news site, but instead, there was not a lot of activity. So he's claiming there's not a lot of activity. So did he see someone going in and out of the house, or other cars up in the driveway, or whatever? He said hours later, as he began to fall asleep around 4 a.m., he said that he heard what sounded like a scream coming from the area of 1122 King Road, the statement reported. However, Harsh reportedly did not think much of the scream, but instead associated it with a party sound rather than more of a negative value. He said, I didn't think anything of it, Harsh told the news site. After what happened, I've definitely had second thoughts. Maybe it was not a party sound. He said that he reportedly said he did not initially tell police about the sound, but then it goes on to say, and I'm gonna pull up the Statesman report. It has like the full report on, which was the one I was reading last night, um, where he talks about that he ended up going over to the house and talking to police and letting them know what he found or what he heard. All right, I think that was all of them on him for right now. All right, and then this one here was just about the hoodie guy. I'm gonna go ahead and read it real quick. I don't know if it's. I think this is going to be 15 minutes of fame, Gregory, that he's not going to want. He's been in the house, talked with him before. Yeah, and geez, did you see my tweet that I responded back about the J name? This dude has the J name too. It's one of his aliases. All right, so this guy says he's an admin. So I'm posting for a member that wishes to remain anonymous. I have fully vetted them. It is a fact that the hoodie guy had been acting weird at the bar, and the girls had accompanied. Um, and the girls had complained as he was creeping them out. My niece was with them and her roommates, along with other sorority sisters, that evening at the bar. He had creeped the girls out that much to make a complaint. Stalking behavior, if you ask me. He then went to the food truck and made them feel uncomfortable. And how in the video he leaves abruptly when their ride comes to, is disturbing. So, them and her roommates. So I wonder if Kaylee or Maddie was this person's niece, and they're just not coming out and saying it. Miss Puddin, the creepy guy, he is a chef. Okay. All right. So they said, I am curious, where was his vehicle parked? It's not within walking distance to his supposed address next to the girl's home, if that is indeed correct. Did he get a ride home with an Uber or Lyft? What time? Who leaves at 2 a.m. to drive to a hunting cabin? And it is hunting season in Idaho. And is it hunting season in Idaho still? The phone records and DNA are most likely still being processed. And it cut the bottom of the screenshot off. So, but this person is saying that Hoodie Dude is very suspect. That her niece was with them. My niece was with them and her roommates, along with other sorority sisters. All right, so let me get the name of that. What's it at? What they call the Statesman report. Okay, let me go grab that real quick, because I'm gonna go over that as well. And then I've also got um, his criminal record, which I can go ahead and do that now, and then I'll pull the report up. Is there a Nextdoor app in Moscow? I have no idea. Cricket Moon. Thank you, Lawnmower Man. I listened to a chat at work last night about SE guy having a tripod. Yes, Lark. Someone had said that they belong to some kind of photography group or something. I forgot what they called themselves. But they claimed that they had a camera set up behind the house. Now, I don't know why they would have a camera set up behind these girls' house. filming from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. on the night that the murders happened. Who said, Kate, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Um, but they had this camera set up, obviously is pointing at the house because they were able to capture allegedly a female running from the side of from the side of the house on around close to 2 a.m. when a truck pulls into the driveway. Now, it was said that Dylan and Bethany got home at 1 o'clock. It was said that Ethan and Xana got home about 1:45, and then Kaylee and Maddie got home at 1:56. So I don't know if they meant close to 2 o'clock, if that's when Maddie and Kaylee got home, because there was someone that did give them a ride. So maybe that was the people who were pulling up. Still don't know why they would have a camera on this night that this murder happens. They're able to capture someone leaving the house at 2 o'clock, but they don't capture someone going into the house or leaving the house. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much, and says add into the mod squad Christmas gift fund. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. So I don't understand that. Um, that makes no sense. You know, we saw the pictures. The what is it? The back sliding glass door from any picture I've ever seen didn't have anything covering it. If it's dark and there's lights on in the house, you can see straight in through that sliding glass door and see everything going on in the kitchen area. The window over the sink didn't have anything covering it, so at night, once again, you can see. If Kaylee's got her light on upstairs, then you can see everything in the sliding glass door there. If the windows were open in Maddie's room, you can see everything in there. So why were they only filming at night? When they knew that the girls were there, they knew that they would be able to see into the house. They claimed that the video has been turned over to police. Why? That's what I want to know. Why are they filming? And they didn't say about filming any other night. But just that night, it was behind the house, and they picked up someone running from the side of the house. But they never seen anybody go into the house or come out of the house later on after the murders happened. They don't say that there's flashlights, like if all the lights are out in the house. They don't say that they've seen flashlights, uh, cell phones going off with lights on it or anything like that. They don't say nothing about none of that. Just that the girl left at 2 a.m. All right, now I gotta find what I did with this dude's. What the hell did I do with it? Oh, here we go. All right, so let me get his stuff pulled up, and then I'm gonna scroll down on his address real quick so it doesn't show that. Something really crazy definitely seems to be going on, like with another case we have all. Yeah. Yeah, Lark, if you're talking about Kylie's case, and yeah, I'm still following it, still keeping up with it. Because there's a lot of shady stuff going on with that case, too. Could it have been a motion activated camera? I don't know, because they didn't say that that's what it was, but still, why would you have it in these girls' in their backyard, pointing at their house? What would be the need, especially between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m.? What would be the point in it? All right, give me just a second. I just want to make sure that I don't have his address, even though everybody knows where he lives at. I haven't said his apartment number, and I don't want to put that out or any of the other addresses. Alright, so let me go. This is his criminal record. So let me get this pulled up now. Let's see. Wait, Cricket Moon, what about the guy who Venmo'd Ethan? Oh, he said Kate, I saw that too. Which is, I think, would be a conflict of interest. All right. Can everybody see this okay, or do I need to zoom it in a little bit? Yeah, Miss Pudding, it was during nighttime hours. So like I said, if it's dark outside, you got all the lights on in the house, and there's nothing covering doors or windows, you can see everything going on in the house. If the girls were upstairs, like Kaylee and Maddie were up on the third floor, and any of their windows were open and they had a light on, you can see everything in the bedroom. You can see everything they're doing. It's almost a very stalker type vibes is what I'm getting from these camera people. Now I don't know if this creepy neighbor is involved with them or not, but the people, the photography group, did say that they were kicked off of Facebook for many violations, which doesn't surprise me because I wouldn't want somebody like that on Facebook anyway. Okay, I read there was drone footage of the house, like one of the film crew. And now there was someone did call police in the area of the house and said that a drone had just flew over the property and landed in the backyard. It's on the police website on the activity call log thing that you can read. So that may be another reason why they've blurred the house out for people which I mean, it's all over the internet, but maybe trying to keep people from knowing what it looks like or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what would have been their actual purpose for blurring it out because it's already been seen all over. Like it's all over YouTube. It's all over Facebook. Uh, the reporters like Brian Inton and the Nancy Lou lady who was outside the house, like they didn't blur it out in their videos. So wait, what was prior to the murders? The suspect way? Part of OnlyFans, but no clue what it really is. Yeah, I've heard that. I want to say 3 of the girls had OnlyFans accounts. The drone flight. No, there was one after the murders too, and I should have got a screenshot of it. Was it in December? I can't remember if it was at the end of November or the beginning of December. I'll have to go back through the call log. So, but it was the one that I'm talking about was after the murders had happened. They said that there was a drone that had flew over the property and then landed in the backyard. I don't know if it was one of the neighbors that called or if it was one of maybe a news crew that was there or something and seen it. Hold on, let me see what troll. Okay. Hey Sharon, how are you? Let's see, E Mathers. See, the screams are bullshit. Another YouTuber making shit up for clicks and views. Yes, E Mathers. If you were around for Gabby's case, and yeah, he's done this before. Okay. All right. Is there any that validity to the camera tripod in the backyard? Crown Royal, yes, it has been said that 2 or 3 of the girls that lived at the house, not just the ones who were victims, but out of all the girls, it's been said that 2 or 3 of them had OnlyFans accounts. One of the kids acting like, maybe I saw the video somewhere of them. Concrete Angel, I didn't see that video that you're talking about. All right, so here is the harsh guy's criminal record. And some of these are going to show his, well, these are past addresses, so it should be fine. All right, so it says that he is 5'11". He's 135 pounds. He has brown eyes, brown hair. He's a very creepy looking dude. And the way he describes it, blood gurgling screams. Oh, yeah, I know, Mather. I think that he saw where this guy here that we're talking about claims that he heard screams, and he went and just grabbed a video from somewhere and just threw it out there that it came from the house that night. He's basically doing it for clicks and views. All right, so the first one he has an inhalant possession and use charge. Let's see, that was 2012. Then January, same day, he has an unlawful inhalant use. He also has possession of marijuana charge for the same day. Okay. Which all of those were felonies. Okay, let's see. And some of the charges are stuck in a different spot on a few of them, so it takes me a second to find them all. Let's see, what is this one? Unlawful use or possession of an inhalant. So apparently he likes to inhale stuff. Let's see, what is these? Driving uninsured. So yeah, he does have a couple of different traffic charges on him. This is a possession of marijuana, misuse of a special left turn lane. Yeah, just because they had an OnlyFans account doesn't mean that they were doing any type of sexual stuff on there. I know that like some people do that on there, but that just because they had one doesn't mean that's what they were doing. Okay, let's see. King Scarlet, I'm not even going to say his name on here. If one of the mods wants to drop his name in the chat, that's fine. But I'm not going to. He's not worth me mentioning his name. I'm not sure. I don't know how that works. Okay. Alright, so there's nothing on that one, so we gotta scroll down. Yeah, probably paint thinner. What was the other stuff the air that's in a can? You know, like you can get to blow out the back of your computers and stuff like that. They used to inhale that shit too. Yeah, Ian Mather, I'm not even gonna mention his name. I do not refer people to that name that I will not mention. Yes, dust cleaner, like the air in a can. I guess it's called dust cleaner. I just know I used to get them and clean the back of my computer out. Okay, let's see. 1 second. All right. Okay, so now I've done lost my damn thing again. Hold on, let me get it pulled back up here. All right. Yeah, let's see. This was a controlled substance. Yeah, that was controlled substance charge. Okay, this is the one he had. It was a controlled substance. He was in possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. It actually has, I think, two of those or three maybe. Hey Jim, how are you? All right. He has robbery in the second degree. And there was an email sent to me last night that one of the mods sent. I'll have to see if I can find it. But allegedly, this dude and two other guys um, had gotten pulled over. There was, during the search of the car, there was some ecstasy pills. What else was listed? Cocaine, marijuana. They had tried to steal marijuana from another guy, which I believe is where the robbery came in. Uh, this dude here grabbed the weed, the dude, and ran out of the guy's apartment. The guy chased him and got the weed back. And then the other two guys that was in the car jumped out and they all jumped on the guy and somebody saw it happening and called police on them and police ended up catching up with them. So let's see. All right, so he does have the robbery in the second degree. Then he has driving while license suspended third degree. Like I said, he's got a couple of traffic things on here. Then he's got a criminal trespass in the second degree. So, I mean, obviously the dude has no problem just going up where he doesn't belong or isn't invited. That even come out of his mouth when he wandered on up in his neighbor's house. Yeah, it says criminal trespassing in the second degree. That was May of 2014. Yeah, I still don't understand how you wander over into your neighbor's house party. All right, so he pled guilty to that one. Let's see. Additional sentence info says suspended time 90 days. All right, so then he has trespass building first. Is this from the same day? So no. So this is from 2012. He has a trespass charge. Must have missed the dust cleaner part. Um, it's just where he has some charges for possession of an inhalant. Where's flues? No homeworkers. Okay. What is this next one? Alright, so now he has another controlled substance with no prescription. So he's clearly into drugs. Uh, hey, Crime Stories Obsessed, how are you, honey? Okay. And y'all give me a second. For some reason, now my chat wants to. Okay. All right. So he's into drugs. He's into prescription pills. Like I said, in the car with him and his two friends. They had cocaine, they had ecstasy pills, and all that. Melissa Moon, how are you? Crime Stories Obsessed, Merry Christmas to you as well, honey. Alright, what else we got here? Another controlled substance possession with no prescription. That was in 2012. This is from 2010. He actually has two charges. One was dismissed, one was guilty. Robbery in the second degree. Again. Any ideas in street lamps or street lights or lamps? Zara, you talking about around the house? I don't think there was any outside that I can remember. The only ones I've seen at night, like when the reporters are there, it's just there's like at the front door, I believe there's two lights on the little part that goes out over the front door. And then the girls had like the outside party lights or whatever at the back door, the sliding glass back door that they had up. I don't think there was any street lights or any other lights on the outside of the house other than just those. All right, let's see here. This is possession of marijuana, misuse of a special left turn lane, fugitive complaint. Let's see, what else did he have? Use of unlawful use or possession of an inhalant. Another inhalant possession. He had to pay a $100 fine for that. And then he was a fugitive from justice. This was back in 2012 as well. Alright, so they arrested him on that. So this dude's got like a long criminal record. I don't know how he's still out there. See, he's got a criminal traffic charge, another criminal traffic. Okay, so that was all of them. The SO information, that's just someone who lived around one of his addresses. So that's all that was. His social profiles. He's got LinkedIn, Facebook, MySpace. I don't know who still owns MySpace, but he's got that. No business profiles. No licenses. Nothing on his finances. He has no assets, so we don't know what type of vehicle he drives. So we're going to have to dig more into this guy. Let's see. Okay, so that was all of it. What was the date of his last offense? Okay, let me go back through them real quick, because I don't think they're all in order. So we got 2010, 2012. See, that's 12. Let's see. Where's the next one at? This one is 2012. I want to say he had one in 2020. I'll have to see if I'm correct on that. That's January of 2012, March of 2012. March, let's see, January, that's 2010. 12, that's 11. That's 11. Okay, we got one in 2014, 2018. Okay, there's 10, 12, 12. That's 12. All these are 12 as well. So, okay, that was old address. So 2018. Let me go back down and see what it was real quick. Wait, where did it go? Okay, he has driving while license is suspended on the third degree. Is the last one from 2018. Yeah, he's only 30 years old. So I'm going to see if I can find the article that was emailed to me. I got some other stuff that Troll just said he emailed to me as well. Is it safe to say he didn't have a good 2012? 2012, 2011, it seems like two really bad years for him. Oh, and let me check Pam's thing and see if it came real quick while I'm waiting on this to come up. No, I still didn't get Pam's email, so she may have to send it to me again. Let's see, I think they have some blood samples with that long sheet. Yeah, I mean, he should have had, they should have his DNA on record. All right. I don't know if he has a car or not, Kitty, but he did say, unless he got somebody to drive him home, that the night that this, well, the early morning when this happened, on the 13th, he got home about, was it around 1 o'clock? A little after 1:30, something like that. Um, which should put him getting home the same time or right around the same time as what Dylan and Bethany came home. Okay, let me see what Troll has sent to me here real quick, y'all. He sent me like 2 different emails. Okay, wait, we have an update on something. Okay, so there's an update. Here's a video about the guy who, I'm not even gonna say the guy's name because he's not worth it, but the guy who created the Scream audio video and how he clearly has no ethics, repeats misinformation, and will fake things for clicks, which we already knew that. So he faked a video about the Gabby Petito case and actually laughed when called out for it. Don't believe anything he puts out. So someone has exposed him on YouTube. Is that the video that you sent to me? Okay. So, yeah. That's the reason why I did not play the video, the screen video. Um, the dude is a very disgusting person. He literally, when they were trying to find Brian Laundrie because of what he done to Gabby, this dude took it upon himself to make a fake ass video that Brian Laundrie was in a boat and he had posted it on social media, hurry up and deleted it, but yet this one creator was the only one who happened to clip it before he deleted it. Hold on, let me see what this is. Hold on, I need to mute for just 1 second where he can show me this. Okay, so he was explaining an email that he's about to send to me. Hey, Salerno, how are you? That is true. Wait, little baby, I don't have time for doing stuff for just clicks and views. Like, I'd much rather put out the facts. Like, I don't want people to look at me or my channel and be like, oh, that's a channel who doesn't provide facts or the correct information. Lois, I just sent you an email for a bulk pack of composition books. Okay, let me make sure that I got it. Because Pam, she sent me an email and I still haven't gotten it. Okay, so I did get yours, Werewolf Queen. Thank you. All right, so let me grab this other stuff real quick that Charles sent me while I'm waiting on the other email that he's sending me. I like facts, but I also like the speculation. Yeah, and see, I like. There's nothing wrong with putting facts out, but also speculating on them. Hey, Big Al, how are you? You do a damn good job of keeping it factual. It keeps me coming. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Big Al. I just don't like. I don't want to put misinformation out. That's just not right to the victims or their families. Yes, if I am. But yes, what you were saying, it's okay to have theories and and speculate about things, and people have a different opinion as what I do on things, and that's perfectly fine. But as long as I'm also providing the facts and I'm backing my facts up, then that's just I want my channel to be known for that. I just don't have time for little kid games and all the misinformation and all that. And this dude here, like, he literally gets off on putting out misinformation. He grew his channel off of Gabby and knew that people would flock to him with that video. Put the initials in chat if anyone paid attention before. Of the creator, White Widow Baby. A lot of people who wasn't here for Gabby's case probably won't know who it is. Hold on, troll. Let me look. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong. 12:37. Yes, I got it. I'm going through getting all of the stuff downloaded. I better pay attention. I'm sitting here talking and not paying attention to my downloads, and I won't know which one I got downloaded and which one I didn't. All right. Bacardi Mojito, how are you? Oh shit. I don't remember which one. I think I did this one's next. Okay. All right. White Widow Baby just dropped the initials. A lot of people will know who it is if they've been on YouTube long enough. Your description. Wait, whose video is this? Hold on, I need to find out whose video this is. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Alright, I just need to make sure. Miss Puddin says she loves everybody except for liars. Don't love liars. I don't blame you, Miss Puddin. We're all adults here. There's no point and lying about anything, especially when it comes to missing people or people who have been murdered, like in this case. Okay. Wait, what am I going to on the. Okay, so I'm going to go over this real quick. And then I'll go to the video. And someone has sent me a message on Facebook, but I cannot get my chats to come up for some reason. So if anybody sent me a message on Facebook, I'm sorry I haven't gotten back to you. I just don't know who it is because whenever I click on it, it won't come up. I blame my church. You got me involved with wanting to know about Kali Rodney. Now I'm hooked on this. Thank you. All right, so let me go back to StreamYard. Okay, don't forget to check the 20-minute. Okay, thank you, James. And if anybody wants to come up, y'all just let me know and I'll drop the link in the chat. Okay, so this person. Is this the person that put it out about. Okay, so this is the person that put it out about the other creator with the fake video. Okay, so she says confirm versus speculation. And I don't know if y'all can see this or not. I can't blow it up any further. All right, but it says a disclaimer, this is by no means an exhaustive list, nor is it static. As more evidence is discovered or disclosed, things will be added and some things will likely change from speculation to confirmed. We have to do it. Okay, that's fine, Emerald Queen. If you do, honey, you have a good night. All right. So she says that I'm starting this thread because there's a lot of theory, speculation, and rumor being spread around as though it is confirmed fact. So I tried to verify as much as I could. I'd like to keep this updated as new evidence is confirmed. So if anyone has rumors, theories, and speculation, or new evidence or evidence that I did not include in this list, please put it in the comments below and I will update the post. Hopefully everyone will find this list helpful. All right. So, what do you can find as confirmed? Police statements or statements by verified family, friends, or witnesses that are backed with credible evidence, videos, screenshots, links, verified social media accounts, media quotes of a named source. What do you define as speculation? Claims that can't be traced back to a credible source, as exampled above, claims that can only be sourced back to stated theory, speculation, or rumor, unverified claims made by reporters from anonymous sources. All right, so she put confirmed. The white vehicle in the body cam footage is not the white Hyundai Elantra that police are seeking information about. Moscow police have now shut down speculation about the video, telling The Independent on Thursday that the incident on the body cam footage is in no way connected to the murders and the white car in the background is not the same one that they are seeking information about. Brian Hoffman, how are you? All right, so this is also confirmed. The attack was targeted. This comes from the Moscow police. Anytime there is a crime against a person, there is a potential danger to the general public. However, detectives believe these murders were targeted. So we're back at it being confirmed that it was a target or a targeted attack. And I'm not going to click on the links. These are just where their sources came from. All right. The surviving roommates are not considered suspects at this time. So this comes from the Moscow police. We do not believe who is not believed to be involved, the two surviving roommates. I still don't understand how they can rule them out or clear them or not be considered as suspects or whatever. Literally 2 people. There was 6 people in the house when the murders happened. 4 are now deceased. 2 were unharmed. How did they not become like? How does police know for a fact that these 2 girls were asleep, or that there was not somebody else in the house with them? Like I don't understand where police is getting that. It's almost like they're completely believing everything that comes out of these girls' mouths. Oh yes, I was asleep and no, there wasn't nobody else here with me, but they can't confirm that. All right. Kaylee's boyfriend Jack D was the Jack who Kaylee and Maddie called several times just before 3 a.m. on the night of the murders. This comes from interviews with Kaylee's sister Olivia, who was able to access Kaylee's phone records through the family's cell phone plan. All right, and then there's the source where that's for the New York Times. So Kaylee's boyfriend Jack D is not considered a suspect at this time. It comes from the Moscow police, who is not believed to be involved. The male Kaylee and Madison called numerous times during the early morning hours of November the 13th. And I do believe that the only reason why we know that it is Jack D that they called is from Kaylee's sister. Okay. All right, let me scroll. Oh, wait. Okay, and as Kaylee's sister has identified the male Kaylee Madison called numerous times to be Kaylee's boyfriend Jack D. It's extremely likely that the police are referring to Jack D in the statement. Now, they're putting him as her boyfriend here. It's been said boyfriend, ex boyfriend. Okay. Police have interviewed a hoodie guy from the food truck video. So, Idaho State Police tells KTVB that the man in the dark jacket and light hoodie in the video has been identified and has been interviewed as part of the routine investigation. But how did they interview him? IML, how are you? Hey, Lee would love. Like, did they interview him in person? Did they see that he had no physical marks on him? No scratches, no bruises, no cuts. Like that needs to be confirmed. So Crown Royal, you've heard that they interviewed him over the phone. Well, how in the hell would they clear him then? Like you literally that'd be like me calling in on a murder case and doing an interview over the phone, and them not knowing if I had any type of marks from that night. This whoever did this very well, because they did say that some of the victims fought back. They had defensive wounds. So, how did they know that this person who did it didn't have scratches, bite marks, cuts from the knife, uh, bruises from getting hit by one of them? Just anything. IML, I believe that. All right, so they said that he has been interviewed as a part of the routine investigation. Hoodie Guy is not considered a suspect at this time. This comes from the Moscow police, who is not believed to be involved. Male at Grub Truck surveillance video. Okay, but there was how many males in the Grub Truck surveillance video? We got the hoodie guy. We got the big dude Joe. We got the long haired dude with the hat on that was there, I believe, with his girlfriend. There was how many other guys in the background? There was the guy number 9 that had the number 9 jersey. There was the guy that was there in the wife beater shirt. What guy are they talking about in the video? I'm telling everyone that being a cult related. No, just kill mirrors for me too. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me read Leave with Love saying, I'm telling everyone if this ends up being cult related, just kill me or send me to a mental hospital. Leave with Love, I don't know. I've heard about the guy with the church there and the way that he believes stuff. So I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if it was some kind of cult dealing. Does Showalter lawyer up with a team of high-powered defense attorneys? I bet the family. D22. I don't know if he lawyered up. It wouldn't surprise me because of who his parents are affiliated with. Um, Either he's lawyered up or he's been given legal advice not to talk to anybody. Because I don't think he's been on any social media. He hasn't talked to any media. He hasn't talked to anyone, did interviews other than with police, allegedly. Um, so, more than likely, he's either lawyered up or he's been given legal advice not to talk. Okay, let me. All right, so taken with the above news report describing Hoodie Guy as having been identified and interviewed by police, in addition to that fact that the online rumor mill has almost exclusively been focused on Hoodie Guy, it is extremely likely that police are referring to Hoodie Guy in the statement and not one of the many other men seen on the video. Like this lady is literally reading my mind as I'm going through this. Because I want to know what guy, what male in the grub truck surveillance video that they're talking about. Because they should have specifically said, we do not believe to be involved Hoodie Guy in the grub truck surveillance video, if that's who they're talking about. All right. The other male seen interacting with the two women in the video wearing the tan jacket, which I believe was Joe, big guy Joe, has come forward publicly. Okay, yes, as Joe V. He has not been targeted by online sleuths as a potential suspect, so it is unlikely that police would have felt the need to mention him in their statements. Okay, the person who drove Kaylee and Madison home is not considered a suspect at this time. It comes from the Moscow police, who is not believed to be involved. Private party driver who took Kaylee and Madison home on November the 13th. Why would they think that this person is not involved? That's what I would like to know. Did this person did I'm wondering, like, with the person who drove them home, did they get this person to drop them off somewhere close to the house and they just walked home so the person wouldn't know exactly where they lived at? Or did this person drive all the way to the house and drop them off? Which would explain the camera people claiming that they have someone who ran away from the house at 2 o'clock or close to 2 o'clock. All right, so let me get down to the next one real quick. Surviving roommates, at the victim's friends at the victim's house when they were found by officials the next day are not considered suspects at this time. All right, so this comes from Moscow police, who do not believe that involved any individual at the resident when 911 was called. Okay, the killer likely entered the property through the second floor sliding glass door at the rear of the house. So KREM2 News reported that Idaho is the glass door. The dog was located at the residence. So this also comes from police. The dog was unharmed, turned over to animal services, and was later released to a responsible party. Okay. All right, times everyone arrived back at the house on the night of the murder. This also from Moscow police. Kaylee and Madison were seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck. 318 South Main Street used a private party for a ride home from downtown to arrive at their 1122 King Road residence at around 1:56 a.m. So that could have been like the truck that pulled up into the driveway, and these other people are claiming that their camera caught the lady leaving or running away from the house at around 2 o'clock. Okay, at approximately 1:45 a.m., Ethan and Xana are believed to have returned to the residence at 1122 King Road. The two surviving roommates had also been out in Moscow community separately but returned home by 1 a.m. on November the 13th. Not all of the victims were found in bed. Latah County Coroner Kathy Madbuck originally told News Nation Ashley Banfield that the victims were likely sleeping and answered yes when asked were they found in beds. But she later told CBS News that earlier media reports stating all four victims had been murdered in their beds were not accurate. And the coroner actually turns out to also be the guy who was arrested the other night or the other morning, the James Leonard guy. She turns out to be his attorney as well. Okay, so speculation. Red and or black women's underwear was photographed near the house. That's clearly something red, and that there's clearly something red in the location, but whether or not they are women's underwear cannot be determined from the photo. It could be a lot of things. In an earlier photo of the area, didn't show the red object, so it may appear later in the investigation, indicating it's unrelated to the case. Another student, Hannah C., was bullied by one of the murder victims when they lived in the same dorm. The victims were targeted for revenge. And this is what I was reading over last night. When the person had went on Maddie's social media account and was saying that they deserve what they got and all this and that. So, in a tweet that had apparently been deleted, an unnamed Twitter user wrote, Hannah C. took her life in February. She shared a dorm with one of the victims and got bullied. Her birthday is November the 15th. So, police and her father confirmed Hannah died from an overdose in February of 2022. However, the claim about Maddie and Hannah either being roommates or dorm mates, or that Hannah was bullied by Maddie or anyone else, could not be verified. Every lead went back to someone said in a post that, instead of the evidence that were there, that they ever lived in a dorm together or that anyone was bullied. It's unknown if either ever lived in a dorm. We know that Maddie was actually in a sorority up until recently, but we don't know if she lived in the sorority house prior to moving into the house where she was killed. Hannah's obituary didn't mention membership in a sorority. The entire claim appears to be hearsay. All right, so the victims were killed November the 13th. So, despite the effort at making a connection with the date, neither Hannah's birthday nor her date of death was the same as the date of the murders. Two anonymous cryptic comments were later made on Maddie's Instagram alleging Maddie did something to that poor girl and that little girl, but mentioned no name. Hannah was the same age as the murder victims. As the author of the articles below stated, there is absolutely no proof about these theories hold any water or if they have ever even a shred of truth to them. All right, and if anybody wants to read any of these, it's like go through the links it's provided. It's on the University of Idaho Murders Case Discussion Facebook group. All right, so a man who threatened students with a knife on the University of Idaho campus in September is connected to the case. So the Moscow police have said that the man isn't connected to the ongoing investigation in the murders. The incident involved an argument between a group of people walking on a bike path and a cyclist. It was reported that during the confrontation, the cyclist displayed a folding knife. Both parties dispersed and there were no injuries. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't the guy on the bike like go turn himself in later on that day or something? And they ended up charging him. All right, police search outside of Jack S's or Hoodie Guy's apartment building with luminol. So the photo accompanying this claim is from an 11/16/22 article in the Seattle Times. The caption actually reads, "Police shine a blue light on a walkway at an apartment building Tuesday in Moscow, Idaho, about a block from the residence where 4 University of Idaho students were found dead on Sunday near campus. There's no evidence provided at all that this is Jack S. or Hoodie Guy's residence. Again, there is also no evidence that Hoodie Guy is Jack S." Okay, so there's a lot of this. I probably won't get through all of it. All right, now I gotta find my spot again. Well, shit. Okay. All right. So photos of the alleged blood dripping on the exterior wall of the house was confirmed to be heating oil or photoshopped. I know there was a lot of speculation about this. So raw news videos of the location shows the substance was actually there, not photoshopped. A photo taken of two girls in front of the same wall with the timestamp of October the 30th, 2022 reveals no drips. Heating oil is dyed red, but it has the same viscosity as diesel gasoline and is a translucent pink red. It doesn't resemble the thicker, darker, and more opaque red seen in the video. When zooming in, the substance appears to have been dripping down onto the pipe, onto the top of the pipe, and then from the pipe down the wall in one area, contradicting claims that the pipe was just leaking. So uh, more than likely it was blood. I'm going to lose my voice. Yeah, I'm probably not going to get through all of these because it's a lot of reading. Gregory wants to come on panel. Okay. Hold on. Gregory, I'm going to drop you the link in just 1 second. I got to mute for just 1 second, then I'll drop the link. Okay, so Gregory wants to come up. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me drop it. Okay, Gregory, I just dropped the link for you. I don't think I've ever had Gregory on panel with me, y'all. All right, let me get. All right, do you want to leave your camera on, Gregory? Okay.
Top cam, right?
Oh, hold on. Well, shit. Hold
I
on. I'll throw up a wall for you real quick if you want to cut it off.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, there you go.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. How
Hey,
are you?
Sam. I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Nice to talk to you.
I know it's nice to get you up here with me finally.
Thanks. Yeah, it's great to be here. So, who do you think did it?
Just my opinion. I'm gonna either say hoodie guy or the creepy, wandering next door neighbor.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, definitely possibilities. You know, I sort of thought initially and really pretty much all along that it was one individual, but
Mm-hmm.
now I kind of am entertaining the idea that it was the ex boyfriend and jackass that may have worked together. Um,
Well, you know that it has been said that Jack S or hoodie guy and Maddie's boyfriend Jake are like really good friends, but allegedly Jake was like several hours away.
mm-hmm.
And then Jack D was at home but they
Hmm.
kept trying to call him and he wouldn't answer the phone.
Right.
So I wonder if he was really home, or did he leave the house and just left his phone there?
Right. Because no criminal takes their phone to a crime scene.
Not
So,
as not a smart one anyway.
yeah, right. So it would really make sense that Jack D actually made those calls from Kaylee and
His
Maddie's phone. That
phone,
way his phone would ping at home.
right?
Um,
That would make sense.
yeah.
But and because he would know that Maddie does that, and then it was backed up by her sister Olivia, that said, yeah, Maddie always done that. She would call bomb people until they would answer the phone.
Yes. Yes. Good point. So just more verification of everything appearing to be routine. Uh,
Right.
yeah. It. I do you think the suspect entered from the rear of the house?
Probably so. Now, if the two roommates didn't have anything to do with it, which I'm still very skeptical about the one, but if they didn't have anything to do with it, I would probably say yeah, because they would know that because of the front door having the number. Well, I don't know because they would have known the number pad code,
Mm-hmm.
the lock code or whatever on the front door.
Right.
So there's a possibility that if Jack D had something to do with it, he would have known the code because him and Kaylee were, together for a long time.
Right.
Um, so they could have came through the front door, but then it was also said that police found out later that the front door was left open that morning.
Yes. Yes. Um, yes. That it's so bizarre. The one guy that lived there, I think he lived there in 2019, and he when he lived there, the house was just full of males, um, and he had one of the lower rooms, and he said that the if he was downstairs, unless the person above him had their TV on really loud, he would
Mm-hmm.
not even hear it, and that it was they never locked the rear sliding door because every door had its own individual keypad because every room was rented separately.
Right.
So um, if that was, still the case, then it would seem to me like that. Well, the sliding door probably wasn't locked, but those lights that hung under the balcony, I saw a picture of the house with those on, and the
Mm-hmm.
entire back was lit up. But underneath that balcony, the walkway that led down, the side of the house where the spare bedroom was, that was completely in the dark.
Right.
So I could see the suspect entering there as well. Um, you know, so who knows if those windows were even, locked or not, or if they even had the capability of being locked.
Well, you know that. Okay, so on the back of the house,
Mm-hmm.
um, the bedroom that's underneath the balcony,
Yes.
there is in one of the pictures it shows there is a cinder block underneath that window, and the screen is completely off the window and laid on the ground.
Oh, wow.
And
Um,
so they could have very easily took the screen off, went in through that window into the spare bedroom, went through the house and did what happened, like we all know what happened, and then possibly either went back out the front door or out the back door or went out the front door and left it open.
yes. Yes. But if they went out the front door, then the roommate's story of not hearing anything becomes more
Right.
suspect to me because
Yeah.
when you come in the front door, the stairwell is immediately to the left.
Right. And it
Yeah.
goes up over that one bedroom. Like, so if anybody's walking up those stairs,
Yes.
that person in that bedroom should be able to hear it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
They sure should. Um, And when you walked in the front door, if you just walked just a few feet straight ahead, there was the door to that first bedroom. It was the bedroom on the left side of the front as you're
Hmm.
looking at it that the suspect would have had to have, really gone out of their way to get to.
Right.
So, but yeah, that, if they, and now I'm beginning to think maybe they actually entered one or two or however many people entered that house while they were gone, while everyone was gone and were waiting. Um,
Could have been in there hiding in maybe the spare bedroom or something
yes,
like that.
yes.
Yeah,
And
they could have
if
been.
they had been in the house, even, you know, any time in the recent, say, short time before this occurred, they could have probably easily managed to just kind of wander into that bedroom and unlock the window, it,
Hmm.
and
Yep.
with it being vacant, I mean, no one probably ever went in there, you know.
No, probably not. I mean, yeah, they could have did that. A bunch of people at the house.
Yeah,
You're not being able to keep up with everybody.
yeah,
Somebody just kind of like sneaks in there real
yeah,
quick, unlocks the window, and sneaks back out.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I believe myself it was very calculated. I don't think it was a spur of the moment thing, and I believe when Kaylee, the reason I think it really also makes Jack, the ex boyfriend, suspect is, his world was really crumbling around him. And, Kaylee was, I mean, in my mind, Kaylee was really out of his league. And
Yes.
she
Because of
had
that.
so much going for her. And she was like, had
She was.
such that huge presence on social media.
Yep. She was going to be leaving in January to go down to Texas. Uh, was already done with school, already had a job lined up, and I wonder what was his plans? Was he going to stay in Moscow or go back to wherever he was from? And
Right,
you know, was she going to just up and leave him and him never see her again? Because there was a lot of things I was thinking about. I mean, their dog. What was their plans with the dog? How are they going to continue to share ownership of him if she's in Texas and let's just say he's in Idaho?
right, right. And I may be mistaken about this, Scarlett, but I believe I had read that. So Kaylee had basically moved back home because she was going to be graduating, what, the next day or two. That graduation, I think, is tomorrow, maybe, but, she was supposed to be in that class. And
Yeah, I think it
she
was
had
sometime in
already,
December she was supposed to, she was going to
okay.
graduate.
And so I had heard that, she'd already technically moved back home. And I don't know what that meant exactly, but I believe I'd read where she was going on like a month-long European backpacking
Hmm.
trip in January with a good female friend, and then start her job in Austin in February.
Right.
Um, I think that's correct, but you know, I think that the dog probably was going to be, eliminated from Jack as well. Um, I mean,
Yeah.
once Kaylee got the dog to Austin, I can't see them meeting halfway between and giving Jack the dog.
No, or flying the dog back and forth between them, or
Right.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. And if, the other thing is, if it sort of made me think maybe the person really was fond of the dog, because otherwise, why would you not just unalive the dog? I mean, that would be a
right.
simple thing, you know.
Yeah.
Um, so
I
that
don't.
pointed me kind of, sort of thinking about the ex boyfriend as well. Um,
I know that. her sister has said that they support, or I forgot exactly the word she used, either supported or backed Jack 1000%. I
Right.
just hope that it doesn't come out after they have defended him and it
Yeah.
comes out that it was him or he had something to do with it.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's been
Because,
many cases where families said, "Oh no, it couldn't have been."
right?
Think about that Skylar Niece case where, those two girls that were friends of her, unalived her, and the one
Hmm.
was, you know, was befriending the mother, and the mother was like, oh, it couldn't have been her, and that's
Right.
who the primary player was. So
Yeah.
yeah, I hope it doesn't either. But in that vigil, um, that look that Kaylee's father gave Jack was, man, if you could, spit bullets. I mean,
Yeah. And see, I haven't got a chance to sit down and watch the whole vigil.
okay,
I'm just like, and I've heard people talk about the look and
yeah,
um, about whenever right before Kaylee's dad comes up to talk, there was a guy showed his picture last night where it shows he hurry up and turns around and walks out of the vigil and like all these different things that happen. I just haven't had time to sit down and watch it.
yeah.
It
It's interesting. It really is. Um, but in the pictures with Kaylee, um, Jack looks kind of scrawny, but when you see him in that vigil, he's
Mhm.
towering over Steve quite a bit. So I don't know how tall Steve is, but Jack certainly didn't appear to be,
The
scrawny.
scrawny, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know how old those photos that Kaylee posted were either, because I had read that she had like um, quit posting him on her Instagram or something, like for the past year. I don't know if
Hmm.
that's true, but
I did notice, like in some of the pictures that was on there, he looked different than he did in other pictures.
hmm
Like that they were maybe some were older,
hmm
and that there was like a large time span before the other ones were posted.
yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I really feel like Kaylee's mother, wanted that relationship more than Kaylee did. I think Kaylee was pretty well moving on, and he was
Right.
going to be left in the dust. And you
Yep.
know, he, I mean, he had the means, he had the motive, he had the opportunity, and he had the location.
Yep.
So
And,
you
and
know,
he knew that Kaylee was going to Texas to work.
right?
He thought maybe that this was the only chance he was going to get. You
Yep.
know, so
Exactly. And he knew that she was going to be there,
yep.
when she wasn't otherwise going to be. So
Yeah.
there were a lot of things that the suspect, had to know
Right.
to carry this out.
And
Um,
where did okay? So Jack D was they're claiming was at home, and that there was some of the people, I guess his roommates, knew that he was in there sleeping or something. But I wonder if that's really what was told to police.
yeah,
Because for some reason the sister and the mom keep going back and saying, we don't think he had anything to do with it, we back him.
right. Yeah,
So I'm wondering what his true alibi was, because for some reason they're not telling any of these people's alibis. So
right.
apparently either they don't think that they're solid, or they just haven't verified the alibi, or
Yeah,
something's going on like with police and why they're not telling, just even if they're not telling the public, why aren't they telling the family?
right. Well, I think one reason they're not telling the family is because of like what Steve's pulled off, because
Hmm.
I mean, literally, to me, the information about Kaylee and Maddie being found in the same bed, I mean, that was only information that the
The
coroner, law enforcement, and the suspect knew.
Right.
you know, and
Yeah.
so, that could prove pivotal, but obviously that information's out now. But I believe it's a small circle of people, and I think that law enforcement, while on the surface they kind of appear like they're Keystone cops, I mean, they're working
Hmm.
on this 24/7, and I believe that it's going to be resolved. I mean, you've got four individuals, and except for the first one, you've got commingling of a body fluid. Um, you
Right.
know, so
Hmm.
that's got to be complicated in and of itself.
Plus all the
Plus,
people that has been in the house, like, because it's
right?
a party house. Look at how many
Yeah,
DNAs they gotta figure out who they belong to, and then try to eliminate those people, and
yeah,
try to prove that they wasn't at the house at that time that the murders happened.
great point. I mean, yeah, no telling how many people, had been in there
Mhm.
touching everything and and
And
whatnot.
plus the people that the roommates called over that morning because they thought that Ethan was passed out. You
Okay,
know.
so that 911 call, here's what's got me baffled on that. Olivia found either somebody's door camera or ring doorbell or something
Mhm.
footage that confirmed that Kaylee and Maddie arrived back at the house at like 153
150.
or
I
was it
think it was 150.
156?
Yeah, I think 156.
Okay, so 156, but she obviously saw that. So
Mhm.
why did that same camera not show all that commotion that supposedly took place in the front of the house that like a little after 12 o'clock? Like
Mhm. I
where,
know.
why do we not see the roommate running out? And why do we not see these people that were called over there? I mean, it seems to me like it should just be, like, oh yeah, here's that video, but where is
Yeah.
it? You
I
know,
think, I think that the roommates have some explaining to do,
I do too. Yeah,
because I
absolutely.
I have also wondered. I've seen a lot of pictures of Dylan's boyfriend, and he looks like a shady little fucker too. So
Okay.
I'm wondering if maybe Dylan's boyfriend was at the house, and this is just an opinion and me speculating.
Sure.
Um, and he did what happened. Dylan knows about it, and then she let him out earlier in that morning before they woke up and all this and that.
Mhm.
And they're, instead of her, whichever one it was, run out the house and all this and that, like, in order for her to cover for the boyfriend, she
Mhm.
calls all these people over there to contaminate the crime scene before the police are called and get there.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought about that, but that could very well be. There's something suspect there for sure
Oh,
with
for sure.
them, especially that Dylan.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, yes. Every time I look at her picture, there's like something up with her.
yeah, yeah, and I cannot remember, Scarlett, where I saw this, but did you see the video that them? It must have been at a fraternity party, and they were passing around Xana's bear or something, and everybody like was holding the bear, and they were taking pictures of them, and it was one of the roommates, actually, it may have been both of them, were in that video um, holding that little bear. Um,
I didn't see a video, but there is a picture. Let me see if I can find it. I gotta remember which folder I put it in. But there is a picture with it's posted on Xana's thing. And Lee would love, thank you so much for the $20 super sticker. And it says thanks for being you. Thank you so much, honey. Um, but it's Xana had posted it on her uh was it her TikTok, I believe. And they're saying that it's the hoodie guy with a bear or some sort of stuffed animal. But I've got the picture. I've just got to find it to see if that's the one you're talking about.
Okay.
Let me see. I don't remember what folder I put it in. I've got like 3 Idaho 4 folders.
Oh my gosh.
I've got so many screenshots. Let me see if, let's see. And I had to keep them separate so I could keep up with what screenshots I was going to use for what night that I go live. All right, so it's not in this one. I know I have the picture because I literally pulled it up the other night.
Okay.
Let's see, where's my other Idaho? Wait, let's see if it's in hoodie, guys. Let's see. Ah, right here. Hold on, let me grab it. It's like a, I don't know if that's a leopard or something. A little stuffed animal.
Yeah,
And
it's a little stuffed animal. It's yellow looking with
yeah,
um
yellow with either black or brown spots on it.
yeah. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
that's it. Yeah.
Okay, let me get the picture pulled up here. Oh my god, it takes y'all. My internet is. I hate my internet. It's we live in the middle of the sticks, so it's
Kind of
sucky
spotty.
internet. Yeah. Oh no, it's just it has a mind of its own. Like
Oh,
if it wants to work, it's gonna work, and if it don't want to work, well, it's there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, so let me pull the picture up here real quick. Let's see if this is the same. Oh shoot, same one you're talking about. Why is it? Okay, is that it?
that's it. That's it. And there is I don't know where I saw it, Scarlett, but there is a video of that exact thing, and everybody is holding it, and it's like they're passing it around.
Okay, so
Um,
this one right here is going to be a screenshot from
okay.
because this is on TikTok. So this is going to be a screenshot off of the video that you're talking about.
Okay.
And it's
Okay.
on Xana's TikTok account.
Oh, has that been taken down or?
Let's see. Hold on, let me look because I don't have TikTok on my computer, but I can check on my phone real quick. I don't want to do this. Let's see. Oh God, I don't want to watch that either. What is her Santa Kernodle? Making sure I have her TikTok name right. Wait, is there a name that two X's? Yes, it does. Okay. So let's see. Wait, is this? Okay, yeah, there is. It's a video, and it's just like a bunch of pictures with everybody
Okay,
in the
maybe.
house holding it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, I'm pretty sure that both the roommates are in that.
Okay. Let's see. I don't know how to slow it down. I may have to get Sifa to do it for me. He may have a way he can slow it down because it's like showing each one of the pictures like super quick.
Okay,
Uh, yeah, I would have to like keep
sure.
hitting pause and
But that
playing.
struck me as odd that, you know, that they were in that
Yeah.
video because I always thought of them as kind of living a separate lifestyle, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
From especially from Kaylee and Maddie. Um, like I didn't really know that they were I guess partiers, so to speak. Um,
They're
but
claiming that this house is known for like the known party house.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I had heard that. I think I had thought maybe because like their timeline was different, was so different
Mm-hmm.
that maybe they. I guess not saying they were partiers is wrong, but they they kept more normal hours, maybe, but if that's possible. Um,
Right.
but it's hard to know really. Like, okay, so they supposedly got home at 1 o'clock, and we presume they just went to bed,
Yeah, I
right?
don't see that happening.
No, I mean I don't either, and the
More,
fact that
they
we know,
probably ate, probably like okay, so we've seen Kaylee and Maddie stop by the food truck,
right?
and Maddie grabs something to eat real quick, and then they
Yep,
go home. I'm sure that whenever Ethan and Xana came home, they probably ate if they didn't eat somewhere before they came home. Um,
yeah, and that's
so
the
more,
other mystery, Scarlett. Where's that 4 hour timeline? Where were they?
I know because now they're saying, to begin with, they said they were there all night. Ethan and Xana were at the
Hmm.
frat house. Then
Hmm.
they said that they were only there from 8 to 9, and they left, and there was the 5 hour time gap between 9 and 1:45 when they got home.
Hmm.
And then they go back and say, well, no, they believe that they were there the whole time. So,
Right,
which like they flip flop back and forth on a lot of things, like the Ethan and Xana being at the frat party. Either they were there or they wasn't there. They can't make up their mind. Then they're saying that the community was in danger, but no, they're not. This house was a target, but no, it wasn't the house was a target. It was one of the victims was a target. Uh, but then they go, instead of it being a victim or the house a target, they just said it was a targeted attack.
right. Yeah,
So they and I get that this divine timing. Thank you for becoming a member and welcome to the family. I get that this town is small, 25 to 26,000 people, and most of those people are college kids. I get that they haven't had a murder since 2015, and they're not uh, as experienced as, let's say, New York City or Los Angeles or somewhere like that investigating murders. And I get that it's going to take time for all the different things to come back, but like they need to make up their minds, or if they're not sure on something, then they really shouldn't say anything, especially like if the community's in danger. But then they're
yeah.
not in danger because really the community is in danger until the police come out with a profile on this person.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah,
how can if I'm walking to, let's say I'm walking across campus and I don't know, all I know is this person just went into a house and killed 4 people. I don't know what he looks like. I don't know if it's a male or female. I don't know if they're a college student or if they're just a random person in town. And they can be walking right behind me and me not even know it because I have no
yeah,
idea what they look like.
yeah, yeah. I mean, great point. I think, like, okay, are they doing that because they're really trying to more or less keep the suspect guessing as to what they really do know? But
Mhm.
to me, that would not be a cool thing because you're forgetting that you've got a community there,
Exactly.
you
Yeah,
know?
they're putting, if they're not sure about the community being in danger, which it's, I mean, if you have any ounce of common sense, you know the community is in danger. Now,
Yes.
I think that they flip flop back and forth, and they don't want the community to think that they're in danger because they don't want kids transferring out to another college. They don't want new kids coming into college to decide they don't want to go to college there. They don't want to lose that revenue in the town of Moscow, and that college brings in a lot of revenue.
Yes.
And that's they're putting the money ahead of these students and the people who live in the community before their safety.
They sure are. That's an excellent point. Because you think about it, I think the population is like 26,000, but 10,000 is made up of college students, I
Right.
believe.
Yeah, it's
So,
between, I think that when I looked at it the other night, it was like 25,800,
okay.
or somewhere around in there. And yeah, most of them are associated with the college, whether they're professors or just faculty and staff or students or maintenance and whatever. Like most of it has to do with that college.
Yeah.
And they don't want, they don't want to lose that money, whether it's tuition, whether it's donations, um, anything like that. The
Yeah.
students go out in the community and they get a job in the town of Moscow, they're shopping in the town of Moscow. Like, so yeah, they, if the students stop coming to the University of Idaho, the town essentially shuts down because
Yeah,
there's nothing there.
you're right. I mean, small businesses, real
Right.
estate. I mean, the whole
Hmm.
thing. You
Just
know.
think, just of the food truck. He sits up in downtown because he knows that all the people are coming, and mostly college kids are coming from the
Yeah.
bar that night. They're coming from, I'm sure they've got clubs out there, or just people who's out shopping and want to stop by and grab something to eat. If the college goes away, then the food truck goes away. Like, that business is gone. The bar more than likely would close down. Um, all these little coffee shops that kids go to because they need the energy to stay awake to study, all of those close down. The
Great
houses
point.
that they have for all these college students, like the one that these kids lived in, it's
Yeah.
over $1,000 a month on just rent. That goes away. You know, so all of
Um,
that goes away if they would, and that could happen because of this murder. So they need to think about what they say before they say it.
yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I think they would have been better off at the very beginning saying, look, you all need to take every precaution in the world, you know,
Right.
and that way they wouldn't have been backtracking, because I think the worst thing they can do is backtrack, because then people lose confidence in what they are
Yeah.
being told, you know.
Yeah, just come out
Um,
and be like, if you go places, especially the females, if you need an escort, call security, like the campus security, call the police and get an escort, walk in groups. If you can
yeah,
catch a ride with a friend, don't walk, catch a ride with a friend so you're not out by yourself. Just something along those lines instead of saying, well, the community's in danger. Oh, well, no, there's not a threat.
yeah, yeah,
Because it makes you look worse and people are going to look like you're looking bad to your community, the police department are.
yes, yes, for sure. Um, yeah, I agree with you. Uh, it's I wondered too about, it would seem to me like, as far as entry into that house, obviously a voyeur could have sat up there in that back parking lot for no telling how long, and, you
Hmm.
know,
And
fantasized or whatever.
oh,
Uh,
yeah. And
and
never be seen.
exactly, never be seen. And, and, I'm not at all victim blaming, but, with no blinds or anything on those sliding doors, if Maddie or Kayla, either one, were in the habit of walking around in scantily clad clothing, when they were up
Yeah.
on that floor,
Especially at night. Yeah.
yes, I mean, you
Yeah.
know, that would have probably been a voyeur's dream.
And see, that's what I don't wonder, or what I wonder about the camera that was posted or put up in the backyard. Why was this camera there? Like, has it been there other nights and watching the house? Like, what is the purpose of the camera?
Yeah, yeah,
That don't seem right. And whoever that group is, like, they need to be investigated,
yeah,
because if they've had that camera sitting up either at that house or other houses where these girls are living at,
yeah,
like, it seems to me like they're watching these girls and they're taking these videos, and if they've caught something on the videos, they can turn around and sell that part of the video.
well, you know what, yeah, that's a good point.
And so I think that
Yeah,
that needs to be looked into also, because there's, especially when you have multiple houses like that, and it's a college town, and any house is that close to a college is going to have a large group of either guys living in it or girls living in it.
yeah,
And that's
yeah.
going to be who they're going to target, is going to be the houses with the girls in it.
Yeah, that's true. And then they could end up, actually, that's a great point, because they could then themselves be putting, the girls on OnlyFans without them even
Hmm.
knowing it, like selling
Yep.
video of them, and it not even be in their account, like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's,
Or a trafficking type thing. They can be filming these girls and showing these, to these people, and then they run in, they abduct them, and they throw them into a trafficking
Yeah.
situation for these people. Like, I mean, that's if I was the police, I would be wanting to know why the hell do you have a camera set up in the back of these girls' house?
Right. Yeah. Was that confirmed, Scarlett? Was that something confirmed as
I
far
don't.
as the camera setup?
The police hasn't confirmed it, but the people who was part of the photography group or
Okay.
whatever they call themselves were admitting that the camera was in the back of the house or behind the house. And on that night, filming from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., and it caught a girl running from the house around 2 o'clock, close to 2 o'clock, whenever a truck pulled into the driveway. So I'm wondering if that's when Kaylee and Maddie got home because they had a private party drive them home. Got home at 1:56. Maybe that's the time that the vehicle was pulling in to drop them off, and the person saw the vehicle coming in. They took off running,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
maybe they had long hair, and they thought that it was a female, or it could have been a female out there with someone else.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a female outside, and she was the lookout.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Very possible. Because I believe that if it wasn't somebody that lived close, then they probably were driven up to that back parking lot, upper parking lot, and dropped off and
Yeah.
picked up because it was cold that night. And
Mhm.
I can't imagine somebody walking any distance with a, bloody K-bar knife,
Yeah.
tucked into their, in a sheath or whatever.
Mhm.
And so, what is your thought about how there's no blood path, blood trail, blood footprints? What do you think about that?
Um, Either the perpetrator took a shower or he had a Tyvek suit on, was fully covered, hair was covered, shoes, everything. And whenever he got ready to leave, he took it off, stuck it in a bag, walked out of the house. He has a bag in his hand, but no bloody clothes on. And especially with it being at night, you can walk outside. Like where I live, I'm out in the country, there's no outside lights. I can walk outside and can't see nothing in front of me. So if you're especially someone who has hunting experience, and you know how to stalk your prey in the woods, you know how you gotta step to be quiet and you don't make a noise, and you're in black clothing, you can very easily slip out the back door, go through the backyard, and nobody ever see you if you got dark clothing on.
That's interesting because I've thought about that clothing aspect as well, and I think you're right on the money. I even wonder if they didn't even possibly have night vision goggles and
Mhm.
those type of special gloves that um, are resistance to like cutting yourself.
Mhm. Yeah.
But I've wondered about that too. I don't see the shower thing.
It's
Just because,
probably too great of a risk.
yeah,
Somebody would get you in the house.
yes. Um, that I might could, because I would think if the water's running on the floor above you, you know, you might go like, what's going on? Like, it's 4 a.m. But maybe not. I mean, I don't know how the situation was as far as like how much noise you
Mhm.
know, the the water would make running through the pipes. But I think you're right about the suit, quite frankly. Um, and that would sort of lend me to think that that would be something that Jack, the ex-boyfriend, I wondered if maybe he took care of the dog while Jack S did the grizzly work. Um,
Mm,
I don't,
could have
you
because
know,
the family is saying Kaylee's family says the dog is just a goofy dog. He was almost a year old. He's not a barker, but I've owned several dogs.
mhm,
My dog don't bark unless he does not know someone.
yeah,
But also, if a dog, even though they're not a barker, if something is going on that's not right in a house, the
Yeah.
dog is going to whine. They're saying that the dog was in a room whenever police got there,
Yeah.
uh, and he hadn't walked to the crime scene or nothing like that. So obviously, when this was happening, the dog was put up.
Yeah.
So he would have obviously, I think, he would have whined or scratched the door, tried to get out because he knew something was not right. Dogs can sense that.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if maybe the dog just knew the person, and that's the reason why he didn't bark whenever they came in. Maybe this person knew the dog's name, uh, something like that. Or somebody could have been there in the room with the dog
Yeah.
and was, trying to keep him quiet. I don't know. There's a lot of theories.
Yeah.
I do know that the police did put on their website though that the dog was in a room whenever they got there. It had not went through the crime scene, and there was no evidence on it. So obviously, whenever it was going on, the dog was locked up in a room.
Yeah. 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 That because you would think when they got home, which I don't know if the dog, in the house was community property. It's like, maybe the dog slept everywhere,
Hmm.
and and so maybe, when Kaylee and Maddie got home, maybe because of the time it was, maybe they already figured the dog had been taken out, by who got home earlier,
Right.
and they didn't even concern themselves with it. And then you would have a good scenario to where, Jack D could be in the spare bedroom, with the dog. Um, and, and Jack S, you know, actually commit the crimes. Do you think that Ethan heard something as the suspect was coming? Do you think Ethan heard something upstairs, and as the suspect came down the stairs, was spotted by the suspect?
I've kind of went back and forth with. I think Ethan heard something,
Hmm.
and that's the reason why he was out of the bedroom. And they're saying that he was found in the hallway. But
Okay.
I don't know if he heard the person trying to get into the house. Maybe they were
Hmm.
messing with the back door or something. Because
Okay.
Xana's room is right like where her room is right at the corner where the sliding glass door is as well.
Yes.
So maybe they heard something outside and heard the person trying to come in, or whenever they came in, and maybe Ethan came out of the room, ran into the person. He did what he did to Ethan, then ran in and did what he did to Xana, and then went upstairs. Or maybe he went upstairs first, and maybe Ethan and him heard something going on up there. If there was any type of commotion or any screams or anything like that, and then Ethan comes
Hmm.
out as the guy's coming down the stairs, runs into him. But I fully think that Ethan heard something, and that's the reason why he was out of the room.
Yeah, I do too. I'm a little tripped up by the coroner being so adamant, that they were all found in the beds. And then I know the information came out about him being found, laying in a hall or doorway, but I
Hmm.
never heard the coroner say that. So I didn't know where that information came from. Do you?
Allegedly, she came out first and said that they were all sleeping. But
Okay.
then it was something was said when she was doing an interview with another news company, where she said that that wasn't accurate, that they were all found in their bed. So I don't know if she meant they were all sleeping whenever the attack started,
Hmm.
and maybe they got up because they. Xana's dad says she has defensive wounds.
Hmm.
So maybe, they were in bed, and let's
Hmm.
just say if they went into Xana's room, uh, maybe Xana and Ethan got into it with a person or something like that, and maybe Ethan got up to chase him out of the house, and that's why he wasn't in the bed. But
Hmm.
maybe they were actually in the bed when the attacks happened. You know,
Yeah, I've kind of wondered too. I sort of wondered if because it was a direct, I mean, coming in this kitchen, it was just a simple turn, and you were going up the stairwell,
right, right.
to Maddie and Kaylee's floor, and to get to Ethan and Xana's bedroom, it was a little bit out of the way because they had to go through that. I guess
through
you
the
call it the community room, maybe.
Yeah, you had to go from the kitchen into the living room
Yeah,
and then towards the stairs that go downstairs to the front door.
yeah.
And you had to go through the little hallway there beside the stairs into Xana's room. But
Yeah.
I also believe, if I remember correctly, there is, if you come out of Xana's room
Hmm.
and you turn to go like you're going into the kitchen, somewhere in there you can see the stairs that go up to the third floor. So I don't know, maybe they seen him or heard something, or I don't know, because the way the layout is of the house, it's kind of hard to say. But I feel like that maybe they heard something, and that's the reason why they were out of the room. If that
Yeah,
is in fact true, that they were out of the room when when they were
yeah,
found.
yeah. I mean, that's a great point. I kind of wondered if maybe Ethan didn't hear something, um, and came out of the room, and as the suspect came down the steps, spotted Ethan, and possibly Ethan tried to get back in the room and shut the door,
Mm.
and the suspect,
Kind of
forced it,
overpowered him.
overpowered him.
Yeah.
Because honestly, Scarlett, the amount for, I mean, I don't know that much about, you know, blood loss, but for there to be enough to run like out and down the foundation, I
Hmm.
would almost think it would take two peoples for that to occur, you
Yeah.
know.
And I was reading on another thing on Facebook. This lady, she had made a post that she was a trauma nurse, had worked at several different hospitals.
Mhm,
I believe one was like in Philly and one was in Chicago. So, those are both big cities. So they see a lot of trauma victims.
mhm,
And she said that she has seen a lot of stabbing victims come in where some of them they could be saved and some of them they couldn't be.
mhm,
And she said in order to stab someone in the heart, it takes a lot of force because you got to go through the chest wall, ribs, like you got to go through all of that
mhm.
just to get to the heart. So whoever did this had to put a lot of force into it, and a lot of energy and a lot of strength into it. And they were saying that because they didn't go for the neck, and can my mod still have a trigger warning for this? She said because they didn't go for the neck and go for the artery in the neck,
Mhm.
um, then and they went for the heart, then it was more of a personal attack on all these people because the coroner did say that they were all stabbed in the chest, and that was the fatal wound or whatever was to the
Yeah,
chest.
yeah. I
So I
remember
mean,
her saying they each had a mortal wound.
yeah, and so yeah, why if you're just going in and you're just doing it for the thrill, um,
Mhm,
and you're not passionate, and I hate to use the word passionate because that doesn't sound right, but if like a crime of passion, I guess I would say,
mhm.
because stabbing somebody is very up close and personal.
Oh yeah,
Just like if
yeah,
if you strangle someone, it's you're literally in their face, looking at them when you're doing this to
right.
them.
Yeah,
Uh, but if you're doing it in a quick, tight thing to try to hurry up and get in and get out, and you're just like you're just wanting to get it done, the quickest way would be for the neck.
yeah,
So there was some reason why this person felt the need to do in the body instead of the neck to each one of these kids.
yeah, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, I had heard that term or that phrase, that using that type of a knife is up close and personal.
Hmm.
Um, and it's
And not to mention this too, if you got to have that much power to stab something, whether it's an animal to put it out of its misery or you're doing this to a person, you
Mhm,
have to have a large knife for that area of the body to get through the bone and all that. So this knife has a guard on it where your hand, whenever you go to, to stab, your hand
mhm.
doesn't slip down off of the handle onto the to the shit. I
Blade.
can't. Yes, the blade,
Yeah,
and cut yourself. So whoever did this, fully premeditated. They knew what they were going there to do. That's
yeah,
the reason why they chose that type of knife. Like they had a mission They were going in, it was very personal to them, and whatever that reason was, we may never find out. But there was a reason why they chose that knife as their weapon to do this.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that makes perfect sense. I mean, because if you were just gonna like you know unalive somebody, you just go in there with a gun, you know.
Right, right.
Um,
Especially if you're going in and wanting to get in and out and you're wanting it quick and you don't want it, because just think a knife, I mean, a gun, just one shot is all it takes. Where with a
right,
knife, they kind of suffer. And I hate
right.
to think that they did. And God knows, I hope they didn't. I hope it was, I hate that it happened, but if it happened, it was quick and there was no suffering or pain or anything like that. But it's just, it's a lot quicker the other way than
Yeah,
it is with a knife. It's very personal
yeah,
with a knife.
yeah, yeah. And that's a good point because you wonder, like, okay, was the target, was that person allowed to suffer? In other words, were they stabbed non-mortally? That last wound, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is was that saved until the last,
Hmm.
so they did suffer?
Yeah, I
It's hard. I
hope they
mean,
didn't.
I hope they didn't either. I mean, I really hope that they didn't, because I believe I had read if a stab to the chest, like you're talking about, to the heart, they would bleed out in like 15 to 30 seconds. I mean, they would pretty
Right,
much be done. At least they'd be unconscious. Uh,
right.
but if Katie and Maddie were in the same bed as Katie's dad said, uh, you know, that it would not have taken long. I mean, I would say, that if they were completely, asleep, that,
Hmm. It was
you know,
just kind of
it,
quick,
yeah,
almost.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know,
And
uh,
see, that's another thing with the surviving roommates claiming that they thought that Ethan had passed out and that that was the reason why they called his brother over there. How could you think that someone passed out and not see a pool of blood from someone who has been stabbed multiple times? Like
yeah,
there had
yeah,
to be blood. Like I get the whole thing of them seeing what happened and freaking out and panicking and all that. I completely get that, but how I don't understand how they didn't see blood all around this person's body
yeah.
and
I
not
don't know.
realize that they didn't just pass out.
Yeah, that's a great point. And along the same lines, that floor, that second level, especially, I mean, well, the third too, but because the roommate supposedly came upstairs, I mean, it would have had an awful stench,
Oh
because not
yes.
only would it have been the blood, but also the bowel and bladder empty as
Mhm.
well. So,
Yep.
in a closed up house, that it had to have just
Oh yeah.
reeked.
It had to, especially that many hours later. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That whole story just is so, you know, um, I don't know, suspect to me. I just don't get that.
Yeah. I don't know. And when I first saw the first time, like literally right after it happened, and they came out with a picture of all of the housemates together with Ethan in the picture,
Hmm.
and there was, for some reason, my eyes went straight to Dylan.
Yeah,
And every time I see that picture, it goes straight to her. Like
was it?
it's like there's something up with just I don't know if it's her look or if it's
Hmm.
I don't know what it is. But I've seen a lot of other people say that too, and I'm not in no way, shape, or form saying that this girl had anything to do with this
Right,
or that, she knows about it or had knowledge it was going to happen or anything like that.
right.
It's just something about her. Like Bethany, all I can tell you about Bethany is the girl's got blonde hair. That's all I
Yeah,
can tell you.
yeah,
But Dylan, I can tell you she's taller. She's a little bit bigger in the body size than Bethany and of Maddie. She's taller than Xana. she's maybe not as big as what Kylie was in the body, but I can't tell you nothing about Bethany because my eyes never went to her. Is
Uh-huh.
there's something about Dylan? I don't know if she knew that there was maybe her boyfriend sold drugs to him or something like. I don't know what it is. I'm
Yeah.
kind of speculating right now, but there's
Sure.
something doesn't add up with her.
Um,
I don't know why or what it is, but
well, that's interesting because women's intuition is powerful, and
mhm.
you obviously have a reason for thinking that. You know.
Right. I can't and it's almost like the AAA guy Nick. Like
Yeah.
I watched the video tonight and I kind of believe him a little bit more, but there's still something holding me off from believing him 100%. And I can't figure out what it is, and it's the same thing with Dylan. Like there's something up with her. Uh, I don't know what it is, and
Yeah.
it's and stuff like that irritates the hell out of me when I can't figure something out.
Yeah. 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 So Dylan's boyfriend posted something. Is that right?
I
Has
don't
he
know.
posted something about her?
Okay, so I've heard. I can't remember if her boyfriend posted it, but I have heard that Dylan and the boyfriend both have lawyered up, and that neither one of them provided DNA. Now
Oh wow.
that's just I don't know if that's ever been confirmed or not.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
but I have heard that.
Okay. Um, that's interesting because weren't they put in a hotel immediately um, after the
I
crime?
I'm sure
Yeah.
they were.
Yeah.
And because I mean, they took all of their vehicles, like every vehicle that was in the driveway, even Ethan's brother or sister or whose ever black SUV that was parked behind the red Jeep. They even took their SUV and they didn't even live there. So
Oh wow.
they don't not have their vehicles unless they have given them back now.
Yeah.
Um, but they finally released some of the personal belongings to the victims, and I seen they were bringing out boxes that had Beth wrote on them. So I'm sure they were taking Bethany's and Dylan's stuff out of the house as well. So I mean, they'll have to find new places to live. Those two girls will.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't want to spend 5 minutes in that house.
No,
So
no,
that's
because that it's going to have to be completely either tore down or they're going to have to rip all the floors up and put new
oh no.
plywood down or whatever it is they're using for flooring. Like all that's got to be ripped up. The walls are going to have to be ripped out. Like all the anywhere blood was at, all that's going to have to be ripped out. They would literally be better off just tearing the whole house down and building another one there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the floor plan of that house was kind of a train wreck, and
Hmm.
I mean, I remember seeing a picture of actually it was on the real estate site after it had been renovated, and it looked like there was a gap of about a good probably couple of inches between the bottom of the baseboard and the floor. So,
Right.
it's like I don't think quality was job one when it was,
No.
renovated.
No, and I mean, you got college kids in there. We
Yeah.
all like we were all that age at one time.
Oh
They
yeah.
probably don't take care of it. Maybe the girls took care of it better than the guys did when they lived there, but they basically come in during the summertime when nobody's living in the house and they just fix what they need to fix to get it up to code standard and that's
Yeah.
it. They don't go above that.
Yeah. Yeah. True. I mean, that deck looked like it was rotten in parts
Oh
of
yeah,
it.
I would not have dared walked out on
No,
that.
no,
No,
I
that
wouldn't have either.
and
Do
you
you
can
think
tell
it's
it hadn't been painted in forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have
Yeah.
stepped out on it.
Yeah. I was. Yeah, for sure. Do you think it's odd that there hasn't been, or at least I'm not aware of it, any kind of like statement made from the owner in terms of like, condolences to the families or anything?
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Yeah, I wondered because I'd not heard of anything, and you know.
I know people were trying to figure out who owned the house. I believe my husband has the person's name.
Yeah.
Um, and I've even seen where they were, like, they've got it back on one of the sites now. It's ready to be rented again. I'm thinking there's no way in hell they can rent this house right now.
Oh
Like,
my gosh.
the entire, it's just in the room where Xana and them were at. That's got to be ripped completely out. Uh, the whole duct work throughout the house, if there was any type of central heat and air, would have
Yeah.
to be completely redone.
Yeah.
Um, the drains, all that would have to be redone.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah. Well, if I had my wishes, it'd be bulldozed down and they'd build a memorial park to their honor, you
right.
know, and that'd be the end of that.
Yep.
Because to me, I don't care what they do, that's always going to be known as murder house, you
I
know.
know. Yep.
Um, and
Yeah.
and it's hard to say what kind of effect long term, as you had mentioned, it's going to have on the university. You know.
Oh yeah. And just even if the two surviving roommates didn't have anything to do with it, just think that they're both young. They walk out into the room and they see what they saw.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
from here on out. They're gonna have to be like they're gonna have that. They're gonna have that trauma. They're gonna have to probably go through therapy because there's no telling. We're only guessing what the crime scene looked like. They
Right.
actually got to see the crime scene.
Yeah.
Um, and I mean, how many people in here, other than people who's worked in the medical field
Yeah.
or in the military, how many people in here have seen a crime scene or something that bad?
Oh yeah. Can't
Not,
imagine.
yeah, not very many people. So it's not like every day, they're looking at a massacre like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's probably a vision that's more or less branded in their brain that they can never
Mhm.
ever forget.
Yeah.
Uh, for sure. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I can't imagine what they're. Well, we don't know if both of them saw it or one of them saw it. We know one did, but we don't know if the other one did. That's just what's so in the dark to me, you know. Um, and who all, was it Ethan's brother that was called and came
Uh,
over?
yeah, I believe his brother was called the triplet brother,
Okay,
um, because they thought he was passed out. And if I'm not mistaken, it was said that the his brother Hunter and one of his friends
okay,
had came over there.
okay,
So
okay.
and just think, his brother, his triplet, like
Yeah,
has to see that. And then I don't know if because Ethan and Hunter had a triplet sister as well.
right.
So did she come over there and then she sees it like all these other people who come in and walk all through this house and
Yeah,
contaminated it like they had to see it too.
yeah, yeah.
So it's
And
you know
then you saw the picture in the that was supposedly of the kitchen, I guess, with all the spatter on it.
um the you're talking about the blood or what they were saying was blood on the kitchen sink or kitchen cabinets.
Yeah, was that debunked?
I believe someone said that that was grease stains that
Okay.
were left by the oh shit, what is it? The dust powder from when they fingerprinted it.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
that's what somebody said. All right, James, I'm fixing to bring you up.
Well, that would be a good explanation then, because I wondered about that.
Yeah, because it looked like blood to me too, but they said that it was from
Okay.
the the fingerprint powder or whatever it is that you call it.
Mm-hmm.
So they said that that's what it was from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
James, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Hi, James.
What's going on, Gregory?
Lala, how are you?
I'm doing good. I
Great.
just wanted to touch in and see if you guys had seen so there was an Instagram post and it was attacking, I think Dylan maybe. So two people got on that post and started defending Dylan. And this goes to the part about seeing the person passed out. So the two people said that they were neighbors and that one of the roommates came outside. She was screaming and she passed out. Before she can call 911, she passed out.
And,
So,
and the people outside it came over to the house or something like that where she was
yeah,
at. Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
they said,
I remember seeing that.
yeah, they said that they got her phone and called 911. And after the call, she woke up and told the neighbors what she had seen, and that one of the neighbors went inside and seen Ethan, and that's when they realized something was going on.
Hmm.
But they kind of alluded to that the reason that the call was for an unconscious or a passed out person,
Mm-hmm.
it was because of the roommate that was passed out outside.
Okay.
Because like you said, there's no way you're gonna see
Yeah, no
someone
blood.
mortally wounded on the ground and think that they're just asleep or passed out in a massive pool of blood or something
Right.
like
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah.
I never could figure that out. Like they think that the boy's passed out, but there's got to be blood around him, on
yeah,
him, or however he was laying, or something. Like they had to have seen blood.
yeah, there was no way. I mean, given what the cop said that it was a mess and blood was everywhere, there's no way that they would see anyone, even fully clothed and laying down or however, like you're gonna see that this person is not asleep clearly,
Right. Yeah.
So I just wanted to run that by y'all because I was hearing you speak about, how could they, because that's what I was saying in the beginning. How would you think someone is passed out
Hmm.
in a situation like that? But
Right.
the two people said that they were neighbors, and they came to the defense because the commenters were tearing whichever roommate it was, they were tearing her down. And
Right.
so the two people came and said that this was the real situation. And then
Okay.
they also said that more neighbors or friends that arrived also went into the house and seen it. And then they kind of
Right.
said that maybe the LE didn't want to release that because they possibly contaminated the crime scene, or you know
Hmm.
people seen more than what anyone else got to see. So
And
i,
I mean,
I, I don't
I
know.
I could just imagine too if Ethan's brother Hunter, if he did go over there and he went into the house and he saw his brother, his natural reaction is gonna be to run over to the body.
Yeah,
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah,
he could have done that
absolutely.
and possibly touched the body, or it would just be a natural reaction. Not that he was trying to contaminate anything, or anything like that. Just a natural reaction.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. For sure.
So
yeah, you would have to think if one of the roommates is passed out, they don't know that they're about to walk in to a crime scene or a situation. So they're not going in thinking, oh, I'm contaminating a crime scene. They're just like, what's going on in here that she's out here passed out? And then they get in there and, like you say, probably lost their minds with what they seen. And
right.
then not even knowing that Zaina and the other girls were in there also. So they may
Mhm.
have only seen Ethan, or they may have seen Ethan and maybe Zaina, but not
And
the
not
girls
think of,
upstairs.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just,
That's sad. I mean, because just think, it's bad enough as if it's your brother or just your sibling, but if it's your triplet or your twin,
Oh,
no,
like it's got to be,
yeah.
because they say that oh, we lost James, but they always say that if you have a twin or a triplet or something like that, you can always feel what they're feeling, and
Oh,
so
yeah.
I could just imagine that.
Well,
That's got to be sad.
and these people, honestly, Scarlett, I mean, they're still in a state of shock. Like their grief process to hasn't really even started yet.
No. I mean, Kaylee's daddy said that he can't even grieve his daughter's death because he's gotta be the person that's gotta be strong in order to make sure that police do what they're doing or what they're supposed to do to find out who did this to the kids.
Yeah,
So he hasn't even had that chance to even start the grieving process.
yeah, yeah.
You
And
know,
I felt so bad for Maddie's father because I don't know if he's had maybe
she's
a
his
stroke
only.
or something.
Yeah, I noticed that. I said that the other was it last night or maybe the night before that. That it looks like his left side
Yeah,
that maybe he had a stroke or he has some type of physical disability,
yeah,
um, where he can't move his left arm very good.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
I mean, Maddie was his only child.
I know. Yeah, yeah.
That's
I mean, hearing him speak, I that just ripped my heart out because
yeah,
like you said, his only child, and of course, Maddie apparently was like another daughter to uh,
to Kaylee's
to
family.
Kate. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so I just everybody
James,
needs
thank
a
you for coming up on
resolution.
panel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, everybody, all the families need a resolution to this.
Right. I just I hope that they're able to uh find out who did this or why they did it. So, and put this person in jail. I don't know if it's Idaho a capital murder state. Like, do they go for the death penalty? Well, yes, they do because of Chad Daybell. What am I thinking? Um, so yeah, I hope they find them and they go for the death penalty on them.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't realize it was death penalty state. That's great.
Yeah, because they're going Chad Daybell and Lori Daybell. They're both they're in Idaho as well, and they're going. Can't remember if they are on Lori or not, but I know they are on Chad. They're going for the death penalty for him.
Do you know, are they going for the death penalty on that Athena Strands?
Yes, they are.
Are they? Okay.
I hope Texas fries his ass.
Yeah.
Like Texas, it's they're no joke. They are all for it. This dude, like, and what if I remember correctly, someone had put out on YouTube either yesterday or today, I can't remember, and I didn't get a chance to watch the video, but it had on their thumbnail where it had the paperwork, and
Hmm.
then they had like two little pieces of it zoomed out, and it says that he backed over this little girl, hit her. It didn't, she didn't die right then, but he panicked and grabbed her and threw her into his truck, thinking that she was going to tell her dad what happened about him running over, and then he ended up unaliving her.
Oh my God.
Well, why not? Because he was scared of the consequences of him hitting her. And if it was an accident, why not just call and get the girl help? And it was an accident, and you don't spend the rest of your life in jail instead of panicking because you hit her and you're scared of the consequences. So you get her and you abduct her and you unalive her.
Oh my gosh.
That doesn't make any sense. Like this dude is, which I hope they fry him. Honestly, I'm gonna.
Wow.
I know some people are against the death penalty, but I can't help that. I hope they fry his ass.
Well, I live in Tennessee, and we had that incident here with that Jasmine uh, girl, and
Oh,
she,
Jasmine Pace.
yeah,
Hmm.
and I live in Chattanooga, and that's where it happened, and
Yeah, they got that guy too. They arrested him before they ever found her.
right, and our governor has put the death penalty on hold, but I hope that he, you know, releases that because
Yep,
um, we need to fire up old Sparky again.
exactly. Yep.
You know?
But I know Texas is all for the death penalty. If you do something like that, like you, especially this dude even confessed to it. You know,
Yeah.
he confessed to the whole thing. And I don't know if he thought, well, maybe if I confess, then I won't get the death penalty. But yeah, they're going after the death penalty.
Wow. That's incredible. That kid's not that old, is he?
20 something, I believe.
Holy. Wow.
I don't think he's very old. He may be
No.
30. I can't remember. But
Wow.
yeah, but there was a girl on Twitter who had put it out. She said that if everybody would have listened to me 8 years ago when I was 16 about what this guy did to me, then he would have never did this to this little girl. And he ended up SAing this girl when she was 16,
Oh,
and nobody believed her.
wow.
And she came out and was saying all that. And I even shared the tweet. I was like, if people would have listened back
Yeah.
then instead of ignoring it or throwing it off or whatever, then yeah,
Yeah.
this wouldn't have happened to Athena. But
So was he was he like, did the company he worked for subcontract with FedEx?
that's what I heard, that he was
Okay.
just a contract driver for FedEx.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. White Widow Baby said he was 31.
31. Wow. That's a big screw up.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I mean, especially if it was just an accident. He said he
Yeah.
backed up over. And if it was an accident, she was behind your vehicle, you call and you get her help. You
Well,
don't take her because you're scared of the consequences.
well, I would have thought that all those trucks had cameras not only on the for the rear but also inside the vehicle, like
They may do it.
yeah.
I don't know.
Lord, I'd
That's
hate to think there's video of him talking to her inside the
oh
truck.
God. I hope. I don't. There may be.
Yeah.
I don't know. They may have all of that.
Yeah. Do you think, going back to that whole forward, do you think that this is going to be solved like through a digital footprint, like that way?
Mhm. If it's somebody from around the campus,
Mm-hmm.
like a student or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that possibly through a digital footprint, but also maybe if law enforcement are not getting close to them and they can't figure out who it is,
Mm-hmm.
then this person's going to feel comfortable. They're going to think that they got away with it. They're going to be at a party somewhere, possibly get drunk and let something slip because you know how drunk mouths are.
Yeah.
A drunk mouth will always speak the truth.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that maybe that's what's going to happen, especially a college guy. Let's just say he belongs to a frat house or something like that, or a fraternity or whatever.
Yeah.
They're they're very egotistical, especially if this person is like the type of person like a narcissist, and they see that they're able to get away with it,
Yeah.
and they're comfortable with it. Oh yeah, they're completely going to give it up, not
Yeah.
realizing that they're giving it up. But yeah.
Yeah. That's a good point. I hadn't really thought about that, but yeah, you're right.
But I mean, I have also thought of a serial K as well. Um,
Okay.
because there were the other murders with
Right.
kind of a lot of the same similarities at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
It was done with a knife when people are in bed. Two of them were done on the 13th, which was the Idaho 4, and then the man and wife who were stabbed, but the guy passed away. The woman survived.
Yeah.
And then the other lady up in Washington, the 71-year-old lady, I don't know if she was killed on the 13th, but she was found on the 14th in the
Wow.
same situation.
Not she
So,
was stabbed.
mhm.
Wow.
And so I'm thinking if it's not someone from that area of the Idaho 4, then
Mm-hmm.
it's maybe an SK, a serial
Mm-hmm.
K,
Mm-hmm.
and they're they're just going around that area. You see what I'm saying? And like
Yeah.
so far apart, and they're picking out certain areas, and maybe they're in that area for a little while and they're watching, and they're, you know what I'm saying, like picking their victims out.
Yeah.
So that's I don't think it was just which I know is a serial person doing this. It's kind of random, but I think it was for sure like it's premeditated. Like this
Yeah.
was all planned out. I don't think it was just a random thing of somebody going by the house and being like, "Oh, wait, there's four people in this house that I want to go do this to,"
Right.
or they have something in that house I want to steal, so I'm going to go in there. I don't think it was anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. It was interesting. There was a channel that actually had gone up there, and at nighttime they were like a mile away from the house,
Hmm.
and you could see that house. It was like a beacon on a hill.
Yeah,
Um,
because it sits up on top of that hill
mhm.
above all them other houses. Yeah.
Yep. And so, if I could say, if it was a SK, I mean, you know, something like that would probably draw your attention.
Yep.
And then you could inquire just, casually, like, who lives there. And it
Hmm.
probably wouldn't take long to figure out that, it was a party house and there were just women living. Well, yeah, only women living there.
Yeah.
Um, did you ever hear anything about the roommate that, or the room that was vacant, and why?
They said that there was a sixth person on the lease, but that person had already moved out.
Okay.
So they were
Okay.
just, I guess, still on the lease for the duration of the lease.
Sure.
Um,
Okay.
so, and then White Widow Baby wants to know, let's see, LSUC, do you have an estimated age of how the person you think who did this? Um, if it's somebody in college, I would say their age. But if it's in an SK, I'm going to say someone who's older, you know, 40s, 50s, 60s, somewhere around in there, who's good with a knife, who's familiar with hunting, uh,
Yeah.
someone like that who's done this before,
Yeah.
who's gotten away with this before.
Yeah.
Is what I'm gonna say.
I agree with you. And that older person might even be ex-military.
Right. Yeah, I still hadn't ruled that out either about the
Yeah.
whole military thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Wow. Well, maybe, here in the next week or something, there'll be a big breakthrough, or maybe, maybe even an arrest.
yeah.
But I don't understand why law enforcement did not take these people in this close circle and just, test their DNA. Like, why didn't they get their DNA at the, from the get go?
Yes, I'd have been like, all of y'all have got, like, I'd have had a van sitting out in front of the house and been like, none of y'all are going anywhere. Y'all are
Yep.
loading up in this vehicle. You're
Yep.
coming down to the station, and I'm getting DNA from everybody.
Yep.
That would have made sense,
Yeah. Yeah.
but, there are laws that have to be followed with that too, because I don't think legally you have to give your DNA,
Yeah. Yeah.
so.
Yeah. You don't. I think, and you may know this, but I think if you go through one of those, what's it, like a genealogy site, I think you're
Mhm.
basically
Yeah, you're
submitting your
already.
DNA for free.
Yeah, that's why I won't do it, because, like, they have your DNA, it's already on file basically, and I'm like, I'm not giving nobody my DNA
Yeah.
unless I absolutely have to, and if I don't have to, I ain't doing it,
Right.
you
Because we
know?
do know there are people that are wrongly convicted.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, once you're submit I wanna say it has something to do maybe with Ancestry.com,
Hmm.
and, what's that other, is it 23andMe?
I
I
believe it
believe.
is.
I think that's what it's called, and you can like send your spit off, and they send back a thing telling, like, you're like me. I'm Irish and Scottish, and like it tells like your percentage or whatever. I think that's what the 23andMe is. But I'm sorry, I'm not sending my spit to nobody. They can just forget
It
that.
it may come back and tell you because you're Irish, you have a temper.
I've been told that several times.
I'm kidding.
I've been told that. But I mean, the thing is, though, if you send your spit off, you have to send this stuff off in the mail. How do you know that somebody's not going to get your DNA between your house and where it's supposed to get to?
Yeah, you don't.
I am not doing it.
Yeah,
It's not happening.
yeah. I'm same way. Unless they come to my house and tell me I've got to with a court order. You
They
know?
better have a warrant in their hand
Yeah,
because,
exactly.
and then at that time, I'm going to be like, well, I got to call my attorney
Yeah.
because I'm still not going to do it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Me neither. So I heard that Jack S. His parents are wealthy. Did you hear that?
Yes, Jack S's mama is a
Uh-huh.
pediatrician. His daddy is an orthopedic surgeon. His
Wow.
parents are best friends, and let me find my little piece of paper because I have these people's names wrote down on it. Hold on. I've got like all Jack S's his
Wow.
his whole little thing here. Hold on. Let me find. Is this it? Okay, so his mom and daddy are best friends with Larry and Kelly. No, Larry and Kelly is his parents. They're best friends with Carl and Rochelle Klein. Now, they grew up on the his family and the Klein family live on the same street or same road. It's a road out in a rural area.
Okay.
Um, Jack and his brothers. He's got three brothers: Hank, Sam, and Ben.
Okay.
Uh, Sam is a doctor. I'm pretty sure Ben might have. Ben and Sam are twins.
Okay.
And then Hank is adopted. I'm pretty sure Jack is adopted as well.
Okay.
Um, Sam is a doctor. Ben, maybe. I haven't verified that yet.
Mhm.
But they're friends with the Kleins. Carl Klein is a lead deputy attorney general in Idaho.
What?
And yeah. And Rochelle, Carl's wife, is a VP of the Idaho Solid Waste Association. Her daddy, Mr. John Larkins, is a former law clerk for the Idaho Supreme Court who is currently very good friends with a girl named Sarah Clemens, who is one of the current law clerks for the Idaho Supreme Court. Now,
Oh my gosh.
the Klein family, Carl and Rochelle, along with Larry and Kelly Showalter, which is Jack S's parents,
Mhm.
they have made large donations to the mayor of Meridian. They have made large donate, and this is to their campaigns. To no, not what was the lady's name? She was running for mayor. Is it Donna something? But then they've also made to one of the council seats. They made a large donation to that campaign. They have made donations to the university. His parents go over to Africa and they provide medical treatment to the families over there, the adults and kids and stuff like that.
Okay.
Um, Jack has been there. Hank has been there. And I know Sam, I want to say Sam and Ben both of the twins have been there. And there's pictures of them over there, and they're all in medical scrubs. So whenever they all go over there as a family, they're all going over there to provide medical care for these adults and children. So his family is, yes, they're very well off and they're very well connected, which is more than likely the reason why we haven't heard from him. Either they have
Wow.
either they've lawyered him up, or these people, this guy with the attorney general's office or his father-in-law or the father-in-law's friend who is currently in with the Supreme Court
Yeah.
has given him legal advice. Do not talk. Do not get on social media. Don't talk to the media. Don't talk to nobody. If you want to go to school, you do it from home online. Don't even go back to the college until all of this is over with. If you see something about you on social media, don't respond to it. More than likely, that's the reason why we don't know where he's at. We haven't confirmed he's even out of the country. Uh, like we haven't heard nothing from him.
So he was actually then a student there.
Hmm.
Okay.
And it was said that him and uh, Maddie's boyfriend Jake, that they were really good friends.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So, so he was in a fraternity at one point then.
Yeah, he was in. They were saying it was Sigma Chi, but it wasn't. It was. Did I write down? It was Delta something. I
Okay.
forgot what it was. And then allegedly he got kicked out of the fraternity because he had a temper.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
So,
Huh.
and there are pictures of him where he has been hunting. He's killed an elk. In the picture, there is like a huge knife. And I even asked, I believe it was Vapor, I asked if that was a K bar, and he said no, but it was similar. Um, but it's a huge knife. It's in the picture. The pictures were from 2015, but I mean, it's not like you go buy a knife, you use it to skin out an animal, and then you just throw the knife away. Like you clean the knife up and you keep it for years,
Oh
and
yeah.
possibly pass it down to kids, grandkids, whatever.
Yeah.
Um, so more than likely, he still has the knife that was in that picture.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, he's a hunter, which I'm pretty sure most people in Idaho, um, or a large population of Idaho, is probably hunters.
Yeah.
So he is familiar with hunting. He, if you're a hunter, I mean, I've hunted, and you've got to be quiet. You got to be able to stalk your prey.
Hmm.
So that could have been how, if he was involved, how he got in and out of the house and nobody heard him or seen him. Uh, so there's a lot of things that he has that can connect him to this, and him being the one who possibly did it.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like being a hunter, as far as being in stealth mode for something like the Idaho 4, it would have been a piece of cake for him.
Right. Yeah, because like if you're in the woods, and like I said, I live in the sticks. I grew up in the country. I've hunted, uh, whether it's squirrel, deer, hog, whatever. When you're walking through the woods and there's leaves on the ground, you got to watch your step and make sure you don't step on a twig or a stick or make it crack and all this and that. Where he was at up there, literally, there was really nothing for him as far as outside he would have to even worry about. It was
Yeah.
that late in the morning. Everybody more than likely at that time is asleep.
Yeah.
Just when he was in the house, he had to be quiet.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
wear something on your shoes where they're not making noise on that wood floor,
Yeah.
and you just go in very stealthy and very slow, and he did what he did.
Yeah. And like you said, if he was wearing that type of suit, he would have
Hmm.
been quiet
Right.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think you're right on target with that, because there had to be a reason there wasn't any kind of a blood trail left. And I just don't see the shower either. I think that would have been too risky, as you said,
Right.
you know.
I mean, and if I'm not mistaken, you can order Tyvek suits off of Amazon,
Oh, wow.
which if I was a detective, I
Yeah.
would be getting in touch with Amazon,
Yeah.
or even go into, if that college has a like a medical department,
Yeah.
um, or obviously they would have to have a science department. The
Yeah.
science department is going to have possibly Tyvek suits.
Yeah.
Um, so I would be going to those departments because they have to keep a log of all of the stuff that they have, and if a student gets it or whatever, I would
Yeah.
go there. I would ask, are you missing any equipment? I would go to Amazon and ask if anybody from that area has ordered anything like that.
Yeah.
I would, but not to mention his family is in the medical field.
Yeah.
They very easily could have had one of those type of suits at their house, especially during the time of the Rona. If they went over into Africa after the pandemic started,
Hmm.
they possibly would have had to wear a Tyvek suit while they're over treating these people, just to be safe, because they're
Okay.
coming from another country into Africa, dealing with people from another country that they're not from,
Yeah.
and it would kind of protect the the people in Africa as well as the people, his family.
Yeah.
They could have had that kind of suit at their house.
Yeah. That's a great point. And you know what you were talking about, if you were a detective, along those same lines, I'd be checking Amazon for any K-bar knives that were
Mhm.
sold, um, in that area too, because I noticed you can buy them right off of Amazon as well.
Amazon, I would go to, I'm sure, I don't know if they have, like in Louisiana, we have Academy Sports,
Yeah,
which is like a sporting store,
yeah,
Cabela's.
yeah,
What else we got? We got Bass Pros here.
yeah,
Anywhere like that, or a military surplus
yeah,
store,
yeah,
you can buy them there too.
yeah.
If anybody in your family is military, uh, I do know that I believe it's the Marines that issue those type of knives.
Hmm.
Anybody that you're friends with who has military, uh, family members that's military background, anything like that. Like I would be checking into all of it because that's the only way that they're going to figure out who did it. Is they're going to
Yeah,
have to go and they're going to have to start looking into everybody and then looking into everybody's everybody.
yeah, yeah,
It's basically like how the sleuths will go. Let's just use Hoodie Guy for example. We go to
yeah,
his social media and then we start going through his friends, and then we start going through the friends until it's like a big ass web. We done went
yeah,
through and done figured out who's friends with who and here and there, and yeah,
yeah,
that's what they're gonna have to do.
yeah, yeah. I certainly, think you're right on target with that. It's gonna definitely gonna take that, for sure. I can't. I I don't know. I'm just like, for some reason, I just think there's an association with the um, some connection between that one downstairs roommate, obviously the people who were unalived, and that blame fraternity, um, and or sorority. I just think that, like, if even if it's just one person, I think somebody else knows. I just think they do. Um,
Yeah, I'm more than yeah. I mean, you have a college full of kids who intermingle with each other.
yeah,
Somebody's gonna talk, and they're eventually gonna be like, "I can't handle the stress anymore,"
yeah.
and they're gonna crack.
Or like you said, being you would think anybody that pulls this kind of a you know 4-person homicide is a narcissist at, probably at the least. Um, there it's a matter of almost a brag, really.
Oh, he's getting off on this.
Yeah,
He's sitting back. He's loving the fact that they don't know who he is, that he's getting all of this media attention. He's getting all the attention from social media. Um, and he's loving the attention, but the fact that they can't figure out who he is
yeah,
what he's really getting off on, because he's thinking, hey, I've got by with it. These fuckers don't know who I am, and I've just killed 4 people, and they can't figure out who did it. It's
yeah.
it's I mean, it's a huge ego boost for him, is what it is.
And do you think that there's a likelihood that this person is watching these crime channels?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they're in and out of the crime channels. I think that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they've been in some of the chats, if they're on Facebook in the groups, the Idaho 4 groups, if they're not on 4chan or they're on what's the other, Reddit. It wouldn't
Hmm.
surprise me if they've been in there and even commented. Like they're loving this. If they're an actual SK, they're getting off on this right now.
So if you think about it along those lines, whether it's SK or you know one of the jacks, wonder if that could be a reason that law enforcement is kind of like shuffling the deck, um, because they're trying to keep this person fearful. Because I did hear a profiler say that this person may not have any conscience and
Mhm.
they may not have any empathy, but one thing they do have is fear, um, always wondering what they know about them.
Right. I mean, yeah, they have the fear of maybe what the police know because they don't know what the police knows.
Yeah,
So maybe it lingers in their head. Well, are they playing with me?
yeah,
Because that's where the paranoia comes in.
yeah,
If especially if they hear like if let's just say me and you are talking about it and they're in listening, and they hear one of us say, "Well, maybe the police is playing with their mind and they're just saying they don't know who it is, but they really know who it is, and they're just, they're watching them and they're trying to build a case because they need to make sure that whenever they charge this person, that these charges are going to stick."
right.
That's where the paranoia comes in, and they're like, "Oh shit, wait, do the cops really know who I am? Do they know what I did? Do they know why I did it?"
Yeah,
Um, so that's yeah. I mean, they probably have no empathy for what they did, um, or they have no remorse. But then that
oh,
paranoia kicks in, and the fear comes for their own self.
yeah,
It's not the fear of maybe getting caught, maybe some of the fear, but they have no remorse.
yeah.
Anybody who does something like this has no remorse
Oh, yeah, for
whatsoever.
sure.
I think it's
Yeah,
it's probably a lot of paranoia
yeah,
is
yeah,
what they'll experience.
yeah. And a lot of it's probably self-imposed just because of
Mhm.
the way that they think, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, because they'll start. I mean, they could very easily start thinking, well, get like I said, the egotistical part come out, and be like, yeah, I've gotten away with it. They don't know who I am, and then it just pop in their mind. Well, wait a minute, could they possibly know who I am? Maybe they're just telling me that,
Yeah, right.
or something. Maybe they're just putting it out to the public. They don't know who it is, but they really do know.
Yeah.
Yeah, people with paranoia. I have a family member who gets paranoid, and that's how their mind works. Just one little thing that they think, and it just
Mhm.
sets off the whole paranoia thing.
Wow.
And
Well, and
it literally will run my cousin, like it will run him crazy. And
oh
you're sitting
wow.
here have to think, no, dude, you're good, all this and that, and I'm sure it's the same thing with whoever did this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, if it's a SK, you know, you even wonder too, like, could there have been a brief exchange with, say, one of the girls, and you know, this particular girl didn't do anything, but in this psychopath's mind, you know, they did, and
Hmm.
so that's the thought they're left with, you know, is that, you
Right.
know, she did this to me, shunned me, or you know, whatever. It did appear to me from that video, that Twitch feed or whatever they called that, that it appeared to me that Maddie might have been a little bit mouthy, um,
Hmm.
you know, and I wonder if you think about the fact that they came from the corner club, you know, could, you know, because it appeared like that her and Kaylee both were kind of being approached by, you know, quite a few men, if you can believe that Joe Vado or whatever.
Right.
Um, so, you know, it's like, you know, could she have encountered someone there, that, you know, tracked them? But I think it was somebody that they had encountered before, and maybe thought that they had a chance with one of them, and you know, found out they didn't. If it, you know, if it
Mm.
wasn't Jack the ex,
Right.
or
Because I
or
mean, I even thought about that maybe a hoodie guy followed them to
yeah,
the truck from the bar, and
hmm,
he claims that he was only walking with them to make sure that they got home okay. But I'm wondering if he thought, well, maybe if I walk with them, maybe I get to go home with them,
yeah,
and then whenever they jump in the car, they basically they just ditch the boy.
Yeah, they did.
They like they grabbed that food and they went and jumped in that car and they're like, "So long, see you. You know, you're not. This is the end of the road for you."
Right.
And they left and ditched him.
Yeah.
And maybe maybe that might have. Some guys get upset over something like that.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if, say, back at that corner club before he got tossed out, he spent some of his paycheck buying them drinks,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
And like you said, you know, he thought that that was going to be his lucky night.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see the car pull up in the reflection,
On
and
the sign there.
yeah, they're gone.
Yep. Like they made sure that they were jumping in the car and they were not letting him in with them.
Yeah,
And yeah, they left and and you can tell it kind of embarrassed him
yeah,
because he just like kept walking and waved at him like, okay, I'm gonna play it off,
yeah,
see y'all later. And then he kept walking on around the corner instead of going back and talking to the people that he was talking to. He just left because clearly it embarrassed him.
yeah, yeah. It did, and I noticed when Joe pointed out to him that they were leaving, and then he does the hoodie guy does that motion with his
With his
arm, like,
ham, yeah,
what the,
yep,
he turns back to talk to Joe. Well, Joe's going up to get his food, and then you see hoodie guy hightail it out of there,
hmm
you know. Um, but I couldn't tell, like, and I never saw a diagram, but I wondered when he went to the right, you know, I guess there was a parking lot there, right, around the corner or something that, he could have jumped in his vehicle.
somebody said something about there was a public restroom there, like if you went around the corner,
Oh,
and
okay.
that somewhere up through there was some other people that was hanging out that he knew, so he stopped and talked to them. Now I don't know if that's true or not,
Oh, okay.
but that's what somebody was saying.
Okay.
And I
Okay.
haven't even tried to map from where the food truck was to around the corner to see what was there. I've never even mapped that.
Yeah. Yeah. So was hoodie guy Jack S?
Yeah, Jack
Oh,
Showalter.
Jack Showalter. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Interesting. So there's Jack D, there's Jack S, and then
Hold on.
there's another Jack, isn't there?
There's a lot of Jacks. We've got so Jack S is the hoodie guy. Jack D is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
Then we have a Jack Katovich, which is the guy that Ethan sent the Venmo payment to that night and said thanks. Then there's another Jack K, but I ain't figured out who that Jack K is. Then we've got a Jake, a Jacob, uh, a Joseph, which is Big Guy Joe that's in the food truck video, and then we've
Yeah.
got Joseph that is the food truck employee. And now we've got this crazy creeper wandering neighbor who his name is Enan or something like that
Hmm.
harsh, but his aliases is James and Jim.
Oh my God.
So
Wow.
there's like a shit ton of J names.
Lord, I'm glad the dog's name wasn't Jack.
I know, poor Murphy. I feel bad for Murphy, y'all. I
Yeah.
really do.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
Yeah. My gosh. Wow. That's amazing. I
Yeah.
don't I just hope, like you said, that they
Oh, yes, we forgot about the neighbor Jeremy.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
I forgot about him. Thank you, Miss Robin.
Yeah, Jeremy, yeah, yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Well, Jeremy, I mean, he volunteered his DNA, didn't he?
Yeah, he said somebody he called him and they wouldn't talk to him, so he literally just got up and went down to the police station and said, "I want to give my DNA. I'm getting drug around on social media. I want to clear my name."
Yeah,
That to me, unless he is like just a professional expert person that knows for 100% fact that none of his DNA is anywhere in that house,
yeah,
there would be no reason for him to willingly give his DNA if he was innocent. Like,
Right.
I'm innocent, here's my DNA, I want to prove it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just, I just don't see if he was innocent, like I said, unless he just knew how to keep his DNA to himself and nowhere else.
Right.
I don't see him going willingly if he did it.
Yeah. No, I don't either. I mean, then that would fall under one of the world's dumbest criminals, you know,
Right.
to do that. Um, for sure. Yeah. It's you know, and when you were mentioning all the connections and all of that, Scarlett, I was thinking we were talking about the Hembrechts.
I know. It's like
Holy cow.
Jackass or Hoodie Guy is like Nathan Hambrecht.
Yeah, yeah,
He's very well connected. His family's very well connected. They've got money. We haven't heard nothing from him.
yeah, yeah,
You know.
yeah. And there's the political connection too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy cow. That's
Yes.
unbelievable.
Except for
Um,
the only difference is it's basically the same situation, just one's Idaho and one's California.
mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah,
All right.
for
If
sure.
anybody else wants to come up on panel with me and Gregory, just let me know and I'll drop the link. So yeah, I mean it's the cases like they're completely different, but there's some similarities in them.
Yeah, yeah. There really are. They're scary similarities, really.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you're
And
talking. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, you know, you were talking about this person, whoever responsible, being, you know, such a narcissist and believing they got away with it. You know, you really the same thing applied to Richard Allen. You know,
Hmm. I know 5 years,
5 years. You
and
know.
took pictures with the guy with his picture behind him,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
crazy. Okay, so I'm dropping it for wait, who wants to come up? I just saw it. Fionn wants to come up. Okay, hold on. Let me drop it. Okay, there's the link.
But yeah, after 5 years, I mean, who's not going to think they've gotten away with it?
Exactly.
You know, working right in the community.
So I don't know. I hope he gets everything that he deserves to for what he did to those two girls.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Well, I'm sure when he gets to prison, the the prisoners there are going to remind him how those
Mm.
two girls actually were the ones that solved their own murder because of his stupidity.
Yeah.
You know.
Um, Fionn, it's saying that your device is not connected. So yeah, if they had, which one was it? I can't even remember the girl's name now.
Abby.
Was she the one with the phone
Mm-hmm.
that took it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they'll remind him of that, and they'll remind him that he left a bullet between them.
Exactly. Okay, Fionn, I'm about to bring you up. Yeah, they just goes off and just doesn't even
Can you
check
hear
the
me? I don't know how
area.
this works.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
All right. Try. What are you hearing me through my phone or my TV?
You need to cut your TV down in the background and just
Turn
use your
my
phone.
TV down.
Yeah, you'll have to cut. You need to mute your YouTube.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
God, I can barely hear you.
Yeah, anytime you come up on a panel, just mute your YouTube because if not, it'll give me feedback and then there'll be like a really bad echo.
Yeah, because I'm on like my phone, but I got my phone all the way up, but I can barely hear you.
All right, let me
Anyway.
just. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can barely hear you. I mean, I can make it work, I guess, but I can barely hear you.
Okay.
I turn my TV down. If I turn that up, it'll echo, right?
Yeah, it'll echo back into my
No, I've been following this
headset.
from day one. You know, my dad worked for the FBI and CIA, and from what I see from all this, this is not what people think. This isn't like somebody they know. This is some freakish guy that's probably been stalking them or seeing them and watching them just from the way the
Mm,
house is. This is what my dad told me. His opinion. I mean, I don't know. I'm just a dude, but I honestly think the guy went into the empty bedroom because a
mm,
friend of mine noticed that's been watching the case where there's like a little cinder block there, and people were like making
right.
fun of that, which is a guy you probably seen on YouTube. I know that guy. He said that looks out of place, and he's like he stepped on that to go in through that window. And if you go in that window after like looking at the house, okay, as soon as you go in the empty room that the roommate that wasn't living there anymore, you open that door right to the left are the stairs to the upstairs to the
Right.
third floor.
Hmm.
So his theory is he went through the spare bedroom, opened the door, and now they know the dog was locked in a room. Probably put the dog in that room and went up.
Are you still there? Oh, I can't hear him now.
I don't hear him either. Well, I liked
Uh,
where he was going because I think you and I had
yeah, like
thought
he
that
was.
as well.
Yeah, because I mean that the window that he's talking about where the cinder block is, it
Hmm.
doesn't like the screen is off the window and it was laying on the ground.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what happened to him. I can't, and it doesn't show that he's muted. I don't know. Maybe he'll come back.
I guess maybe his phone lost connection, or
Yeah, it could have.
yeah. I've never tried to go on a panel using my phone. I think that'd be a disaster for me.
Oh, I had to do a couple of lives with my phone, and I hated it. Oh my god, I hate it because my screen is not big enough, and I have to have space, and it was horrible experience.
I think actually on one of those, Scarlett, I was present because I think you were actually in your truck, weren't you, or
Mhm.
something?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that.
I had
Yeah,
to go out to the truck because I didn't have my headset. I can't use it because it's USB headset
yeah.
on my phone. So I just I stuck a headset in it that I had, and I didn't need it because I didn't have nobody on panel, and I just went and sat in the truck all night and and did my live. Finn,
Yeah.
do you want me to drop the link for you again? Let me grab the link again. All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna drop it again for him. All right, and I'm gonna bring up. I'm pulling the banner up just to be safe. All right, so Finn, you can grab the link again. Creepy neighbor, but it really could be anyone. Yeah, Melissa, that creepy neighbor dude. Just him saying that he wandered over into his neighbor's house party. Like you're a 30-year-old grown ass chef that's wandering into a college house party. Like it, and then they said how he was staring at the house. That
Oh wow.
the now when he was doing the interview, they said that he was staring or he was saying something as he was staring at the now empty house. Like why the fuck are you gonna be staring at the house?
Oh wow.
It's just and then
Man.
him making the comment about that Sunday morning there wasn't your typical 15 to 20 people out in the backyard. Well, how the hell do you know who the typical 15 or 20 people are unless you're there watching
Yeah. A
like
voyeur.
yeah, that's the only way I wouldn't know who the typical people are go to my neighbor's house and that's my family.
Yeah.
You know.
Wow. Yeah.
All right, Finn, I'm gonna bring you back up. Well, it says your device is not connected. Okay, it may
Yeah.
take him a second for his device to connect.
In my neck of the woods, if you come wandering in somebody's front door, you're going right back out with 12 gauge shots.
Mhm. Yes. I mean, that's how it is in Louisiana. As long as they're in your house,
Yeah.
yeah. So, like I would think that if you just wander uh into a college house party, like people are gonna look at you like, especially with the way this dude looks. Um, they're
It
gonna
might be working.
Okay, you need to cut it down in the background though.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just need you to cut your TV down in the
All right,
background.
I turned the TV all the way down. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you good now.
Yeah, yeah, that Jeremy guy is very suspect. A lot of people like want to put themselves into cases like this. One my dad told me. He was FBI for 35 years. I mean,
Mhm.
he was watching this, and we were like sitting here for like I've been watching it since day one.
Mhm.
And people that do that, even though he gave his DNA, but if he knows his DNA is not in the code space, he's not worried about it, especially if he gets
Right.
prepared about it. Because it's like, I mean, you really can't order people for DNA.
Right.
It's like that is something they have to sneak on you.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? If you lawyer up, they can't just like demand your DNA.
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
they said he went down and voluntarily gave it. Now, I
Yeah,
mean, that,
and
like I said, that doesn't mean that he's completely innocent, I don't think.
no, but he knows a lot about what's going on around there in a
Uh,
creepy way. I
mhm.
mean, he's very suspicious. There's so many people in this whole case that are so suspect. And
Oh,
I
yes.
think when I watch the internet and all these people like going on and on about it, it's just like, wow, there's like five people. I mean, Jack S, Jack K, the ex boyfriend, everybody. I mean, you can pin it on anybody.
Yeah, you got the big dude Joe who was at the food truck. Um, who else we got?
Well, with
Like,
all due respect, I don't think Joe V could fit through the window.
yeah, that is true too. Because I even said that he doesn't look like the type of person. Like he has probably the strength to do it,
Yeah,
but I believe that he would give out because that's a lot of energy
yeah.
that you're exerting out of your body. And I think, yeah, I think he would give out probably after the first or second one. Um, Probably wouldn't make it to the third or fourth. That's just my opinion. I'm still saying that if it's someone older, it's going to be someone with military background who has probably did this before.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This case is just it's weird, like Kylie's case is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really wonder if we'll ever truly know all the details surrounding her, you know,
Probably not.
disappearance and all that.
I think it would have to be a miracle from the good Lord above
Yeah.
if we ever found out the actual truth because I think there's a lot of people involved. Um, just there's a lot of shady stuff going on
Oh, God.
in
Yeah.
the background of that.
Yeah.
And I think that they're doing whatever they can to keep it hush hush and covered up.
Me too. Yeah.
Finn, are you still with us? I think we lost Finn again.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think you're right, Scarlett. I think the tentacles to that case involving Kylie are far reaching and, just too complicated
Yeah.
to ever know the I would just like to know where I would like to know when she was abducted and like like the timeline of where she was, you know.
Yeah, I just I don't believe the whole party thing. I think it was a small group of people that was there that night.
Me too.
And I think that maybe she was lured there for
Yeah.
whatever reason, whether it was because somebody was wanting to fight her, they jumped her, whatever the reason was. I don't like everything that they're saying. I don't believe the whole it went from what 200 to 300 then 400 people.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Like
No.
where is for 200 people, even if two people to a vehicle, so 100 vehicles, where the hell are they gonna park that many cars at down there?
Exactly. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just without blocking roads and
Right.
all that.
Right.
So we
Yeah.
lost again.
I agree. I mean, it's just you know, And if she was at the sanctuary, I don't think she was there alone.
No. And I don't believe I never believe she drove herself into that water.
Oh no, I didn't either. For sure.
Oh, okay. I don't know
Okay,
if you
you
guys
back?
can still hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Yeah, you
Finn.
got me. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, man. You know, I mean, I'm just like, I try to put this together so much, and I really think everybody's like on the wrong track for some reason. I really do.
What's
You know,
what's your opinion on it, Finn?
well, my what I pieced it together, and when talking to my dad, because he's really intrigued by it, and he's been retired for like 10 years, and
Hmm.
he really believes this could be some local guy,
Hmm.
some peeper, weird freaky guy that lives around there that is uptight about all this stuff. He's a crazy fuck or whatever. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry.
No, you're
Um,
fine.
but this is like more. It's not random, but it's somebody that either saw them, maybe have been in the house, but
Mm.
I mean, everybody's like trying to pinpoint it, especially like the ex-boyfriend. I mean, he is the logical, person. Odd man out, girlfriend dumps him, she's moving away. He's not really hanging out with her crowd. Okay, he's
Right.
nowhere around really. He
Mhm.
lives right down the street. They
Mhm.
call him, he doesn't answer the phone. Okay, what are the alibis? This is why I agree with the father and that one FBI agent who put Kaylee's dad.
Oh, we lost him again.
Oh my gosh.
He must have internet like I got.
Yeah. I mean, like I was hanging on every word to hear where he was
I
going with
mean,
that.
yes, he's making sense, and then it's like it's cutting him out. Finn, are
Yeah.
you back?
Yeah. So
Oh, I don't. Maybe he can't hear us.
it's like, Finn, we need you to finish that thought, buddy.
It's like every time he gets to going good with it,
Yeah.
it just like it drops him off.
Yeah. Maybe
Uh,
like the internet I used to have, just when the wind would blow hard, it would cut off.
oh, that's how our power is. Like a
Is it?
bird can land on the power line, and your power is gonna blink.
Oh
Like
my
it's horrible here, y'all. Oh
God.
my, I don't know where he went.
Where are you, Finn?
Like he was literally going. He was on a good track there.
Oh, he was. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he'll come back up.
I hope so. Uh, yeah, because with his father being ex FBI, I'm like, man, you've been
Yeah,
talking to
I like.
him.
I want to hear his dad's
Yeah.
logical thinking.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Oh, maybe he'll come back. It shows that he's still up on panel. So maybe he just
Okay.
lost his design rhythm. How are you? Maybe he just lost signal or something for a second.
He's in what?
I can hear you
Purgatory.
guys. I can hear you
Oh,
guys.
Oh,
oh,
okay,
cool.
so we couldn't hear you.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can hear you guys. I've been hearing you guys the whole time. And I'm like trying to talk. Sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
because yeah, like we were literally listening to everything that you were
yeah.
And then it
saying.
cut out.
Yeah, and it like
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
you were getting to the good part, and then you just kind of like went away.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to. I'm on my phone. I turned the TV down. I'm like staring at my phone, and I got like 5% battery length. But I turned on my internet on my phone, so it may be better now.
Okay, yeah, I mean I can hear you good now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can
I
too.
mean, it's all speculation when I'm trying to say, but I listen to my dad, and he's like an old grumpy old retired guy. So it's like, but he knows his shit. He does. And he's
Mhm.
just like, I think everybody's on the wrong track. It's not somebody they are that close to. It's like they don't kill 4 people. If it was really targeted, it would have been the one girl, and maybe your best friend, unless he was jealous of the one best friend because that ruined his relationship. And I was like, whoa, that's kind of a thought.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe he attacked Maddie and Kaylee because he was jealous of Maddie because Maddie was taking his girlfriend away. because they're more tighter than he ever was with his girlfriend. This is just what
Right.
he said. So I don't know. This is all speculation, but I really think people are looking in the wrong direction. I think this is more of some guy when they can't pinpoint it, very very quickly, especially on a case like this, and you bring the FBI in day one, they know their shit.
Oh, there he went again.
Please, not again.
Every time he gets to the good part.
Yeah. I think Finn's doing this on purpose to
Yeah.
keep us on the edge of our seat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm really interested to hear what he has to say, for sure. But it sounds like
Maybe.
he's kind of thinking along the same lines as we are.
Yeah. So it shows that he's still back here. So maybe he can still hear us. I don't know.
Yeah, I hope
It's
so.
for some reason it gets to where we can't hear him though.
Yeah, it might have to do with his battery power. He kept saying that.
Oh, yeah, it could be.
Let me plug it in. Hold on.
Yes. See, now he's back.
Maybe
Yeah.
okay. No, I hear you guys fine. I've been hearing you guys fine the whole time.
Yeah, it's for some reason you'll be like mid sentence and then you just go
Okay.
completely out.
I just plugged it in. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. But the whole thing about it is, I mean, this is all speculation, but I've been following this from day one, and this is a true mystery. And can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But I honestly think it's somebody really outside their circle, and if it is somebody they know, it's somebody they barely know, like somebody just kind of ran into that party one night, but I think it's a local guy. I do. It's a local guy. And when I heard about that arrest, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I heard about that arrest, that guy that got out for murder, he had a cut on his arm. I don't know if you guys heard about that guy.
Yeah.
He was like, wow, he fits it perfectly, right? But obviously, if he was the guy, he'd already be taken in. He must have had an alibi for that night.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, I do think they'll catch the guy, but it still could be the ex-boyfriend. When you're 20 years old, emotions are going crazy, but I don't see him killing 4 people. Maybe his girlfriend, but not everybody.
Well, do you think, though, Finn, that the 2 victims on the second level could have been collateral damage?
Yeah, I'm not saying collateral. I think on his way out, he encountered them. But I honestly believe he went in the window, the spare bedroom where nobody lived. It was unlocked, the easy way in, the darkest place in the house. Could have went right in there. As soon as you leave that room, after looking at the house blueprints, as soon as you open that door in the spare bedroom that nobody's in, the stairs to the upstairs are right to the left, 1 foot away. All he's got to do is open that door and go straight upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we lost him again.
Oh, no.
And see, it's not showing that he's muted, but I wonder because it should show me if he's muted, but I wonder if he's accidentally hitting the mute button on his phone.
It's probably just a bad connection. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. Are you still
but
there?
I mean, these are my opinions. These are my speculations. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, none of us know, Finn. It's all speculation from everybody.
But I do have family that are in law enforcement, and this is what they're telling me too. So kind of like taking them. They're like, I don't know, but but I never seen my dad get so mad when he saw that FBI agent like throwing the father under the bus like that.
Yeah.
And he's just like, oh, he's trying to sell a book. I'm like, well, actually, he is. Look in the background. And, he's trying to get clickbait. But no, everybody's a suspect. The father should be.
Yeah.
But I honestly don't think he would. No.
No, I don't either.
You got to remember. You got to remember. You got to remember what grief is. Grief is denial. Anger comes next. He's angry. He was in denial at first. He's angry.
Yeah.
Right.
But he did say some very critical things that nobody knows about. But then you got to think, he said he paid for that. He paid for another autopsy out of his own pocket. So he knows exactly how Maddie and Kaylee were killed because
Yep.
he got an autopsy report too, because you can pay for that. And
Oh, we lost him again.
Oh, I didn't know he paid for a separate autopsy.
Yeah, he said in one of his interviews that he did, he said that he paid for that funeral. So, like, meaning that he paid for it, that they should give him the information of what happened to his daughter.
Mhm.
And then he said, I sent my daughter to college for an education and she came home in a box.
Right. I heard that.
So, yeah, that's what he was talking about, that he paid for it. Because I've heard that she was cremated. Then
Yeah.
he says he paid for the funeral, but then it was said that he wasn't going to do a public funeral for, like, I guess he just did like a private one because the police couldn't guarantee his wife that the person who did this wasn't going to show up at the funeral.
Yeah,
So
I
I
did
think he
hear
did
that.
just like a small, I think maybe small get together with the family, maybe close friends or something like that.
I did see an interview where he mentioned about her coming home in a box, but then I thought that it was either Olivia or maybe his wife off camera that said urn, and he said, yeah, urn. So
Hmm.
that just led me to believe that she was cremated.
Yeah, I've that's what I've heard. And but
Okay.
maybe whenever they're talking about the funeral part of it,
Yeah.
they may be talking about like a memorial type
Yeah.
service for
Oh,
her, or maybe
sure.
for her and Maddie or something like that, because they always said that they thought of Maddie as like their daughter as well, because they
Right.
grew up since what, like sixth grade, I believe it is.
Yeah, I think so.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's the whole situation's just sad, honestly.
Yeah, it really is, Scarlett. It's just unbelievable when you think about it, you know. Um,
Yeah.
and just the timing. I mean, like just Kaylee being there when she really, you
Yeah, she
know,
wasn't even living there anymore. She just came to visit to
right.
show. I think somebody said she wanted to go show Maddie her car
Yeah.
that she had just bought, what, like 2 days before that.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I don't think Ethan lived there.
He didn't. He was just spending the night with Anna.
Yeah.
He was part of the Sigma Chi fraternity.
Mm-hmm.
So Ethan was kind of, I guess you would say, at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
And I know that's kind of hard to say, but uh, you know, he was just spending the night there with his girlfriend. The other three
Right.
lived there.
Right.
So maybe, I don't know if I would even say collateral damage. Like it's, I believe that everything happens for a reason, and for whatever reason, maybe that's why he was there that night. God knew what was going to happen, and he just made it where they would all together instead of
Yeah.
everywhere separate. Or I don't
Right.
know. It's just, you know what I'm saying.
No, I do. It's
Uh,
like Xana being separated from Ethan.
right, and then you
One
got
of
Maddie.
them. Mhm.
Yeah, and then Maddie and Kaylee, they've been best friends, and even the dad said this. They were best friends since sixth grade. They
Oh,
went to
yeah.
high school together. They got into college together. They got into the same house together, and then in the end, they died together.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so
Yeah. You're right. I mean, things happen for a reason. And it's
yeah.
like, I can't imagine what it, because I believe Ethan and Xana were like really a serious couple. Like,
Hmm.
I had read somewhere that they probably were going to get married. That Xana apparently was a little bit of a wild child, and Ethan
Hmm.
was the person that totally,
Kind of
changed
calmed
her
her down
life.
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But I do remember hearing the interview with Xana's mother, which I guess was from maybe house arrest or maybe jail. I don't know. I wouldn't think they'd let you talk from jail, but
Yeah, I
she
wonder
said that.
if she got out of jail. I wonder that.
Oh, okay. Um, I know she had said that she thought when they were talking about the timeline, she thought that they were at a club.
Who, Ethan and Xana?
Yeah, and I don't know if she based that on, maybe what they had done in the past that she was aware of, but she clearly said in that interview where she was so emotional that she thought that they were at a club. She didn't say which club, but I can't imagine there's many clubs in Moscow.
Probably not.
I mean, it sort of sounded like that corner club had the lock on the college kids, to me.
Well, I wonder if maybe they went to the club where Kylie and Maddie were at, and instead of them going by the food truck, they just came home, and that's the reason why Maddie and Kaylee got there. Like, what was it? 11 minutes later, 12 minutes after they got home. Maybe that's the reason, and maybe
Might have
that's where
been.
the time gap is from the 9 o'clock to the 1:45 whenever they got home, and police just hasn't came out with it yet. I
Maybe
mean,
maybe that's it. Maybe they're not because somehow that figures into, you know, the
hmm
crime. I mean, because inside that club, I know they had cameras on the outside of the building because I saw a video that showed it.
right.
But you would think they would have some kind of cameras inside as well,
hmm
where somebody would see exactly, what transpired that night between Maddie and Kaylee and Jack S.
Right. So that could have been what they did. They could have, went to the frat party. I've heard that there was a fight at the frat party.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if that's true or not. Like, you know how all the rumors
Right.
swirl and all that.
Yeah.
Wait, what did say? Is there okay? If there's cam footage of the surviving roommates coming home at 1:53, there has to be. Okay, so it was the surviving roommates. So Dylan and Bethany allegedly were out in the community separately, but they somehow ended up at home together at 1 o'clock. Then Ethan and Xana came in at 1:45, and then uh, Kaylee and Maddie came home at 1:56.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I just I don't know. I don't know if I fully believe that there's no camera nowhere on any of these houses that these
Oh, yeah.
college kids
Yeah.
belong to or
Yeah.
live
Yeah. It's almost like where's all that video from Kylie Rodney? I
from
mean,
the party.
yeah. And I
Exactly.
mean, this college campus with all these kids. I mean, I would think the people that were renting the homes would want the people that own the rental homes would want cameras for
Cameras.
liability purposes,
Yeah.
you know,
hmm
to where, some, kid couldn't say, oh, I got hurt or whatever. And they're
Yes,
like,
especially with it being a college town and college kids living in the house and
yep,
parties and all that. Yeah, I mean that would especially. I mean, I'm sure they have insurance on the house. I would assume that
yep,
if you have cameras, it may make your insurance a little bit cheaper.
yeah, yeah,
So I don't
great
know.
point, you know. Um, yeah, it's, I just don't, yeah, it's just the missing timeline is really
Right.
suspect to me.
hmm
Um, and like we talked about, just the fact that if the camera picked up Kaylee and Maddie getting home, then it would have picked up Ethan and Xana. I guess that's how they knew they got home because the law enforcement, it seems like, changed their timeline to match what Olivia had determined.
Right.
Um, and But I'd also like to know where Dylan and Bethany were.
Yeah,
What?
because they haven't never said where they were at.
No, they never have, and it's ironic because you brought it up. I think when you were mentioning to Finn that it's like, okay, they got home at 1 o'clock, but apparently they were out separate, but they both got home at one
Yeah, but
One
o'clock.
see,
o'clock.
people seem to
Yeah.
forget in the very beginning of this, like the two surviving roommates did say they heard stuff, and they just didn't. Thought people were up there partying. They did say that. People forget that the very first interview of all this when happened. Oh yeah, we heard some things. They did say that, but they didn't think nothing of it. They just
Right.
locked the doors, and the reason why they locked the doors is because they're used to random drunken idiots coming in and falling into their room. They said
Oh,
that. If you
okay,
go way,
Hmm.
way back to the very beginning, that's why they locked their door. They didn't think nothing about it because people have like stumbled into their rooms like drunk, you know.
Yeah.
okay,
So they always lock their doors because of that.
okay.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
remember
that's
that
true.
being
That's a
said.
fact. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to look way back, like the very first, interview of all this stuff. They said that. People
Okay.
forget about that.
Well, I
I
Yeah.
mean,
did.
this isn't rumor. This is actually what they said.
Yeah.
So I could see that. I could see them putting earbuds in and shutting the door out of the people are just partying upstairs. But if somebody's screaming, maybe they would have woke up and maybe they're having sex or doing whatever you do. You know what I mean? The college,
Right.
kids.
Yeah.
So it's like I could see them not waking up.
Oh yeah, I didn't think like because somebody had mentioned that before. Well, they didn't wake up till like 11 o'clock the next
And then
day.
you got
I'm
to look
like,
at the way the place
that's
is built.
normal.
It's like a three apartment. It's like three separate apartments.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It was an interesting floor plan.
right. So I don't know. It's just hopefully they figure something out here soon.
So you were saying, Finn. So your father and you said your relatives felt like that the suspect um, came in the spare bedroom window and then immediately went upstairs.
I think we lost him again.
My God. Wow. But
I
yeah, he
was
can hear us.
Yeah, I was trying to see if his little icon thing, like whenever I talk or if anybody talks on panel,
Mhm.
it has like the little ring around it will light up. I was trying to see if his was doing that, but I don't see it doing that.
Wow, that's weird. I can see my name says Finn Kimball, and I can see
Right.
it's all it says you're in the show. I'm on my phone. I got it on the internet though.
Hmm.
But yeah, my TV's down. I can hear you guys fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
for
hear you
some
guys
reason.
perfectly.
Yeah, for some reason we can't hear you like the whole time.
Ah, that
It's like you're
sucks,
in the
man.
middle, like you would literally be in the middle of a good ass sentence,
Oh, and then you don't hear
and
it.
then
Oh,
no,
no,
and then your sound just
that
goes out,
sucks.
and we're like
Oh
we
no.
like
I'm
you're
not
on
getting
the
the
right
meat
track.
and the meat and potatoes of everything I'm trying to say. Look, I'm nobody. I'm just like everybody else. I'm a sleuther, internet, speculation. But I do have family that are involved, that have been involved in,
Yeah.
in things like this. And
Right.
I hear what they say, and they're like, "Oh, well, you got to speak out." I'm like, I don't really speak out. But it's like they don't know either. I mean, we only know what the media has told us.
Right.
Think
Right.
about it. And we only know what we can like dig up on their social media, which a million people have done. But you can pinpoint anybody. Like the Jackass guy looks like a prime suspect. Look at him.
Yeah.
Everything he does. Oh, he's a killer.
Yeah.
But we really don't know that, you know? So we
Right.
Yeah.
can't, and from what my dad said, he's just like, yeah, he's a logical source, but he always told me to think outside the box. There's somebody you probably don't even expect.
Hmm.
All right. I don't know. The creepy wandering neighbor next door, he's very suspect too though. Like
Okay.
I just some of the stuff that he said and then his criminal record,
Yeah.
um it's just and the pictures that I've seen on his Facebook,
Hmm.
like this dude, yeah, he is. I'm not saying that he had anything to do with it or knows anything about it, but he's just got that weird creepy vibe too that of somebody who possibly would do something like this.
Now, is he on that Facebook Idaho site, Scarlett?
I don't know if he's ever been in there on any of the Facebook groups,
Okay.
but just on his personal Facebook, like he's got some like very disgusting pictures on there.
Okay.
It just I don't know what it is about this dude. He's just got that look,
Okay.
like you know what I'm saying, like a Jeffrey Dahmer type look.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, he's just.
Wow.
And the thing, like last night when I was reading that thing, and he said that he was doing uh, his nightly routine or how he winds down whenever he gets home from work, and that he feeds his cat and then he drinks his tea when he's playing his PlayStation 4, and then he goes out and he practices his juggling or his fire sticks or whatever the hell it was that he does after that. And he was very detailed with him explaining the things that he does when he gets off of work and gets home around 1:30.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was just I don't know what it is. He may be
1:30 in
completely
the
innocent.
morning.
Yeah, like he gets home from work at like 1:30 in the morning, and he feeds his cat. You know, it was just the way he explained it, like in detail,
Yeah.
was it was just weird. And then he's saying that about the there wasn't the typical 15 to 20 people there that Sunday morning like it usually was. He gives off just these stalker vibes,
Wow.
you know.
So he was saying there. His comment was there's usually 15 to 20 people there on Sunday mornings. Where?
In their backyard. He
Oh, in
says
their
that,
backyard.
yeah, he said that that Sunday morning, okay, so the murders happened early that Sunday morning.
Uh huh.
And he says that it was very quiet that morning, and he said that there wasn't the typical 15 to 20 people in the backyard that morning whenever they all got up at the fire pit and all that. And you know, like I said, where his apartment building is, you
Mm-hmm.
can't see their backyard because there's trees there. You would have to be down on the ground. And plus, you can't see it anyway from the inside of your apartment because of the way the building is sitting. So you would have to be outside in order to see into the backyard. So how does he know what the typical
Gotcha.
15 to 20 people are? You know, like I
So
said,
only
my
he would
neighbor,
have to voyeur basically.
right? Basically he would have to sit there and know who these people are going to the house, who is the typical people. Because whenever you say typical people, I'm going to think you're saying the same people who go there every day or every weekend or are always there when there's a party going on or something like that.
Right.
And then he says that over the summer, I wandered into my neighbor's house party and I talked to Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee, which now are all three dead, but he didn't mention Maddie. But he
Huh.
just happened to mention those three. And
Wow.
he's weird. I could be completely wrong, but he's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. So, huh. Well, it sounded like the front door actually, had a code on it. So I
Mm-hmm.
guess the only way he wandered in would have been in the back door,
Right.
you know?
Yeah. He probably wandered over there during the party, and
Yeah.
then probably wandered over there at night when everybody was asleep.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can you tell us his charges for those just joined us? Okay, yeah. Let me grab his charges real quick. And where am I at? I'm gonna go over uh, the creepy wanderer. That's what I'm gonna call him.
Yeah.
I mean, I give everybody a nickname.
I noticed
You know,
that.
I gotta start coming up with nicknames for people in this case. We got too many Jacks.
You got
Like I
what you
had
got? I think you got 4 jacks, 3.5 jacks.
we've got. I gotta go back to my notebook. Let's see. We got Jack S, Jack D, Jack K,
And Jack
another
K.
Jack K. Yeah,
Jack
there's
K's pretty creepy too.
I've been told there's two different Jack K's.
Oh, the Jack K guy. He's got this like deadly website on Instagram, and he's talking about like on November 15th, it was the best weekend of his life. He's a friend of theirs or associated with all them too. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's so much to it. See, everybody on the internet, we're all good at like investigating. We all should be detectives, really. I mean, come on.
I
I mean,
mean,
we're good at what we do.
we're
But
better
see,
than the FBI at times.
we really no, honestly, we are.
Honestly.
I hate
Yeah.
to say it. And they don't like that. Even my dad said it goes, you guys figure out. He told me this. He's 30 years in the FBI and he's retired. He goes, you guys figure out stuff more than it would take us like 5 years. It's like,
Mhm.
but it's because of technology, because we will go deep in. You know what I
Well,
mean?
we don't have to wait for warrants or anything else
Yeah, we
either.
don't have to
So
wait for all
it's,
that. But
Yeah.
see, they
yeah.
have the inside information. All we get is what is leaked. But we can take that leaked information and put the pieces together. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And all three of those jacks are very suspect in all their own separate ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? Any three.
He's gone again.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
I don't know what it is. Why his volume just keeps. Hold
Yeah.
on.
I've
I need
never.
to I need to mute for just 1 second so my
Sure.
husband can
Sure.
tell me something. Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. All
Now,
right.
was
So
Jack K the one that posted the picture that he was wearing that like medieval mask with the dagger in his hand?
I believe so.
Okay.
Let's see. I know.
Yeah, that dude's weird.
All right. So Jack S is the hoodie guy. Jack D is the ex-boyfriend, and then Jack K was the one that Ethan had sent the Venmo payment to that night and just had a note that says thanks. And
And
then
then
he
he's the one that started the fund, right?
right the GoFundMe, and I think they said he donated like $6 or something like that.
Okay. Okay.
So I haven't really looked into him, but I do know that his sister on her Venmo, somebody had there was a girl named what was her name? Was it Molly? Molly Gray, I believe is her name.
Mm-hmm.
She had so this Molly girl had sent some money to Jack's sister, and all she put in the thing was 330. Now a lot of people were well, it said I think 3:30 a.m. I think is what was in the message, but a lot of people were speculating on that. But then I was thinking like, why would like what's the significance with 3:30? So I googled it, and it said with a lot of college kids
Mm-hmm.
that they will put in a message, I'm gonna go 3:30 so and so, and it just means I'm gonna go prank. Like they instead of putting the word prank, they put 3:30.
Oh, okay.
Why I don't know. It must be a college thing or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I guess I'm too old for that. So
Yeah, me
you know.
too. Well, like you figured out, that whole Venmo code.
Oh God, I'm
Yeah.
hell with some Venmos. All you gotta do is give me a name. Yeah, and matter of fact, I need to see if this Enan dude or Enan dude or whatever the hell his name is, if he's got a Venmo. I haven't looked into him yet. I'm hell with some Venmos, and
Yeah,
it's
I know you
literally
are.
people hate the Venmos, y'all. It's hilarious. They hate them. They don't like whenever I bring them up, but I mean, look at what I found just with the kids in Truckee in Nevada
Oh yeah.
County, how they're
Oh yeah.
buying and selling drugs.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Oh, wait, he's got a Venmo.
Does he really?
He does.
Oh my God.
He
Scarlet's
paid.
in heaven.
Yes, he has got a Venmo. Hold on, I'm gonna bring up this dude's charges in just a second.
Sure.
Oh wait, little baby, help me go over the charges. But the Venmos are so much better. He's got 93 people as his friends. He's paid some sticks dude for some sticks. I guess that's his fire sticks.
Yeah.
Somebody paid him for gas. Somebody paid him for some chocolate. Um, Partial refund for damaged eBay product. So I guess he bought something from eBay. I don't know who still uses eBay either, but um, what was the fire? Um, what was the fire emoji? It was something to do with drugs, but I can't remember.
Oh, it was?
Yes, the fire one was one of the emojis that was on the I think the DEA website.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Um, and then he's got a candy cane, and then bowling. This is all the way back in like 2019 though, because the very last thing was October the 9th of this year.
Okay.
Let's see. Only really thing I see that's bad is the fire emoji. I don't know what a candy cane emoji means. I'll have to look that up. Uh, a, what was the butterfly? Oh shit! Because there's somebody giving him a butterfly one, and then he gonna pay somebody for some tamales. What does people in Idaho know about tamales?
That's for sure.
Wait, I mean, okay, so
That's
let me see.
suspect.
I'm saying it like, does people in Idaho really know about tamales?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's a
fire.
Louisiana thing.
Yeah. So fire was marijuana, but okay. So what about the candy cane, White Widow baby? Let's see. Let me see if he's friends with any of the people who, or any of the jacks. Uh, Let me go through. He only has 93 people, so I don't see. I see his dad on here. I don't see any jacks. I don't see anybody on here
Okay.
that no names that I've heard of other than his dads, and that's it.
Now I don't know if I imagine this or what, but I thought the Jack K on his Instagram, or I think it was Instagram, where he had that picture of him with that medieval mask. I thought that Jack D liked that. Do you remember that?
Let's see. I can look it up real quick. Let's see. Jack uh, Katovich. Let's see. Let's see if I can. Oh, his account's on private.
Oh, okay.
So let's see. Who else would be. Wait, where's Kaylee? Let me go to Kaylee and then let me go to who she's following. And then Jack. Let's see if she's friends with. Is she even friends with Jack D? I don't think she's friends with Jack D.
Haley wasn't?
Not on not on Instagram that I see.
Wow. That is something there.
Yeah, she's not friends with him. I don't see where, and he may be following her, but she's not following him.
Wow. Well, if that doesn't send you a message that you're old news, I don't know what does.
Right.
Wow.
Yep. She done broke it with him on IG also.
Yeah. Yeah. Holy cow.
So she's friends with one, two, three, four, five, six, seven Jacks, but I don't think any of them are Jack D.
Good night. Wow. Well, you can imagine if he knew or knows any of those other Jacks and knows that Kaylee was friends with them, how that's set,
Right.
you know, that would have just added insult to injury.
Yep. $6 Venmo could have been as part of the alcohol provided to the frat party. I think that $6, Melissa, was what he had donated to the GoFundMe after Ethan had passed. I think he started the GoFundMe or he was the first one that donated on the GoFundMe. I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah, now did he? I thought he donated $6 to everybody's GoFundMe. Did he?
I don't know. I just remember I only heard him
With
donating to
Ethan?
Ethan. Yeah, that
Okay,
was only one.
okay. Has
All
it
right.
surprised you that the university hasn't put up some kind of reward?
Mm, yeah, I mean, I would think that they would want one up. Um, I mean, they won't even allow the dad to put the flyers up, like the wanted posters or whatever, which I don't understand that either. So I don't know if they want to allow him to do a reward or what.
Oh, wow. So they're preventing him from putting posters up.
Yeah, he wanted to do wanted posters,
Wow.
and they wouldn't allow him. Okay, so Max 420 said he donated to every one of the victims $6. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, so let me pull up this guy's his charges real quick. I gotta find what I did with them. I got sidetracked by the Venmo. Okay. I mean, his wasn't that exciting though. I found some Venmos that get to looking through them and find all kind of good shit.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, let me bring this up and go over his stuff real quick. Okay, I gotta. Oh, that's his personal stuff. I don't want to show that. Oh, okay. So he has an inhalant, a possession of inhalant. He actually has like a couple of them.
Oh,
Unlawful inhalant use, marijuana, which is I don't think that's a big deal.
no.
Let's see. That's marijuana possession. And I hate how they'll put some of the charges in the same spot, and then you may get down to another county, and then they change the spots on the charges, and I have to sit here and look for them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, he's
this
got
is.
stuff going back to 2012.
I think there's some on here for 2010 also.
Good gracious.
Let's see, that was unlawful use or possession of an inhalant. Let's see, what
What
is
does
this
that
one?
mean, Scarlet? Sniffing glue?
Like the only thing I can think of right off the top of my head is the compressed air that's in a can.
Yeah.
They call it like huffing, like when you inhale what's in the can or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Okay. I don't know how you ever get caught with that.
And unless they caught him doing it, or yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, maybe sniffing spray paint,
Yeah.
something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. This is driving uninsured, possession of marijuana, possession of marijuana. Oh, wait. Okay, so Troll just showed me that the candy cane on there is a line of cocaine and the football shaped Xanax. All fun, no fear. Candy canes are used by those who have the sense of balance. Okay, so more than likely it's going to mean a line of cocaine on
Wow.
Venmo.
Wow.
Okay, let's see what's the next one here. All right, so this one's a felony. Okay, so this is a controlled substance. Uh, what is this? IVS 4, right? So a controlled Schedule 4 controlled substance.
Okay.
Let's see what else. He had a controlled substance without a prescription.
Okay.
Then we had a robbery in the second degree. So
Good
I
night.
mean that don't surprise me. I mean he has two trespassing charges too. I mean he even admitted he'll just wander up into somebody's house. So
Yeah.
that's probably what he told the cops. Well, I wasn't trespassing. I just wandered over there.
Yeah. 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 Probably so.
Let's see, what is this one? Okay, this is going. Oh, driving while license suspended. Uh, Criminal trespass in the second degree. Let's see, trespassing building, I guess in the first degree.
Hmm.
Let's see. Another controlled substance with no prescription. So, I mean, basically, he has or had a drug problem. Hopefully, he has,
Yeah.
you know, cleaned himself up.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wow.
I would hope anyway. It's okay. This one's controlled substance with no prescription. Let's see, what is this one's? Another controlled substance with no prescription. Wait, is this the same one? No, this is a different time. So this is 2010. Another controlled substance with no prescription. Okay.
Good gracious.
I mean, I think the last time it shows he has anything on his record was 2018.
Okay.
So hopefully he's gotten himself sober. I mean, marijuana isn't
No.
that big of a deal. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't know if it's legal in Nevada. I mean, not Nevada, Idaho. I don't think it's legal, but it's not, it ain't that big of a deal.
Right.
Misuse of a special left turn lane. Another marijuana possession. A fugitive complaint. I don't know what that was about. Unlawful use of possession or possession of a inhalant.
Gracious.
Inhalant use of possession. And he had to pay $100 fine for that. And then he was a fugitive from justice, so they did arrest him on that as well. I mean, he doesn't have a pretty past. Like
No, he
he's
doesn't. No, he sure doesn't.
let's see, but like I said, he doesn't have anything that has been found since 2018, so maybe
Yeah. But it's hard for me to
he's
believe that those fire sticks rehabbed him from all that.
yeah, the fire sticks. Like there was a picture of him outside doing whatever fire stick people do with them, twirl them around or whatever they do.
Okay.
There's a picture of him on his Facebook of him outside doing that.
Okay.
I don't know what fire stick people call that, but
Yeah.
I guess dancing with them or like they're twirling a baton.
Yeah.
So this guy's just an RSO that lived close to where he lived at.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
he is a kitty. He is a chef, so he is familiar with knives.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's see. We got a LinkedIn, a Facebook, and a MySpace. I don't know who uses MySpace.
Oh, I didn't
But
know it was still up and going.
unless it's just an old one and he never closed it down or something. But
Yeah.
um, okay, let's see. He has no business profiles, no licenses, no finances, and no assets. So I don't know if he does own a car, it's not on his assets on here.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it. Like I said, he don't have anything on his record since 2018. They have axe throwing. I don't know. Just the fire stick thing is just. I wouldn't say it's weird. I mean, I guess if it's a hobby, he says that's
Yeah.
like part of his thing that he does to wind down
Yeah.
at night after he gets off work. He practices that.
Yeah.
And that just could be his hobby. I don't know if that's really a weird thing, but
Yeah.
so
Yeah. I don't know anybody that does that, but that doesn't mean anything.
right. But if you also think of it, you got the fire stick dude, and then you got Jack the juggler.
Yeah.
Jack D was a juggler and balanced stuff on his head and everything else. So, I mean, they could be like 2/3 of a circus.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I presume when you say fire sticks, they're not really lit with.
Oh yeah, they got fire on the end of them.
Oh, they've got fire. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's in the picture that I seen. It's got fire on. There's two sticks, and each end has fire on them. And he's out there. Yeah, he's out there twirling them and all that. Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's real safe for structures, isn't it?
Exactly.
Holy cow.
So I'm wondering if he goes out and practices his fire sticks,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when he sees who's over at this house or whatever, whenever before the
Yeah.
murders happen.
Yeah. Well, even if you couldn't see the house, you would know just from the illumination that came from the blamed thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe he goes over to their fire pit and would light his fire sticks, and that's how he knew who all was over there.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's somehow though that this dude knows who the typical people are.
Yeah.
That are at this house on the weekends, whenever the morning after they have a party.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, is his house where he's living, is it like a block away or how far away is it?
Oh no, it's literally. I know. Let me see if I can get a map to come up without it. My internet acting an ass. It's okay. So like where the house is,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a little bitty road, like a little bitty small blacktop road next to the house,
Yeah.
and then you got the red brick apartment buildings
Yes.
right next to the house.
Yes.
That road goes in between them or whatever.
Yes.
He lives in those apartment buildings right there.
Where the security light was burned out?
I don't know if it was the security light or not.
Was it so if you drove past the drive up into the house and you took the little road to the right that went up to the back parking lot?
Okay, so like instead of whenever you're on the road and then you turn into the driveway of the house,
Yes.
instead of turning into the driveway of the house, you just kept going straight and it went up on that little hill right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that building that's right there, I'm just gonna pull up the maps too. He lived in those apartment buildings right there. Like literally the only thing that's separating that house from those apartment buildings was a little bitty road.
Okay. Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna pull it up here in just a second. That way we can see it. I just have to pull it up before I pull it up on my screen because it'll show where my house is.
Sure.
Okay, let's see.
Because I was thinking that road was the one that went up a ways and where a voyeur would sit to look at the back of the house.
Okay, so I don't know if you can see it yet, but where the red pin is
Mhm.
where the house is where the murders happened. And
Okay.
then right here, these two long buildings where it says
Yes.
500 on the one, that he lives in one of those two apartment buildings.
Okay.
So see,
So the
it's that,
building
yeah,
that
it's one of
is
these two
okay.
right next door to him, to the house.
Okay.
And the only
Okay.
thing that's separating it is just this Queen Road that comes up through here.
Yes.
And I mean, it comes back out over here, but that's the only thing that's between and this little group of trees. So he very easily, anytime if he's anywhere in his apartment in any one of these buildings, if
Yeah.
you're inside, you're not going to see in the backyard.
Exactly.
He would have to be outside and be on the ground to see underneath the trees
Yeah.
in order to see into the backyard.
Well, the blue vehicle, I guess it's blue, that's right there.
Right.
You can see it visible.
Hmm.
That right there would be like a perfect spot for a voyeur to be looking right in the house.
Yeah, just right there in those little tree
Mhm.
lines. They can be
Yeah.
hiding in there
Yeah.
and be looking at everything. They can look at that house. They can look at this house right here, this
Yeah.
1126. I believe there's one. Well, I mean, they can come at the back of this house if they wanted to look at it that's down here.
Yeah.
So there's several little houses right in that area that they can look right into.
Yeah.
But
And
but him being in these either one of these buildings,
mhm.
because the way that they're shaped, if he looked out of his window,
Mhm.
he may catch the top of the trees, but he's not going to catch the back of the yard.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he would
Well,
have to be on the ground looking underneath the trees, like under the tree limbs and all that.
so I do know, Scarlett, that if you run your arrow up to that first white roof there on that building,
Right here,
yeah, this one right here to your right, that yeah, at the bottom of your screen.
this one.
I don't see your arrow. Where's your arrow? Yes, that one.
Uh,
Okay. The night of the incident, the
mm-hmm.
security light on that building was burned out. So all of that lot where that blue car was parked was completely dark.
So is there a security light at the end of their
On the
building?
side, it's on the side of it where
Okay.
your arrow is.
Okay, so at the basically at the end of it, so it's shining like out over the road
Yeah.
then right here.
And it illuminated part of this back here in the back too. And the reason is because the oh, what's that guy's name that does the interview room? Yeah,
Chris McDonough.
yeah, he actually
Hmm.
went there with his wife on Thanksgiving, and
Hmm.
uh, the light had been was working, but he interviewed some people that lived in the building, and they said that it wasn't fixed until after the homicides.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I mean, anybody could have done anything to it to make it go out.
well, that's true. Yeah, very true.
So that is crazy. I didn't know that about the light.
Yeah, but yeah, where that blue vehicle is, like you said, and with those lights on in that house, the way they kept them on, and no
Hmm.
blinds, I mean, they would have just been able to sit
Yeah.
there for hours and get their jollies off, you know?
And they very easily could have just left after they did what they did. They could have very easily left out that back door
Mm-hmm.
and went through these just underneath the where the deck up above. You know, you can walk under it out the
Right,
back door. Nobody's going to see you. Hit the
right,
tree line, go straight
right.
through here. And I
Yeah,
could be completely wrong, but and just go straight between these two buildings.
yeah,
And they could have went all the way over here and had a car parked over here and nobody would have paid attention thinking somebody is maybe visiting somebody else in the complexes, or
yeah,
they could have come out down this way and hit Linda Lane and went out to Taylor Avenue.
Yeah,
And
good.
they wouldn't have even had to go in front of the house.
Yeah, that's right. And at that time of morning, like you had pointed out, people are asleep. So really, let's say just for instance, they were covered in the substance, in the liquid. Who's going to
Hmm.
see them?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And see this house right here, somebody had pointed this out, and I wonder. They said they turned it into police.
Hmm.
Let me grab my little dude here. But this house right here has a camera on it. You can see it right up there.
Oh wow.
And that camera points straight down this road. And if you go down this road to the end right here,
Hmm.
this right here is Taylor Avenue.
Oh
All right. Taylor Avenue, you just go right down here and you turn on King Road. See,
wow.
it's literally like right there. So if they did leave from the house area in a car
Yes.
and they go out Taylor Avenue, then that camera would have picked them up.
Okay.
So
Wow.
they said that the camera they let law enforcement know that there was a camera there in case they didn't know. I don't know if the cops know where every camera is in the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
But hope they said that they turned it in. Sifa, thank you so much. Many cultures do fire dancing, Hawaiian, Samoan. I'm not going to try the next word. Turkish and mine. Back home is considered an art. Not all of us who fire dance are weird like. Sifa, you know that I don't think you're weird.
Yeah, the first time I tried to do that, I ended up with third-degree burns.
Yeah, that's. I don't like I said. I don't know. I gotta grab my phone charger. My phone's about to die. It just may be a hobby of his that he does.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
know, it just may be. I don't think the fire sticks or whatever they're called is the weird thing about him. It's the some of the things that he says. It's what's weird. That and they said that the way he was explaining something, and they said as he's staring at the house that is now empty, when he's talking or whatever. It's just
Yeah, that's bizarre. So somebody has him on video doing that?
that I don't think they had him on video. I think they were just like interviewing him or
Okay.
whatever. And
Yeah.
all right, then I dropped the link again. So I
Finn,
don't
we're
know.
keeping our fingers crossed this time.
Yes, hopefully he will be able to grab the link. And his thing, it works fine. It's just whenever he gets to talking, then I can't. All right, Finn, I'm gonna bring you up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You can hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear
Hello?
you good. Yeah, can you
All
hear
right,
me?
good. I can hear you guys. All right.
Okay.
Man, you guys got it going on. This is a good channel. I will
Well,
subscribe and become a member.
okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Awesome.
No, you guys are good people, man. You're being real. But all I can say is just think outside the box. Don't get too full involved in what's going on the internet right now because I watch this every day since it happened. And I see so many rumors and so much BS. And from what my dad says that has experience in this, you can't do that. And the cops are very, very mad. And even though they put up the thing about the car,
Mhm.
Hmm.
okay, which is probably 100% true. But see, that is to distract everybody else from what's really going on because they know a lot more than we'll ever be told.
Mhm.
Oh, for sure.
He told me as an ex FBI agent because we know, and they're probably, I hate to say it, but they probably really are going after the ex boyfriend. And
That makes sense.
he could be completely innocent. But see, they always look at motive.
Mhm.
And
Right.
who has the biggest motive? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in time, from what we know, it would be
I
the
think he's
ex-boyfriend.
innocent. I think he's probably innocent
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah.
if he really wanted to kill Kaylee because of jealousy and being dumped and she's leaving, has a great life and he's left behind and he was never really involved in the
Every
Oh, for the
time.
love of Pete! Oh,
Oh my God. Every time he gets to going really good.
it's like 15 segments to hear what he has to say. We're hanging on the edge of our seat.
He's literally, his internet is just like mine.
Oh my
Like,
heavens!
yes, that's got to be it.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so Itsy Bitsy says that she thinks the ex is guilty as well. I believe the ex has got motive. I mean, he knows, like Finn was saying, she was leaving, she was taking the dog, she's
Yeah.
basically moved on with her life,
Yeah.
and he knew that she was in town for the however many days, and that would be like his only one shot, and he took it.
And see, I think her being there is really so key because otherwise somebody just got lucky. If they're if unaliving somebody is considered, like that's their thrill, right?
Right.
Then somebody just got lucky that Kaylee and Ethan were there. Um, and that's why I think it was somebody that knew they were there.
Could have been. I'm sure if they're from the college or from around the area, the neighborhood or whatever, they know that Ethan and Xana were together. They were a couple. They probably know that he stays over there a lot.
Mm-hmm.
She probably couldn't stay at the frat house with him overnight. They probably have rules for that. But with her
Right.
living in that house, he could have stayed there as much as he wanted to.
Yeah.
yeah.
Are you back,
He
Finn?
is he is prime suspect, and he probably will be until they solve it. But something in my gut feeling and my dad's feeling, he's not. But he looks so guilty. But I know he did. I know for a fact almost. I can't say for sure, but I
Mm-hmm.
know he lawyered up. That's why you don't hear nothing from him. When you lawyer up, you don't talk. You
Right.
know,
Who
that's what you
lawyered
do.
up?
If you're involved in something like this, even if you're completely innocent and the press is all over you, you lawyer up because whatever you say, look at Jeremy, the neighbor, who's so guilty, and I still think he's guilty to a certain extent. But if you talk, oh my God, look what the internet can do to you. Look what people can do to you. Look what the news can do to you. You're guilty.
Yeah.
It's like
Right.
that's what you do.
Yeah.
If anybody ever gets arrested for a crime, my dad always told me this: if you're guilty, and if you're not guilty, because everybody thinks, okay, well, you must be guilty if you don't want to talk. That's not true. Because cops interrogate people and they use manipulative tactics to do it. Because he used to do it. He told me all about it. He goes, I don't care if you're guilty or if you're not guilty. You could be completely innocent. You don't talk. You say, nope, lawyer, give me a lawyer. You
Yeah.
could be completely innocent.
Yeah.
Just get a lawyer because they're
Mhm.
looking for all that to pin on you. And that's what's happening in the internet world right now. We look at Jackass. Oh my God, that guy.
Damn it.
I think I heard jackass.
He literally just. Oh my gosh.
So was he saying Jack D lawyered up
I
or
think
Jack
so.
F?
I think he meant Jack D.
Oh, I didn't
If we,
know
c-
he
if
lawyered up.
I didn't either, but unless he was talking about Jackass, because I think that's probably the reason why we haven't heard from Jackass anymore. Is
Yeah.
because he might have lawyered up, and Jack D may have too.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Well, it's so weird. It's like Finn can hear us talk, and then all of a sudden he's just back.
Yeah, he'll just pick up where he stopped off at when he comes back.
Yeah. It's like,
But I mean, if it's his internet, I completely get it because mine's
sure.
just as bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I've had it bad too before, for sure. Um, but I think, and you've heard this before probably as well, that law enforcement really only tells us about 10% of what they know. And I don't know
Right.
if that's true, but even if it's somewhere close to that, I've got to believe with all these FBI agents, I think there's like a total of 23, or there were. And, then you've got the Moscow Police Department, which, I'm not all that hyped up on them. But then you've got the Idaho State Police, and they're working 24/7. I have to believe that there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of.
Right. And I mean, the police chief said that he's not going to let the case go cold.
Right.
He's going to make sure that every stone is, he's not going to leave any stone unturned. He's going to make sure that he figures out what happens, and I hope, honestly, I hope he sticks to it,
Me
and
too.
he does just what he says he's going to do.
Yeah. But does it concern you, Scarlett, about these so-called calls where no reports made?
I don't understand that.
I don't either.
Like, the person from the laundromat calls and said that they thought that they have some blood on a column in the inside the building. They come out, they look at it, they don't take any swabs of it, and they don't
Yeah.
make a report.
Yeah.
Someone else called in to do a welfare check on a lady that hasn't been heard of or heard from in 2 days, and they don't do a report on it. But you let a dog go missing from the shelter, and they're going to do a report on it.
Yeah. Yeah. And as I
It's
understood it, the incident that took place in that band field or whatever it was called, where those frat people were involved, they didn't
mm,
take a report on that.
no, they just gave them a citation, and that was
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't understand the whole not doing a report on something.
And, they say that there hasn't been an unaliving in Moscow in like 7 years, right? But
Yeah.
it seems like that they've almost taken a page out of Placer County, except for this particular incident. Um, they seem to go the route of no foul play suspected. Um, and that kid, the fraternity kid that like supposedly went swimming in 49-degree weather,
Mm-hmm.
um, that turns up, it's like no foul play suspected. Um,
Right.
well, I had read that kid had like just like gone across the Pacific Ocean with some people and loved the water. So I'm like, that just seems really suspect to me.
I, honestly, I don't understand Placer County or Nevada County, and
Yeah.
I'm starting to not understand Shasta County in California
Mm-hmm.
and uh, in Moscow, which I know Moscow's not the county. I think it's Latah County in
Mm-hmm.
Idaho. Like
Yeah.
it's the more I do these cases, it's like each one of these counties, they're kind of all the same.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. And it seems like the smaller ones are worse,
right.
you know,
Exactly.
um, because I mean, just going back to Placer County, I mean, this last young kid, that Dante, it's like, what the heck happened?
Yeah, he was gone there to do what was it, soil samples or something like
Mm-hmm.
that,
Yeah.
and then he just all of a sudden goes missing,
Yep.
and then they go looking for him. They track his car back,
Yep.
find where his car's at, and then they find him in the woods. But they don't think it's foul play, but
Right.
maybe he unalived himself. I'm wondering, which I hope
Uh,
he didn't do that. But I wonder his autopsy report is going to come back as.
yeah, it will be interesting because I saw just some pictures of him and he looked to me like he was enjoying life.
Right.
So I just, it's hard for me to believe that all these young people that are turning up, unalived, are, they've just reached the end of their rope with life, and they're like, okay,
Mhm.
this is it. I'm checking out.
Right. And
I just don't buy it.
I hate to think though that somebody gets that thought in their head that they have to do that to themselves.
Yeah,
You know,
right. Yeah.
it's a whole sad situation.
But I just don't, I've reached the point now where when I hear Placer County, I automatically am like, oh, well, we're going to get some BS here.
I know it's in it, but they brought that on all theirself though
They
because
did.
you have all this whole shenanigan cluster fuck of stuff that went on with Sheriff Wu
Yeah,
and the whole 16-year-old girl and all this and that, and people knew that he did that, but they still voted him back. They voted him in to be their sheriff.
right,
So that means that the people, everybody who voted for him, they condone that. They're good
right.
with that.
Yeah,
And and then you've got Nevada County in all their shenanigan shit. It's just these. I don't. I'm telling you, we need to clone Grady Judd, and we
yeah.
just need to pass him out to all the states in the U.S.
Amen to that. I agree. Yep,
That's the only solution to it.
that's for sure. Yep, yep. You're right. Did you happen to see the community meeting that was broadcast? It was on CC's channel. It was the broadcast of the Truckee. I guess it was like a
Oh, where they were wanting the
Bearcat.
yeah, the armored vehicle or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
What the fuck they need an armored vehicle for?
No, yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Because it was for when situations escalated. Are you kidding me? you know,
they're a joke,
it's like
honestly.
how about training your dive team to learn how to read a sonar and open their eyes
And
when they're
find
underwater?
and learn how to find a flipping car underwater.
Right. Yeah.
Not just tell people don't go past 25 feet from the shore and you're only looking for
A
a cell
phone.
phone. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Not a car that's out in the water. No, we ain't worried about the car. We just need the phone.
Right.
Like these
Yeah.
people, they're a joke.
They are. They
They're
truly are. And I'm convinced that they are they are masters at the correct language to sound professional and to
mhm.
validate what they're doing without any results.
But see, that only works on the people of Truckee.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the people on social media, we don't
Yeah.
buy that shit.
No,
Like,
we see right through it.
because we don't feed into their bullshit. And
Right.
everything that they've ever tried to throw at anybody who's on social media, like all these distractions and all that, we all figured it out and we knew that there was nothing to it. It was just that, a distraction.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And whenever that didn't work, if one distraction didn't work, they would throw another one out. We
Right.
would dig into it a little bit and then we'd figure out it was a distraction. And then it would be the next distraction. And it was just on and on and on. And then finally, I think they kind of give up on them because they seen that nothing that they threw at us worked.
Yeah.
So
You said you watched that segment with Nick, the
yes.
latest one.
Hmm.
So was it the uncut version?
Um, it's been edited to
Okay.
a point because it does have December the 10th on it, where somebody like they had went in and edit and just put the text on there. But
Okay.
I don't think there was anything taken out of it as far as what Nick said.
Okay.
I listened to it
Mm-hmm.
kind of while I
Yeah.
was doing some other stuff. I had it playing on the TV.
Sure.
So I can't remember exactly word for word what was said, but
Yeah.
I don't think anything he said was taken out of that video. I think it was basically the uncut version of it with a little bit of editing text and stuff like that.
So who did he see?
He says he saw Kylie.
Okay.
Now, I'm trying to think whenever he got to the description of the boy,
Mm-hmm.
because he said that he saw Kylie and she had a blue baseball cap on. Now, there was a picture that Jagger had posted of Kylie with a blue hat on. It was like a light blue or baby blue looking color hat. And he put a caption under it that said, I always wondered where that hat went. Um, so Nick said that she did have a hat on. And then when he explained the boy, it was just like the description that we all heard. You
Okay.
know, the boy with
Yeah.
the black flat bill hat on and
Yeah.
facing forward with the brown hair coming out.
Right. Oh, I see a message from Finn.
Oh wait, back to. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on, Finn. I'm bringing you up.
Hey, you guys are great.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see you sitting in the back chat.
No, you got. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't want to like disrupt you. I was like trying to make this work, so I didn't know if you guys would hear me. And then you guys are talking about a different case. No, it's okay.
No, we actually were hanging on every word you were
I
telling
know,
us.
and I keep cutting out. You know, I get very passionate when I talk, but I really want to thank you guys for being very great people and letting me even talk. You know, I
Oh,
mean
you're very welcome.
that means a lot to me. You know, it's just like you don't know who I am. I'm just telling you my speculation. I this is coming from people I know, but I don't. I everything I say is a speculation, but it's also common ground from my experience and my family, what they tell me.
Sure. Well,
You know what I
Right.
mean?
now, Finn, did you?
I'm not trying to like start rumors. I want to get the rumors like not there because I honestly think there's so many rumors online with all the jacks and everything. Yes, that are all credible, very credible. Suspects, every single one. But you have to think outside the box. Who's not credible? Who is the odd man out? Always think about the odd man out.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's what my dad always tell me, and that's why I think Jack D, the ex-boyfriend, logically, he's the number one suspect
Okay.
I mean, yeah, he's got more to
because
lose. He's got
he
the,
had
the motive.
motive. There's
Yeah.
always a motive, but then if you're dealing with a psychopath, serial killer, guess
Mhm.
what? You're looking at Ted Bundy. You're
Oh my gosh. Every time this dude gets to going,
Yeah.
it goes out on him.
Well, what I hate is if he's still talking and thinking we're hearing him.
I know, because then it makes it sound like we're being rude, and I don't want him to.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me put in the back chat. Oh wait, we lost your sound again. So that way he knows that we can't hear him. Because I for real don't want him to think we're being like rude or anything.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he could change locations where he is in his house or something.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, here's what it is. All the suspects that we all think, all the jacks and all the people in their clique or whatever, okay, which I highly doubt is probably any of them, but it could be, not going to lie, they're very suspect, okay? Or
Mhm.
it's an unknown, and that's why the cops are having such a problem time dealing with it, because if you look at any case that's related to a husband or a wife or a family member, it's pretty quick. You know, you look at Chris Watts, you look at, all these people. This is one example. They kill their family or do something, dude, they get right on them. The FBI is very good. Let me tell you, they have technology you're not even aware of. They know where you're sitting right now if they want to. It's like
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
I'm
such
sure they do.
this is such a mystery that it's gotta be, in my opinion, an unknown
Okay.
who's probably done it before. That's
Mhm.
probably a serial killer or wannabe serial killer that is under the radar, but the FBI knows And that explains. See, people don't realize the FBI were there day one. They said they called them day one.
Mm,
No, they didn't call them right away. They were there on the scene. And there's what, 30, 25 to 30 FBI agents there, and there's only like 20 local cops,
mm,
and they're constantly involved in this. They know because they're searching for somebody they've been looking for a very long time.
mm.
This is a serial killer.
Right.
So, do you think this guy's related to those other knifing incidents?
Did we lose him again?
Oh my God, really?
Now, I
And
will say this: if it is an SK person,
mm-hmm,
I do believe that they're connected. They did this one in Idaho, and then they did the other one in, what was it, Salem,
mm-hmm.
and then the one in Washington. I believe that if it is an SK, then yes, they're all three connected.
Yeah, I would uh, agree with you on that one for sure. Um, you know, gosh, I hope that's not the case, though. I mean, I hate to say that, but because that means they're going to strike again.
Right.
And if this was just a what do they call it, scarlet crime of passion or whatever,
Hmm.
then you would think that it would be over and done with.
Right. Yeah. I mean, before they're able to get this one solved, if another crime comes up like this, then yeah, I think it would be safe to say that it's an SK,
Yeah,
and they may need to change their route of the way that they're looking at it.
yeah. Well, and we've got December 13th coming up.
I know,
That's kind of scary.
but see the lady. I know that one of the attacks happened in 2021. I
Hmm.
want to say that there was one though in 2020 also. Like out of these three, can anybody in chat confirm that for me? If there was one out of these three, the Salem one, and then the one up in Washington with the 72-year-old lady, if one of those two were in 2020, because it's weird how they're the 13th, then which, like I said, the lady in Washington, she was found on the 14th,
Okay.
so she very well could have been murdered on the 13th.
Yeah.
They were all around 3 o'clock in the morning with a
Wow.
knife while people were sleeping.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So if another one, if they don't get this one, which I pray that they get this one solved before a year, but if another one comes out next year, uh, then yeah, I would say that, or I would assume that they're connected, and that's what it is.
Well, if that's the case and it's not solved, then I would have a feeling that that university is going to be a ghost town.
Right. Yep.
Because if I had a son or daughter going to that school and I was paying their way, they
Oh no,
wouldn't be going there.
they wouldn't be going back if they were there whenever it happened.
Yeah.
They would, yeah, they wouldn't.
Yeah. I man, I just hope it's not a serial killer. Golly, that's
No, because that means if they're not caught, then it's going to end up happening again.
right. Yeah. And as you said, they tend to just be striking in that kind of Pacific Northwest area.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, so was the couple. So one couple that was stabbed, he died. She lived, but was she the one that got stabbed like 19 times?
Uh huh. Yeah. And
Good.
she survived.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Can you
So it,
imagine the psychological impact of seeing 19 or however many you can see knife wounds that have healed and left you scarred?
yeah, and the fact that they haven't caught the guy that
Yeah,
did it, and
yeah,
then this comes up
yeah,
with four college kids.
yeah,
Yeah, I could imagine that lady is probably scared to death right now. Okay,
Uh,
so Sandra Ladd was 2020. Then we had one, so June the 13th of 2020, August 13th of 2021, and November the 13th of 2022. So wait, June, July, August, so September, October, November. So there was 2 months, let's see, a year and 2 months between the first two.
okay.
And then from the second one to the third one was a year and 3 months. So
Okay.
would the next one be a year and 4 months, but on the
Wow.
13th of that month?
Oh, wow.
Because you know how serial killers, like, they'll do stuff in a certain sequence or a certain order, or
Right.
yeah, like there's, and you kind of like have to connect the dots to try to figure out
Yeah.
when they're going to strike, but then you also got to figure out where they're going to strike.
Yeah.
And this lady who survived the 19 stabs, like, she doesn't even know, like, they haven't even caught this guy.
Yeah. Holy
So,
cow.
all right, let me bring Finn back up real quick.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, and all right, Finn,
Maybe
I'm gonna bring.
will it help if I step down?
No, you being up here don't.
Okay.
Yeah, it don't have nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear us, Finn? Hello. I don't think you can hear us.
No, but I don't think he realizes we can hear what's going on.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, so
Can you hear me?
yes, I can. Can you cut your
All right.
TV down though in the back?
Yeah, let me turn down. Hold on. I'm sorry I'm very passionate about this, but I want to solve it.
I
You
know.
know,
Sure. Yeah.
I really do. And you know what? I just know, my dad, he's like an old, God, he's like 70 years old. He's like, he watches it every day and he
Yeah.
watches the news and he was the first person that got so mad at the ex FBI agent, like throwing the father under the bus. He's like, he has no motive. He has like 5 kids. He's going to kill his own daughter. It's like he couldn't believe what came out of that.
Oh my gosh.
I think what it is, Scarlett, is his passion is causing him to lose his connection.
That's so weird. Like, this has never happened when anybody's been on panel, where they just like be going good and then all of a sudden it just cuts them off.
Yeah, but it seems like his connection time is getting shorter and shorter. That's crazy.
Oh my
So-
You
god.
you're like in the room. I hear you fine.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. It's like you'll get to going really good, and then all of a sudden your audio just cuts completely out.
That is so weird because I have perfect connection and I can hear you perfectly right now.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I can,
I
and
don't
you
know.
sound good now, but you will
Maybe the
sound
FBI is
perfect.
trying to cut me off. Maybe I'm giving out too much information. I don't know. People say I'm the killer. He knows too much. I don't know. Whatever. I live in Arizona. I'm far away, but
Right.
it's I'm fascinated by it. I want to solve it. I even got my dad, who's like 70 years old. He wants to solve it, and he's telling me, he always tells me, he goes, "You should have been a detective like me." And I'm like, "Nah, I'm a guitar player. I play music.
Yeah,
That's what I do."
that's
Oh,
cool.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys
So,
probably heard of my band, actually, but you have no idea who you're talking to. Anyway, I'm sure you probably have my album in your closet, but
what's the name
I.
of your band?
How old are you guys?
I'm 42.
I'm
Okay.
62.
Well, you're around the glam rock days, right?
Yeah.
Pretty Boy Floyd, Poison.
Oh man.
Okay, not
Wait,
Poison.
isn't Pretty Boy Floyd like a gangster?
Yeah, that's what we named our band after. Pretty Boy Floyd actually was a pool shark too.
Okay.
played
Well,
pool.
I did he like
But no,
run with
Pretty
Bonnie
Boy
and
Floyd
Clyde or
was an
something?
old gangster from back in the 30s. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Well, you've heard of Faster Pussycat, right? That band?
No.
Ever? Okay, this is old
Um,
glam rock. The LA Guns.
no. I was born in 1980. Don't tell me he's gone again. He is gone again.
My gosh, Finn. So, based on the timelines that you figured out, Scarlett, in terms of the interim between those incidences, when would he strike again, or she, in 2023?
Okay, so let's see. It was June of 2020. I gotta write it down so I can keep up with it. August of 2021, November of 2022. So let's see, there's 2 months. That was 3 months. So November, January, February. So February of 2024. Would that be right? If I figured
Wait,
that up right?
what? Oh, okay. So it would skip 2023.
2023.
Okay.
That's just me guessing because
No, sure.
June of 2020 to August of 2022. So that
Yeah.
was a year and 2 months.
Yeah.
Then from August of 2021 to November of 2022 was a year and 3 months. So the next
Right.
one would be a year and 4 months.
Yeah.
So it would be, February 2024.
Wow.
And
And we
I,
know
and
that that's
hopefully,
what they do sometimes is lay dormant.
right. But hopefully I'm completely wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So let's pray that this is the one time that Scarlett is wrong.
Yeah. Right.
Because that would make it February the 13th of 2024, the day before not Thanksgiving, Valentine's Day.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And, if this case here, the Idaho 4 grows cold, then, what'll happen is, I mean, just like a lot of them over time, it'll start to kind of fade. And, that's when these SK strike is kind of,
when you're least expecting it.
Yeah, when you least expect it. So
Y'all pray though that I'm
Yeah.
completely wrong and this doesn't happen to anybody else.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's just there's too many things. It's on the 13th of the month. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's breaking into somebody's house and attacking them with a knife.
Yeah.
Every time so far someone has died.
Yeah.
The one woman is still alive. I know that she's got to be terrified because this happened to her and the person hasn't been caught. So,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's got to be wondering if they might be coming back for her.
Back for her, exactly. Okay, so Tonka said, now go back 2 years and see if there's a pattern.
Yeah.
Okay, so
these guys are pretty cool, man. Very cool.
I need to go and get read the reports or something on
Make sure. Can you guys hear me? Make sure you only believe the facts because there's so much crap out there. I know I'm giving you speculation too, but what I'm telling you is coming from real people that profile people and what they're telling me, and I'm gonna believe my dad, of course I am, and and I see shit on the news, and I see these ex FBI agents trying to sell a book that are just trying to they don't even know about the case and making false claims and not even making the right names or not even saying the real thing.
Yeah.
You can't go with it. You can't go by Reddit. You can't go by Facebook. You take the facts and you investigate yourself and you vet these people yourself. Don't let anybody fucking tell you anything. But I'm going to tell you right now, my gut feeling, this is a guy outside of their circle that had maybe met them, but it's not all the people everybody is saying.
Okay.
Right.
I'm telling you. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm right, you can say, hey, Finn Ziba was right. Finn Kimball, he was right. But I don't care about that. I care about the truth.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm very passionate about it,
I'm just hoping that I'm wrong about the whole serial K thing and it doesn't happen again.
Yes, I hope it's not a serial killer because guess what? if it is, and they don't catch him, he's going to do it
Do
again.
it again. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the scary thing because I feel if I lived there, I'd be terrified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be.
Yeah.
I
Me
would
too.
be, man. And if I had a kid and I was sending him to college, I wouldn't let him go back.
No.
But
Definitely
remember
not.
what they said in the beginning. I remember seeing it when it broke. Target attack, there's nothing to worry about. So you're thinking, as soon as they said that on the news, oh, you're thinking ex-boyfriend or somebody went in there and killed one person. And they said there's nothing to worry about. And then they kept backtracking. Oh boy, it's getting pretty deep now.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's been a month and they have no suspects, no persons of interest, that tells
Well,
you something right there. My
you
dad said that's what
said,
the FBI does because they know it's not a person in their circle. That means it's a killer that they've been looking for and trying to find for years, probably.
okay. Well, you had said then that the FBI knows things that we can't even
Oh, yeah.
begin to know.
Oh, they know a ton.
So how do we know that they don't have a suspect on their radar?
No, I think they do. I think they do, but they'll never tell us. But see, if they do have a suspect, what they're doing right now is building a case to make sure they have enough evidence to make sure he's put away for life. Because if it falls through, they have to make sure they have every.
There he went again.
I'm going to say he was going to say they have to make sure they have every duck in a row or something like that.
Right. All their I's dotted and their T's crossed. They got to make sure that that these charges stick. That
Right.
there's no way that this person can get out of it. No technicalities.
Right.
No nothing. Like when they take it to court and they present it to the judge and the jury, that they have enough that the jury is going to convict this person and send them to jail for the rest of their life, if not the death penalty.
Yeah, yeah. And you you have to wonder too, because you pointed out that Idaho is a death penalty state.
Mm-hmm.
You have to wonder if this person does get found out, if they'll just unalive themselves because they know that.
Right, and I hope not, because honestly,
not
to
either.
me, that's the easy way out, and it's too easy for them. They don't get to. I don't think they should have that option because Kaylee and Xana and Maddie and Ethan didn't have that option.
Right.
No,
No,
they wanted to live. They wanted to finish college. They wanted to get married and have kids and start a family and have a career. Where this person, he gets to choose whether he has that life or he don't.
Right.
Well, they didn't have that choice. So he took that choice away from them. So he shouldn't have that choice either. His ass should go to jail and he should sit there until it's his time to go in front of the priest or whatever they have in there and the lethal injection.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's that's how I hope things play out for sure. Because that's just an unspeakable crime,
Right.
I mean, one person's one thing, but four.
Yeah. I mean, he took 4 people's lives and that choice away from them. So I think that it's only fair that you have, what is the jury? It's 12 people.
Yeah.
You have those 12 people. You let them 12 people take that choice away from the person who did it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and you made a great point, is that they've got to have that rock solid evidence so when they go before that jury, they don't have to worry about a hung jury.
Right. And whenever they do it, they're not just doing it like it's probably gonna be one trial, but they got to have rock solid evidence for Xana, for Ethan, for each one of them to prove that he's the one that did it to all 4 of them, because he can say, well, okay, I didn't do it. I might know about it. Maybe he says he may know about it, but so and so did it. Well, if there's no proof, there's got to be that proof for each one of the killings. Like,
yeah, you're right.
So it's gonna be a huge trial whenever this person is arrested and taken to trial. It's gonna be huge. Like
it's almost like you're talking about the evidence, Scarlett. It's almost like it's got to be 4 separate trials, in one.
Yep, that's how it's got to be. And it's it probably, like, look how long the O.J. Simpson trial took.
Oh God, yeah.
it could be another one that takes that long just because of it being four people. So that's four different sets of evidence for each person because whenever they go and what is the first one that you got to go to where you got to present the evidence and you got to present them and submit the evidence in, you got to go through each piece of evidence. And then you have witnesses that have to go on the stand and then they have to be presented in as a witness or evidence or whatever. So you've got all the evidence for Ethan, all of them for Xana, for each one of them. And,
Yeah.
and those evidence for each one of them because it's got to be based on what happened that night, who they were around, what they
Yeah.
did, all of it, how they were found, how they were murdered, their autopsies, everything's got to be laid out, and it's going to be huge.
I didn't even think about it from that standpoint, but wow, yeah, it will.
All right, let me bring Van back up.
every
Sure.
time. But that
All right,
OJ trial, I've actually hung out with him back in the day. This is no bullshit. You have no idea who you're talking to right now. It's like oh my god, I could tell you so many stories about that guy.
okay, so let me ask you something real quick
I'll,
while I can still hear you.
I will send you pictures.
Okay,
No.
so
What?
you were
I
with the
will send
Pretty
you
Boy
pictures of
Floyd
me and
band.
OJ Simpson hanging out
Okay,
in like
you're with the
1992. Go ahead.
oh I was okay. So you were with the Pretty Boy Floyd band, right?
Yeah, my
Okay,
band. Yeah.
which one of them were you?
Oh, the cool black hair guy. Well, I have black hair. I play guitar.
Okay.
Christy Crash Majors is my name. Look up
Okay.
Christy Crash Majors. That was
Oh,
my stage name.
I didn't Google the band.
Oh no, you can if you want. That's who I am. But I'm sorry.
I know nothing about the band.
Oh,
So
we're a
like
rock and roll band, glam band. Wore a lot of makeup, look like girls, whatever. Started the
okay,
band
what
in 1986. You got to understand, I'm 53 years old now. So,
Yeah, that's
well,
wild.
I was only 5 going on 6, so that's
oh my God, you guys are too young. But
Oh
anyway,
man, I'm 62.
oh, there you go. Then you would know.
Yep.
My singer is 60, so you would know.
Yeah.
You know. But
wait, did we lose him again?
Surely not. Because you were going to ask him if OJ was guilty, weren't you?
No, I wasn't going to ask him that.
Oh, I was then.
I was just wanting to know which one of the guys in the band he was.
Oh, okay. Well, do you think OJ was guilty, Scarlett?
Oh God, that was yeah, I really do.
Yeah, I do too. I do
Yeah,
too. And that poor Ron Goldman was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
yeah. I remember I was young whenever that happened. I was like, what? Wasn't it like 92, something like that?
Yeah, I believe that
Something
was.
like that. And
Mhm.
I remember every day it was on. I was thinking, oh shit, like I'm missing like my shows that I'm wanting to watch. Like I don't care about OJ. It doesn't have to be publicized on television. Like
Right.
I'm too young to know about all this. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, and then
but
I remember that judge was Judge IDAHO. I always thought that was so hilarious.
oh yeah, and
No,
then you had Robert Kardashian, which is
yeah,
how the Kardashians one way how they got famous.
right.
So yeah,
Yeah, and
the
which
glove.
yeah, if it don't fit, you must
You
quit.
must have quit. Yeah, I
Johnny
remember all that.
Cochran.
Even though I was young, I remember all that.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing that struck me was if that had been you or me driving down the freeway for that length of time in that Bronco, they would have blown us out of
Oh
that.
yes, for sure. Especially in Louisiana, they're like, okay, it's too damn hot to be like chasing somebody down the freeway, so we're just gonna blow your tires out and be done with it. And we're gonna take you to jail. Like we're not like the cops here are just too lazy for that shit.
Yeah,
They're not having it.
I still remember the the copters that were overhead, and you had this
Following, yeah, the
huge
white.
line, following.
Hmm.
It was like, holy cow, are you kidding me?
Yep. And you could clearly see it was OJ sitting in the Bronco driving it down the freeway.
Yeah,
like they didn't clear the whole freeway off. Like
they sure did.
he could have just kept going and going and going.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He sure could have. That's for sure. But he got but the guy was just an incredible athlete, and I used to watch him play, and then when that came up, I just couldn't believe it. Like, no, surely not. But
Yeah.
yeah, he had an awful temper, and you know, she did.
That's why like Kaylee's boyfriend has to be number one suspect. Think about it. They're 21 years old, okay? They've been together for 5 or 6 years. That's the only girlfriend they ever truly loved. Remember your first love? How intense it was if you had a boyfriend or a girlfriend and you're
Mhm.
like that. That's all you know. That's your whole life.
Right.
And he was
Right.
dumping him, and he was leaving, and he's best friends with this girl, and he doesn't feel. Dude, the cops are on him. Trust me. He is number one suspect. I don't care what they say if he's clear or not. He's number one suspect. And apparently he lived like a block away. He could have done
Hmm.
it. He could have walked through the woods with the blood on him and got rid of everything. He
Yeah.
could have done it.
Yeah.
It might turn out to be him. I hope it's not, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's either him or it's some unknown.
Yeah.
It's not who we think who is the definite suspect, Jack S. Oh my God, he looks so guilty. You know what happened, but we got 10 minutes of video footage, man. That can't prove
Right.
anything. But when you look at the deep picture, and you got to look, Matt. I remember when I was young, my first girlfriend, when she dumped me or we broke up, I was devastated. My first real girlfriend, that does something to you.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
for you to kill somebody, I couldn't imagine that. But that's why it doesn't make sense. If he was going to kill her and it was over that, it would just be her, or maybe her best friend because she was in the same bed and he was jealous of her. But for the other people, I don't get it. I don't get why Xana and Ethan would have been murdered unless they fought him and he did it to escape. You
Right.
know, I
Kind
don't
of
see
like
that.
collateral damage. They saw him, so
Yeah.
he's got to do that to them as
Listen,
well.
it,
So
it it's
nobody
all
can.
it's all going to come down to DNA,
Right.
and if the DNA doesn't show up, then they got to start testing people because think about that house. You know how many hundreds of DNA
Oh my
strands are in
God.
that house?
Oh, it would take them a year
It,
or
it'll take
longer
that could take
to go
months,
through it.
but they
Yeah.
will be able to. The FBI is smart. They will able to separate it. It may take a couple months. They will be able to do it, but you got to think there's hundreds of them, hundreds of
Oh
Oh
them.
yeah.
yeah. Known party house.
Anybody that ever walked in there is leaving DNA.
Yep.
I mean, the only way they can really pinpoint it if they can prove it only if the killer cut himself. But if he was
Yeah.
Right.
smart, he didn't.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the only fucking way.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
this is why this is such a big deal. But I know from a personal standpoint, from what my dad said, he goes, "Oh, they're looking at the ex-boyfriend 100%, and they're trying to build a case about him right now, and they're
Yeah.
just waiting to get the right DNA because he is number one suspect." And I said, "Well, how come you want to speak out?" And my dad said, "Because he lawyered up. They can't talk to him. He got a lawyer."
Hmm.
But have you heard one word from Jack D?
Not from Jack D or Jack
No, but
S.
the
Neither
family
one of
stuck
them.
by him. But the family also stuck by Scott Peterson, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's true.
They thought
Yep.
they thought, oh, he's the best guy ever.
Yeah.
And turn out
Right?
look what he did to Lacey and their
Yeah.
baby.
Exactly. See what I'm
Yeah.
Yeah.
saying? It's
Yeah.
closer to home. And you know what? I hate to say it, I hope it's closer. I hope it's that instead of a serial killer that's out there killing people. Because
Yeah.
if it is a serial killer, then he's gonna strike again. It's gonna happen again.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's
And
true.
they don't know who it is. I'd rather it be Jack D or somebody as close to and put him in fucking prison and fry his fucking ass.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
Well, Scarlett pointed out something, and that was that Kaylee didn't even follow Jack D. on
Yeah,
Instagram.
that's very interesting, isn't it?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
she basically,
Think
I mean,
about
she
that.
was kinda,
If
like,
you're,
moving on away from him
yeah,
in real life and social
exactly.
media.
You know what
Yeah,
I think he was just being nice. She broke his heart. I think he was being nice because I mean that's his first real girlfriend. They were together. They're kids. They're only 20 years old. That means
yeah,
half their life they were together. Okay,
yep, that's
so
true.
maybe she was just being nice and trying to okay, I'm leaving your ass, but be my friend. Maybe that wasn't good enough for him. I'm telling you, if you look at it like that, and I know the cops are, this guy killed her. But why did
Mm-hmm.
he kill everybody else is what they can't figure out.
Yeah,
And you know the only reason why I could think that is because that was his threat. He if he did it, he had so much rage and he thought about it for a long time. It's like I'm not gonna kill him to kill everybody that ruined my life. And because she loved her friends,
Yeah.
that was her clique. Everything about them was them, not him. I mean, I looked at her Instagram. There's only 3 pictures of him and her together.
mhm,
She's got 100 pictures. There's three of her and him, and all the rest are her and her friends.
Yeah.
Maddie, she loved Maddie. It's like maybe she was a lesbian. I don't know.
Yeah.
She loved her more than him.
Yeah.
yeah, and they were
That
best
could,
friends
and if
since,
they
I mean,
really
6th
imagine
grade.
this, what if they were lesbians? That would infuriate me even more.
Yeah.
Right,
It's like, oh, she'd rather be with this girl if she's a lesbian than me. I'm her boyfriend. It's just Maddie and her. Maddie's always there, but I'm not. Maddie sleeps in her bed. I'm not. It's just like, there's something weird there.
Yeah.
yeah,
And I
Yeah.
know 100%. My dad told me, because they are looking at him. They are trying to find every dirt they can on him because that's probably what they're building a case on against him.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
hope it's not him. I really pray it's not. But if it is, and he killed all those people, then I want him to fucking hit the chair, electric chair, burn him.
for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I wouldn't even kill an ant. Human life, all animal life. I love animals. You don't do that. It's just like I
No.
don't care how angry you are. It's like, but then I could see when I was 20 years old, my mind was a little bit different. You would act out maybe on certain things.
Yeah.
Where now that I'm 53 years old, I don't think the same way, but I would get really upset about something stupid. You know, I wouldn't
Yeah.
yeah,
kill somebody, but
Yeah.
you never know, man. You know, that's why I say I don't think it's Jackass. I don't think it's all the other Jacks, even though they fit the description. It's either her ex-boyfriend or it's some random, really freaky serial killer that's been stalking them or watching through the windows because they never had fucking blinds in. You got these beautiful naked women walking around, probably, and they're fucking, people can see it through the street. I mean, some
mhm,
Yeah.
pervert can see that.
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
I don't know.
I don't think they were exhibitionists, but I don't necessarily think that they took great lengths to maybe cover up when they were, walking around up there with the lights on.
Yeah. Did we lose Finn again?
Oh wow.
We lost Finn again.
Holy cow.
He actually stayed on a good while that
He
time.
did, didn't he? Yeah.
I thought it was working great then.
I did too. I really did. I really did. Um, but
Oh, I gotta get
I
off of
think
here in a
your
minute.
idea though about him coming down, the suspect coming down and encountering them, or at least Ethan, um,
Yeah,
makes sense. And then of course, then you have to do away with Xana because she's a witness.
right. Yeah, maybe she heard Ethan and this person fighting, or Ethan
Mm-hmm.
saying something about somebody's in the house, and she jumps up and
Mm-hmm.
kind of kind of like a collateral damage type thing. I hate to say it like that, but maybe they saw him, or maybe they would have knew who he was, or maybe they called him by his name. Maybe they did know who he was. And
Wow. Yeah.
you
Wouldn't that
know,
be something? Yeah.
right, and the only way for him not to be pointed out was, to do what he did to everybody who saw him.
Yeah. And that could have been along the same lines. That could have been why he unalived both of them upstairs because
Yeah.
one of them would have known who he was. it's. I mean, obviously we don't know that, but that could be the case as well.
Right.
Um, but
Yeah.
yeah, it is funny from some of those pictures that were taken of Katie and Maddie. They did seem to have kind of a special relationship, didn't they? I don't know if I don't necessarily think that they were lesbian, but I wondered if maybe they went both ways,
Yeah, because I mean, they've been best friends since I think they said sixth grade.
Yeah,
They went to, I'm sure, elementary, middle school, up into high school. Then they got into college together.
yeah,
Uh, Eventually got into the same house together.
yeah,
So and I remember in the very beginning that Kaylee's family said that they were best friends all these years, and then them dying together, it kind of give them a little bit more peace
yeah,
that
yeah,
then they were able to go together. So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
wait, who wants to come up? Jim? Yeah, I'll drop it for a few minutes. Hold on one second. All right, one second.
But I've seen a lot of pictures, just of like girls taken together, and it just seemed like their physical contact seemed to be,
Yeah,
more pronounced.
yeah. I mean, they, I'm not gonna say that there wasn't something going on. I don't know. There could have been something going on between them.
Yeah,
Um, so I don't know.
yeah. I don't either.
See, really sure. Just trying to catch up in chat real quick. Jim's I think is gonna come up for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna get out of here.
Sure.
Oh,
Thank you for letting me come up, Scarlett. This has been a blast.
oh, no problem. You're for sure welcome up anytime, and hopefully we can get Finn back up here again.
Yeah,
Uh, and maybe he can, get all his things worked out where he can stay up with us.
right.
Because I think White Widow Baby was still wanting to get Finn's opinion on the white car.
Yeah. Well, I think he's just going to mysteriously start talking again myself.
He dropped out of the back chat, so he must have dropped
Oh,
down completely. But
oh,
he's still got the link, so if he comes, so he's did that before, and he'll just pop back up in the back chat or in the
okay.
backstage, and then I have to bring him back up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give Jim a few minutes and see if they come up, and if not, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here.
sure.
So, but yeah, anytime I'm live and you want to come up, just let me know. White car. It could have been Troll. Troll saying he thinks that the white car could have been the getaway car. I mean, maybe that's why they're putting it like the occupant or occupants and trying to make it plural. It's, maybe they think that's the car that picked this person up.
Yeah. Well, that back lot would have been the perfect place with that security light out to have
Yep.
dropped somebody off and picked them back up, or even just stayed up there.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, because I mean, they could have just stepped out the back of the house and right up the hill and into that back parking lot, got in the car, and just
Right.
left. And nobody would have, uh, would have said, noticed anything.
Right. Yeah, especially that time of morning.
Right. Okay, so Jim says that their internet is having their internet keeps dropping. It probably has a lot to do with my internet too. Why people are not being able to stay up because my internet's shitty, and it's where we live at. We can't get any other internet because it's
Oh,
a
you can't?
private. No, it's a privately owned company. So where we're at, they have like this area locked down. So
Oh, wow.
unless we get something like, what is it, HughesNet or something like that. But then if I do that, then I got to cut all the trees down in my yard so the satellite can get a signal.
Oh my God.
So I'm literally in the woods. So I mean, we would have to cut all the trees down.
Oh wow.
But I mean, I wanted the Starlink thing. I think it was Big Al said about the Starlink was good, but where we're at in Louisiana, it's not available here yet.
Oh, it's not.
No, so I have to, I guess, wait. But he said it. He has it, and it's like super fast.
Oh wow.
So if they would just cut mine up some, where it's a little bit faster, and I can get through stuff,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't keep going out and all that, I would be okay. But
How
it's
long does
just,
it take you to upload a video when you do a video?
I did one that was, I don't know, like 4 minutes, and it took almost an hour to
Good.
upload.
And
Yeah, it's like super slow where I'm at now. Just me being on like I am now, it's not that bad. My StreamYard runs fine and all that, but if I've got StreamYard going and then I have to play a video,
Mhm.
it takes me forever to try to get the video to play. And
Good.
then it'll lag. Like it's very crappy here.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's hopefully they're supposed to be running like half of the area they've ran what is it, the fiber optic, but on our side of where we're at they haven't ran it yet.
Okay. Well, that would change things.
Yeah, so hopefully. Oh wait, who do I have backstage? Oh, Jim, I'm sorry, can you hear me, Jim?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just now realized you were backstage.
It's okay because I couldn't get any internet, so I finally got internet.
Hi, Jim.
Yeah.
Hi, Gregory. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm really fantastic at the moment.
Great.
Not so great, but yeah, great. Just catching everything on and off all night. Might be a bit busy where I am because I'm on a main highway. Just wanted to join in and have a chat with you all.
Okay. Wait, are you driving while you're on here with us?
No, I'm standing on the side of a road actually.
Oh, please be careful.
Oh no, I'm on the side of a road, like outside a place, because my car last night hit a pothole, so I can't drive anywhere because my car can't go anywhere.
Oh, so you're kind of
Yeah,
like stuck where you're at?
I'm stuck on the border of Queensland and New South Wales, so it's pretty bad.
Oh,
Oh my
wow.
gosh.
Yeah, so I've been in and out listening all night, and what everyone thinks, and it's a bit of a quandary, this one, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Like
It's,
I have my own, just my. I honestly think that it's someone that no one knew from anywhere, and he's just come in. I just think it's tied in with those other last two, Kate. The one in Oregon and the one before that.
right.
I don't know. I've just got a gut feeling.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Honestly, someone first time, and even a young person, I don't believe that they could just come along and just do that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just someone just. I just don't think a young kid could come along and just go bang 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 bang. I don't know. It may be different in America than what it is in Australia. I don't know, but it's just. I get a feeling that someone who's done this before and he's progressing from 1 to 2 to 4. I don't know.
Oh, you know what? That is true because I didn't think about that. If it is connected to the other two, the first one was one person, the second attack was two people, now this one's four.
Oh wow.
Exactly. Right? And you got to think about it, right? So 1 to 2, then there's 4.
Four.
He would have known that there was them two downstairs. That's just
Yeah.
going a bit. Well, not he. I can't say he. I say they. Look, just me thinking in my little brain, and just looking at things. And this is the first time that I've actually delved and looked into things. And I just say, okay, there was the one, then there was two, but one was still alive. Well, you can say that. And then the next one, then there's four. It could have been six. Who knows what's going to happen? Do you get where I'm at? Like,
Yeah.
it's
Sure.
just, and I've got a strange feeling that this is my weird feeling, and I do have weird feelings, that he didn't come in at the second floor. Well, that person didn't come in at the second floor. He came in at the third, and he went from 3 to 2 and then left. He didn't go from 2 up to 3. It just, I don't know. It just, and I've just got this gut feeling that it's not someone that anyone knew.
Well,
Right.
how did he
and I've-
gain
and-
access
Look,
to the
look,
balcony?
Hey? Sorry, Gregory?
How did he? So you're saying that the suspect entered on the third floor?
I've just got a gut feeling like anyone can scale. Like, it wasn't. I saw one film clip where there was side on, and you saw a red car that was next to there, and I thought anyone could scale that and jump that balcony. And I just thought,
okay.
hang on a minute, like anyone could scale that.
Huh?
I've just got a gut feeling. I've even spoke about it, I think, with Haley. And I said, I've got a gut feeling that whoever it was waiting. And I don't know. I've just got a gut feeling that it's no one knew it. This is just, he's progressed. I don't know. It's just a feeling.
Sure. So he scaled up onto the balcony and then came in the slider and then hid somewhere on the third floor.
Yes, and waited till and then went, them two then went down and then went out. Like, it's just a thought.
I mean,
the funny
possible.
thing is, I've been thinking about this for weeks. Well, not weeks, but I mean, like, since it happened, I've been thinking, and it's the same thing that keeps on sticking in my head. And every time, like, I've spoken with Haley on it, if you don't mind me mentioning Haley.
Oh no, that's fine.
And I've just got the thought that he was in the person was in the house. I've just got this gut feeling, and she says the same thing too. He was in the house.
I mean, that makes sense.
It does. And I've just got this gut feeling he was in the house, and it was just an opportunity. You know that when certain people just have that opportunity and they take that opportunity. Like, I mean, could be wrong. It's just my opinion, but that's just, just a thought.
Like Mars said, hiding in wait.
Exactly. And it was just, let's do this house. Let's do it.
Yeah. So do you think he observed it from the back parking lot?
No, from where the veranda is, like that third floor. Oh.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't. What I was asking was, do you think he actually was like a voyeur? He sat back there and watched them from that back parking lot before he ever, made his move.
I think he probably watched for a couple of days before he done it.
Okay.
And then planned it out. Yeah. Like exactly with the last two. Well, I think they're linked. I'm sorry, but in my opinion, I think they're linked.
Yeah.
But that's just me being here in little old Australia, listening to it and watching. I mean, could be wrong, but.
Yeah, but I mean, your opinion is just as valid as anybody else. I mean, what you're saying could have very well happened.
Sure.
Absolutely. Exactly. And it's just like I've listened, I've watched, and this is the first one that I've really delved into and that I've, looked up and everything, and I've just gone, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. it's just a thought. But
Yeah.
I really don't think it's anyone that they knew. But then that's my opinion. I think it's a thrill kill. And also too, like, I was thinking about it and I thought, if it was a jealousy thing, it would have been a bit more, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And by the sounds of it, I mean, it was just, they were silenced.
Mm-hmm.
Like no one, like it was like a ghost went in and a ghost came out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's absolutely nothing
Exactly.
outside. It's literally like this
Exactly.
person went and just floated through this house
Exactly.
and did what they did and didn't get nothing on their shoes to track outside.
Exactly. A ghost went in and it was like it was stealth mode.
Yes.
And I can't see one. I'm sorry, but I've listened to everything, but I can't see one of these young kids doing a stealth mode. I really can't.
Mm-hmm.
But that, like I said, my opinion.
Right.
So
Well, I mean, you know how my channel is. Your opinion is welcome here.
I know, and that's why I love being here on this channel.
Because, I mean, just because somebody doesn't agree with it doesn't mean that it's not possible that it couldn't have happened.
You know, I could be wrong with whatever, and it could be that, you know, one of the Jacks or Jakes or one of the J names, but yeah.
Oh, God, and there are so many J names.
Oh, my God. I know, right?
Wait a minute. Your name starts with J.
Oh, well, actually, my son is named Jake Liam Jack. So when I heard that, it was like, oh, my God, thank God my son lives in Australia. Because he's got Jake and Jack in his name.
Oh, my God.
Oh my gosh.
I know, right?
So do you think the person parked in the... So obviously then you're saying you think the person drove there?
Oh, look, I don't know if he drove there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he drove there or whether or not he'd suss them out and did whatever he did. It's I haven't really thought about that one.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever he did, he knew what he was. This is the whole thing. He knew what he was doing, or well, they knew what they were doing. They, him, her, them, how, whatever you want to say it. They knew what they were doing. They knew how to do it. You can't tell me that someone can be in and out without no one seeing, without no evidence, without there's no footsteps, without there's no traces. It's just...
It was very well planned.
Yeah.
If not well planned, it's someone who knows how to do things.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's stealth.
Mm-hmm.
It's in and it's out without no one detecting a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost, you know how you ever watched a movie where you got these ninjas and they just like sneak up on somebody with a sword and you have no idea that they're behind you? It's sort of like this. Like this, whoever this was like a ninja. Yes.
Exactly. It's stealth. It's like I've been sitting like listening on and off all night because I've been moving and everything and having terrible accidents happen to me, but that's for another thing. And I've just been sitting here thinking and I thought, you know what? I'm going to jump on them and say what I think. And, yeah, I don't think it's any of the kids. I don't think it's anyone to do with anything. I think it's, in my opinion, someone who's just traveled, you know?
It could be.
So going back to the floor plan, then if the suspect...
That's why I think, and you know what also gave it a clue? When Kaylee's dad turns around and goes, he didn't need to go upstairs, all right?
Right.
When he says that, if you listen to him closely when he goes, he didn't need to go upstairs, right? Which means he didn't start at the second floor. He gives away, to me, that bit of a clue that says it started on the third floor. I don't know if anyone else thinks that, but to me, that's what comes across to me. And because I remember him saying, "Oh, the police are very, cranky at me because I've given away too much. What I was supposed to say." If you listen closely, he didn't need to go upstairs because he came. To me, it's like he came out of the house.
Oh, we lost her.
So, Scarlett, if he came in from the third floor, then that would mean if he came in the slider, right, he would be in Kaylee's room, which was vacant, I believe,
Right.
right?
Yes.
So, conceivably, he could come, because I was thinking, okay, if somebody's scaling the balcony, I would think you would hear something, because usually if you're trying to scale something, your feet are kicking something or, making contact with something. But if he came in that way, then I can see how he could have slipped in without even being detected at all.
Yeah, especially if you use the ladder.
Yeah, yeah,
He could
yeah.
have just, when he come back out of the house, put the ladder back on the side.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about the ladder because it was there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was sitting there on the side of the house.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's an interesting thought there about coming in on the third floor. I never really thought that what he said. Um,
Oh,
didn't
about
really.
going, he didn't have to go upstairs.
Yeah. Did you?
I just took it as that he came in on the second floor and did whatever he did with Ethan and Xana, and he said, him saying, well, he didn't have to go up the steps to the upstairs, but for
Yeah.
whatever reason, we know he did.
Yeah.
Maybe I kind of took it to begin with as maybe Ethan or Xana was the target,
Yeah.
and he knows that, but he can't come out and say, well, Ethan or Xana was the target. And there was no reason for him to go upstairs, but for whatever reason he did. Maybe he heard the girls upstairs, they were awake or something. That's
Mm-hmm.
how I took it. I mean, I could be wrong too. It's that's the way I took it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's that. Yeah. That's really. Yeah. That's interesting. I certainly hadn't thought about it from him starting on the third floor. Uh, but like we're all speculating, so anything's possible at this point for sure.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
but I don't know. Maybe he did target. Maybe. I mean, we don't know what happened in that timeline. Maybe Ethan and Xana crossed somebody, or something. I mean,
Yeah, and maybe that's why they're so uh like, and I get with the investigation, like they got to try to piece together where they were at all
yeah,
hours
yeah,
leading up to the murders, and they need to try to figure out who they were around or whose path they could have crossed, or if they know that there was an issue between Ethan and somebody else or Xana and somebody else, to see if they can put that person, where they would have crossed paths with them at some point in the night.
yeah.
Like all of that is like, you know, part of an investigation. It's, you know,
Well, I for one hope, like you do, that this was not a professional or somebody who had done it before, and it was one of the jacks.
right. And yeah, I mean, just because, like, if it is a serial, an SK, then, if they're not caught, they're going to end up doing it again, especially if they
Right.
feel comfortable. This would be the third one if they are connected.
Yeah,
And that's three that they've gotten away with so far. So if they keep getting away with it, they're just going to get so comfortable with doing it,
yeah,
and they're going to have that mentality that they're going to get away with it. So
yeah, yeah. That's true. And they could have thought, speaking of the numbers, because you were pointing out, it was one the first time and two the second. Although one of them, wait a minute, there were three incidences, right?
right,
And in two of them, one person died, right?
Okay, so the first attack, it was one person and that person died. The
Right.
second attack was two people in the attack, but only one person died. The other one survived. And then in this one, it was four people, four died. So it was almost like this time was supposed to maybe be only three people,
That's what I
but
wondered. Yeah.
but they that fourth person came into play also because they had to make up for the one who survived.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's
Like it could go either way. Maybe this time was only supposed to be three people and they wasn't expecting Ethan to be there.
yeah, yeah,
And it would have been three people. But then
yeah.
again, that a SK person could think, well, I had one survivor, so that fourth person on this one took it made up for the one who survived.
Wow.
You know, and
Man.
in their mind, it kind of like balances it out. Whether it was one the
Yeah.
first time, even though one survived the second time, I made up for it on the third time.
Wow.
You know, so
Man.
my numbers are still what they should be.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Now,
Holy cow. Man. You're thinking like a serial killer.
it's just that's I'm not gonna say that's how my mind works, but
Yeah, but I can
my
see that.
it's constantly going like, okay, well, could it be this or could it be that or maybe it's this? But I mean, it makes sense. Like
Yeah, it
maybe
does.
there's maybe whenever they started off, and somebody said this in chat that uh, when they start off, they'll start off like low and they practice each time and they get bigger and bigger. Well, the first time was one, and that person they succeeded. You know, everything went right in their mind. They got the one person died, they got away with it. So they moved up. Two people, well, I slipped up and only one died and the other survived, but I haven't gotten caught. So I'm
Hmm.
going to up it a little bit and I'm going to go for my third time. I'm going to hit my three people and then I got the bonus, the fourth one, but my numbers are still the same. My numbers are what they should be.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. And then you wonder too, was there a connection between um, those skinned animals and what happened as well?
right. Yeah, because I mean, you know, if you know how to take an animal and it doesn't bother you and you can skin it, clean it, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so you've already seen a bloody scene basically,
Yeah.
you know, and shit
Yeah.
like that don't bother them. So they move up. They have that killer instinct. So
Yeah.
they move on to something that may give them a thrill. It's
Yeah.
just like hunting deer. My first time hunting, I get a deer, I'm all excited. After a while, the more you harvest, like
Hmm.
the excitement's gone. You
Okay.
know, and maybe that could be in a serial killer's mind,
Okay. Yeah.
if that makes sense.
So it's harvesting when you're literally like cutting.
No, when you're hunting and you take it,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I
Okay.
mean, I was all excited on my first year, and then the more I got, you know, it wasn't exciting anymore.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a normal thing, but it could be like that in that type of person's mind. You know, the animals don't do nothing for them, so they move on to something bigger.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay. That's interesting. Wow. Well, you may very well be onto something then, which you know, I'm hoping that it's not that, because that's
right?
frightening. You know.
For sure, especially for the lady who survived.
Oh my God. Yes. Yeah.
You know, I can't imagine. Like she's got to be scared to death because they haven't caught this person.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I cannot imagine how she can even sleep at night.
No, like
Knowing.
just especially that this happened again, and it happened the same way, and they don't know who did it. Like
Hmm.
that's she's got to be scared, and hopefully she's with like she's not by herself.
Right. Yeah. So one happened in Washington, right?
Yeah, the
One
72-year-old lady that was in 2020
one
was
happened
in
in Oregon.
was it Salem, Oregon,
Okay. One's
and then
happened in Iowa. I mean,
r-
Idaho.
Idaho, and they're all right there. I forgot what it was when I mapped it the other night, but just within what was it? White Widow Baby, do you remember? Was it like just a couple of hours away from each other? So it's not a big huge. It's not like California,
Hmm.
then Idaho, then like way over here to another state. They're not spread out. They're kind of in that generalized area. Just a couple of hours apart, very easily be traveled. Let it cool down in one area, move to the next one. If I got to come back to this area, they ain't even gonna realize it's me. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Hmm. So, what would be the state that would be closest without a repeat?
Okay, so we had Washington, Oregon, Idaho, maybe California.
California. Okay.
Hmm.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I would think California, Utah, maybe.
Okay.
One of those, like, and if maybe a connecting state to, let's see, Washington was first, then they went south to
Oregon.
Oregon,
Hmm.
and then they went over just across the state line of Oregon into Idaho. So maybe a
Hmm.
connecting state from Idaho. You
Wow.
know,
Yeah. Yeah. That's if he's not caught, I'd sure be nervous living in
right?
any of those states for sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, you have certainly given all of us a lot to think about. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think this case is going to be another roller coaster of emotions like Kylie was.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right for sure. It's I mean, doesn't Kylie just eat at you?
Yes.
Me too.
Yep. That was my very first case I ever did on my channel.
Okay.
Yeah, from the because I'd already had the channel going, and then when
Hmm.
her case came out, I started on it from the very beginning,
Hmm.
and so it's almost like you know becoming a new parent.
Yeah.
Your first child, your first case.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think she was trafficked at all?
Mm, if I had to choose between her being trafficked or her going into protective custody,
Hmm.
I'm gonna say protective custody.
So you think she's possibly still alive then?
Yeah,
Oh wow.
and that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
I would much rather hope that than her to be deceased, and it would kind of explain if she was why Lindsay wasn't the emotional mother of a missing child because
Hmm.
she knew what was going to happen and what was going on. She just kind of had to like play with the narrative. Uh, it kind of explains why. Uh, it explains a lot of things.
Hmm.
Why there's a cover up. Uh, just oh god, I would have to go back through my notes and just start naming off.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Oh,
get
no,
off
no, no,
track.
no, you're fine. It's just Lindsay one. I would expect a mom of a missing child where like truly didn't know where her child was at and the child was really missing,
Hmm.
and then allegedly is found deceased. I would expect her to act more emotional, not
Yeah. Yeah. I would have too. Yeah.
not be smiling in interviews or be at a memorial where she's dancing and laughing and all that,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But
It's
that's
almost
just
like you know the truth, so you can't fake the emotion.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one thing that's bothered me was with the whole protective custody thing is if
Hmm.
that is what she's in,
Hmm.
and whoever they got her in protective custody away, from,
Hmm.
that person or that group of people are watching social media, and we're digging into it thinking that we're trying to figure out what happened to her and why they're trying to cover it up and all this and that,
Hmm.
and then they end up finding out that she's really not deceased and she's still alive and she's in protective custody, and it make it worse. That's the only thing that I worry about. But then I keep going back to the thing, well, she really could be dead.
Yeah.
you know,
Well, if
I've
she
kind
was
of,
in protective custody, who do you think was in that vehicle? Or do you think it was, I mean, I hate to say this, do you think it was a mannequin? Because Nick never saw her face.
I mean, they have mannequins that look like real people now.
Oh, I know. Absolutely.
Um, or it could have been an illegal alien, an
Okay.
illegal over here that they could have found and just been sitting in the morgue because nobody came and claimed the body.
Oh, wow.
It could have been a homeless person. It
Yeah.
could have been a homeless person that OD'd because we know that in Nevada County and Placer County, look how bad the drug problem is. It could have just been some random homeless female who OD'd and didn't have family and it was never claimed. It
That
could have
would
been
make
anything like that.
sense. Yeah, that would make sense because honestly, that autopsy report seemed to me like it was fabricated,
Yeah, for sure.
you know?
Yeah, the lung weight didn't match up.
No,
The height didn't match up.
no,
The uh, the tattoo area didn't match up.
right.
So
Yeah,
yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies with it.
yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
it could have been a dummy body. Like I said, they
Yeah,
have the mannequins that look very realistic, like they use in movies.
absolutely. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
deal you fits. Have a good night.
And I think all Nick saw was arms and legs hanging down, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, I mean, they could have very well passed it off for that.
if she is in protective custody, what would be the reasoning in your opinion?
I mean, they went to Mexico, her and Mags's mom, a few weeks before she went missing. I mean, she
Oh,
could
that
have.
was verified?
Yeah, I think at the very beginning it was
Okay.
that she went. I mean, she could have seen something down there. She could have got to talking to somebody from down there. She could have got involved in something down there.
Yeah.
She could have got involved in something up here, up in the States, and anything like that.
Okay. Wow. Well, I hope she is in protective custody other than her being deceased, but that would make sense then too about why they hurried up and did this cremation thing.
Right. That's another thing. As soon as they released the body,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't even tell anybody. They just had her cremated.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, and if you watch Jagger on social media, there for a while he would throw like little sentences out within his messages, and he would say, "I really need to talk to you, Kylie."
Mm-hmm.
Or like with Halloween, he said, "I hope that you got your Hershey's chocolate wherever you are."
Oh
Or
wow.
it was like he would do the message, but he would throw just a little one line in there,
Uh-huh.
one little sentence, it's like he's talking to her, wherever you are, or I hope you feel at peace now, or it's just little, little subtle type messages that he would throw out like he's talking to her, thinking that there's a chance that maybe she'll see it.
Wow. Okay. Holy cow. That's something. That's amazing. I didn't realize that. I've kind of gotten a little behind on that one. Goodness gracious. Well, if she's in protective custody, do they put people in safe houses? Is that what they do?
Probably get a whole new identity
Okay.
and just kind of have to stay hidden for however long that she needs to be hidden for.
Okay.
I mean,
Wow.
if she's in protective custody, she'll probably never be able to go back, have anything to do with her family, uh, anything like that. Like she'll get a whole complete new identity. She may not even be in the country. Like they may move her to a whole nother country just to keep her away from whoever they're hiding her from.
Wow. Man, that's amazing. Holy cow. So, do you think her vehicle was in the water when they did that search
Um, the
initially?
the first one, no, I don't think it was. I think they just they made that bullshit thing up about don't go 25 feet out.
Mm-hmm.
And then that way, if for some reason they had to put a car in there and the
Mm-hmm.
car got found, then they can just come back and say, well, we were told not to go no further than 25 foot from shore, and
Yeah.
we were searching for a phone only. Like they gave
Yeah.
themselves an excuse for every little thing. That was basically their excuse of why they didn't find the car the first time.
Yeah.
You know, and then
So
AWP comes into play. If the car wasn't in there to begin with, then they put a car in there that looked like hers,
yeah.
and AWP comes in, finds it, they cremate her, they have a memorial, they make it look like it's all real. The autopsy comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I guess they thought that we were so dumb that we wouldn't pick up on the different height and
Yeah.
the lung weight, and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah. So you think once they found out AWP was coming to town, they would put the car in there?
Oh yeah, they had to scramble then.
Yeah.
They had to get a car that was like hers, like the description that they give. They had to either find a body from the morgue or
Right.
a dummy body.
Yeah.
They had to make it look real, and
Yeah.
they kind of failed on it, honestly.
Yeah. So do you think that was her car that was in there, or just one that was similar to it?
Honestly, I think the car that Jagger was driving, the white CRV that Jagger's driving now, I think that was really Kylie's car.
Oh,
And
really?
they just come up with a different description car.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Man. Well, it could very well have played out like that. I mean,
Yeah.
uh, holy cow.
But I mean, that is just my opinion too. I could be completely wrong,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, I mean, I always thought that when I heard excuse me, when I heard Nick talking, not this interview here, but the initial one, I still thought that he saw Kylie. I mean, that's just the opinion I had, that he saw
Yeah.
her in Boca that Saturday.
And well, tonight, whenever I watched the video, the new one that came out, he said that she mentioned something about that she was just going to go home and grab some things because she was about to leave out. So, did she know she was going into PC that
Wow.
day? And that's the reason why she wasn't reported missing until later on that afternoon? Because
Yeah.
if she was really supposed to meet her friends at 9 o'clock at Starbucks, why wasn't when she didn't show up by 9:30 or 10 o'clock? Why didn't they report her missing right then?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
wait till 5 that afternoon?
Yeah. 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 That's a great point. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, maybe they did tell her that that's what was going to have to happen.
Yeah, and maybe that's why Lindsay wasn't so worried about everything, so
Mm-hmm.
emotional because she knew that what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wow.
they probably didn't think that Nick was going to come out, the AAA Nick. They probably didn't think he was ever going to come out. And he
Mm-hmm.
came out, told AWP what had happened and what he had seen, and they basically had to scramble and
Yeah.
you know all
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah. That's a great point. I'm sure they were scrambling then.
mhm,
Um,
yeah,
so really, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if it was Jagger or whoever with her that day. I
no,
guess you know she may have just known what was going to transpire.
right, and that was just she spent that last night with him or whoever it was,
Mm-hmm.
and then went off to wherever she went off to the next day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. Well, I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall and been tracking her. That's for sure. Because
Oh yes,
you know.
because that's another case that's just a roller coaster of emotions.
Mm-hmm.
You get good information and your emotions are up and you think that it may help, and then you may get something and come to find out that it's nothing, and then your emotions are back down, and it's your emotions are just going up and down, up and down, up and down constantly,
Hmm.
you know.
I mean,
And
do you think she was ever in that gated community
mm,
in Reno or wherever?
I think that might have just been sort of like a distraction.
Okay.
I don't think she was. No, she might. You talking about the one maybe that Jagger and them went to
Yeah,
whenever
that one.
they went?
Yeah.
Um, I think that she might have been there before.
Okay.
Uh, I don't know why he would have taken the the media there with him. That
Yeah.
that didn't make sense. Why
Yeah.
the media followed him and Kate there? You know,
Yeah. I think
uh,
he asked them to go because they remember they went to that spot where they would go, where Kylie and Jagger would go.
right. But what
And
was
I
the purpose
thought
of
that,
taking them to the gated community though? And unless Jagger was playing along with the narrative,
yeah, yeah,
I mean, he could have been playing along with it. I don't know.
yeah, yeah, he could have been. Wow, man. Well, y'all have done some incredible sleuthing, that's for sure. Because between
Oh my
you
God,
and
we
Squirrel
have
Girl
lost.
Crime Talk and Cece and some others, man.
Yeah, I know just the people on my channel. We have lost. Oh God, so much sleep.
Yeah,
Like so much sleep. Just even whenever I would end the lives, we were still up for 2 or 3 more hours, just
yeah,
emailing back and forth and all that.
yeah. Your mods do incredible research, that's for sure.
Honestly, I think I got the best mods out of anybody on YouTube. Like all
Yeah,
of my mods are awesome. All of my subs are awesome. You know, everybody who comes in here, everybody who's ever came up on panel, uh, except for two that I can think of. Everybody else on panel that I've had is awesome. White
yeah.
Widow baby, she says she's half asleep.
Oh, did you see where that Megan Cole is threatening to sue anybody that says
Yeah.
anything negative about her?
Don't even get me started on that one.
No, I know. I'm like, I just, that cracked me up when I saw that.
Yeah. I highly doubt that's gonna happen.
Yeah, no, I doubt it either, for sure. Well, I have really enjoyed this, Scarlett. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come up, and
Oh, for
I
sure.
hope I get to chat with you again sometime.
Oh, yes, you're gonna have to come up. We're gonna have to try to get Finn back up here one night.
Yeah,
Uh, maybe he'll have his internet issues or whatever. I don't know what his problem was. Like, I don't know if it was his internet or what, but
yeah,
we'll have to for sure get him back up here because he would like I was listening to where he was going, and then boom, he was gone.
yeah,
And
no,
then he would literally just pop right back in and just start where he had stopped off.
right, yeah, yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
for sure. Y'all gonna have to come back up. We'll have to get Jim J back up too one night.
All right,
Uh,
that sounds great,
so
Scarlett. Well, thank you again, and
oh, you
um,
are very welcome. Thank you for coming up.
absolutely. And you have a good, I guess, morning now. Good day.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the morning here.
Okay. All right, Scarlett. Bye. Bye,
All right.
everybody.
You have a good night.
You too. Bye.
All right, y'all. I'm fixing to get out of here. Um, that was fun. I want to get Finn back up here though one night. Uh, he was going. He had some good theories, and it just I guess his phone or his internet or whatever getting it, uh, kept cutting him off or something. But we for sure got to get him and Jim J both back up here. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much. It says lost. I have the best mods. CGE hold my a maple leaf. So yeah, I think I do have the best mods ever. Honestly. So that was a lot of fun, wasn't it, White Widow baby? I've literally been on here for 7.5 hours. I think I was, let's see, Mar had done went to sleep and woke up. Sway had done went to sleep and woke up. Mar says she's going back to bed. Gregory, thank you so much for coming up. We for sure got to do it again. So yeah, I'm fixing to get out of here. I'm fixing to go to sleep. It is 5:59 in the morning. So I love you all. Thank you all for hanging out with me this long. Sifa's still here. Sifa, you done went to work and made it back home, huh? Emerald Queen says she done fell asleep and woke back up. My neighbors literally have done went by the house like 4 times. All right, so White Widow baby, you need to go get some sleep. I know you're tired. Uh, I'm sure Crime Crazy. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, it's like 12 o'clock where it's midnight now. Yeah, where Crime Crazy is. So thank you, Itsy Bitsy. So yeah, I'm getting out of here. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. I've been making my body scrubs. Oh, cool, D. You need to D, send me a recipe on how to make my own, please, if you don't mind. Do you feel asleep? Woke back up just in time to hear Gregory. Yes, that was a lot of fun having Gregory up here. I for sure want to get Finn back up here. So yeah, I'm going to sleep. Sifa, I'll talk to you for in a few minutes after I end it. Make sure y'all all to hit the thumbs up on your way out if you don't mind. So I love you all. Yes, see, if you don't mind, email me. My email is at the top of the chat. Just like a simple recipe on how to do it. Wait, what is today? Is today Friday? Today's Saturday, right? So yeah, I'll probably do one later on. I may try to go a little bit live earlier Sunday. Don't forget to make that phone call when you wake up. Oh, it's Saturday. I wonder if they're going to be there. I do need a call though. All right. So I'm gone this time, y'all. I love y'all. Sifa, I will message you in just a few minutes after I close the live down. So y'all have a good day, morning, night, wherever you might be in the world. I love y'all, and I will talk to y'all later.